Event 8 of the 2023 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships comes to you from Wilton Mill, and it's easily one of the most unique weekends on the calendar as drivers compete on 3 separate fronts. In Bambino, Junior TKM and TKM Extreme, this is the penultimate round of the year, while the biggest Honda Cadet GX200 grid that we've seen so far will fight for the British Open O Plate title, and 75 contenders across 4 Rotax classes compete for the right to wear the prestigious E Plate. With its combination of gradient changes, fast sweepers and notorious bumps, Wilton is familiar hunting ground for many, which means the racing should be closer than ever. Yihan Kalichern and Klassen Motorsport remain undefeated in Junior TKM, and the #1 karter from Mauritius holds the commanding 30-point lead in the championship over Aidan Mitchell, who took his first career podium last time out at Shennington. Things are a lot tighter in TKM Extreme, with just 2 points separating Charlie King and Alfie Garford. Since winning the opening round at PFI, King has been consistent, but with 3 different winners from 3 rounds and 6 drivers within 50 points of the lead, picking a winner is anyone's guess. The last time we saw the Bambinos in action, it was Henry Algar who took the honours, but Henry and the rest of the field still trail Harry Chapman in the points table, and with a bigger grid than we've seen so far in 2023, the chasing pack can make larger gains should Chapman slip up. For everyone else this weekend, it is a one-off shot at glory. The Honda Cadet O Plate field is led by Lark Hall winner and Wera Tools driver of the day Max Tadej and fellow Scot Ryan White, while the Rotax E Plate races are fully stacked with talent in Micro, Mini, Junior and Senior. Rotax International Trophy winner Emerson McAndrew-Urin and GP Plate winner Cian Bernard head the Micromax entry, while 2022 Rotax Grand Final vice champion Jacob Ashcroft is one of the favourites in Minimax. Junior Rotax contenders Harry Hannum, Kenzo Craigie and Ewan Sharman have all enjoyed success on the world stage as well as on home soil, while Senior Max favourite Harry Linden is one of a number of former British champions present. Regardless of the stakes at play, the pressure is on for every driver, and the only way to follow the action is by tuning in to Motorsport UK TV, brought to you by Alpha Live. Well, good morning everyone and welcome to Wilton Mill. Like we were saying there, it is event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, but also it is the E Plate and O Plate for Rotax and Honda Cadet. Well, the weather this morning was certainly very interesting. It was a cold, interesting morning, lots of fog in the air, but that has lifted and the sun is starting to break through the clouds now. We're certainly looking forward to this one. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Ailey McNaughton joining me in the commentary box for the first time. Ailey, yep. Well, welcome to Wilton Mill. This is your first time here as well.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning. It's my first time at Wilton Mill track and I'm really excited. It looks like a really demanding track for the drivers, but like you said in your intro, they've got a lot of experience here, so it should make for some really good racing. It
certainly should make for some good racing. Yeah, Wilton Mill, a very fabulous circuit. Here's a look at it. 1,200 metres in total, 12 turns, 26 feet of elevation. That will, of course, be the run from Oblivion up to Christmas Corner, the first major braking zone on the circuit, the main pinch point that the drivers will face. Established in 1991, it's just fractionally older than me, which is nice. I like that. There's a look at the weather that you're going to have over the course of the day. It's, well, I would say it's more broken clouds over the course. It's going to be actually a very, very nice day, reaching those 20 degrees. Perfect conditions for racing. Certainly looking forward to this one, and it is a calm, still day as well. There is no wind out there. It is going to make for very interesting racing. Slipstream will be in effect here. The main slipstream you will get is through the first corner of Oblivion and then up to Christmas Corner. You can get a good dive down the inside into that corner, but yeah, it will be very, very interesting. Over the course of the day, though, we have got many races, 16 in total races over the course of the day. Many races were had yesterday for all of the classes. There is still one more qualifying heat to go, and that will be for the Bambino category. They'll be race 16, their heat 2. They'll go straight into their pre-final later on today. Then we go into the pre-finals for everyone. Micromax, Honda Cadet, Minimax, Junior TKM, TKM Extreme, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax before we go to the lunch break at the end of the day, and then we go into the finals, kick-starting with Bambinos. They are due to start at 1:30 this afternoon. So if you do want to stick around for that one, just set your alarms for 1:30. But before then, we've got plenty of exciting races ahead of us. Now, Yesterday, during the Paddock show, which you'll be able to watch during the lunch break on this one, we spoke to many drivers. And again, I thought the atmosphere in the Paddock was actually quite a nice one. What did you think?
Yeah, a lot of the drivers are here as privateers this weekend, so it's a little bit of a different setup. So it's interesting to see how they operate by themselves and maybe have a little bit more focus on driving style and setup and how they work with their individual mechanics in their smaller teams.
Because we've not got a great deal of our regular drivers in this one. So there's a lot of new drivers coming into this one. And remember, for Bambino and TKM, this is still a championship round. They still have championship points up for grabs, and it is still very close in those championships at the moment. But in the Rotax and the Honda Cadet, this is a one-off weekend. For Rotax, it's the E Plate. I don't think we've had an E Plate for quite a while. We've had Rotax O Plates very recently, but the E Plates, I think we've not had for quite a while. The same with the Honda Cadet for their O Plates. That I don't think they've had an O Plate for a while as well. So yeah, it's certainly making for very interesting readings of previous winners on that one. As you can see, the grid is getting ready to go, and we'll be going with our first race very shortly. So, yesterday, while we were walking around in the paddock, you bumped into a certain Spencer Brougham, who, if I'm right in saying, is the only driver in a CRG. Let's see what he had to say yesterday.
Can you just introduce yourself for me and tell me what class you race and how long you've been racing for?
Spencer Brougham, senior Rotax number 65. I've raced about 6-7 years now.
And what's your goals for this weekend?
Well, obviously it'd be nice to come away with the E Plate, but just here, have fun, see what we can do. We'll hopefully get the win, but we'll have to see.
And how's the practices been going so far? How's the track feeling?
Yeah, track's really fast. Flat record pace, really. The pace has been good, top 5 all weekend so far, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Amazing. Well, good luck this weekend.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Good to hear there from Spencer Brougham, who is looking primed and ready for this one. We'll see him out on track later on today, racing in the other classes. But right now, the Bambino engines have fired up on the dummy grid just behind our commentary position here in the clubhouse. Amazingly, we can hear them still, despite the fact that we've got our cans on and we are all talking. So we are looking forward to this one. We are ready to get going for, though, the first race. Let's take a look then at what is coming up very soon. The grids will be on your screen in just a moment's time. But we were talking about these Bambinos. They are tiny, they're mighty, they're quick, and your favourite thing that you were talking about yesterday was the little bounce as they break away. Here we go. Here we are in the commentary box. Hello, everyone, joining us this weekend. But yeah, looking forward to the Bambinos. Like I say, they've got no pre-final. They've just got their 2 heats, and then they've got their final later on today. In the championship, relatively close still in Bambinos. There's only 10 points between the top 2 in this one, Harry Chapman and Rex Pooley. Those two very close in terms of yesterday, though. Rex Pooley, 4th, he starts in this race after he finished 2nd yesterday. And then where is Harry Chapman in this one? Starting a little further behind. He's actually starting this one P5 and finishing 3rd in his first race yesterday. So again, the championship very close. Next race, though, is coming up. It's Bambino. It's race 16. It's heat 2. It's coming up next. Here we go then for the first race of the day, race 16, heat 2 for Bambino. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Ronnie Kempston and Mason Hibbert, they go from the front row. Kempston 5th and Hibbert 4th yesterday. Algar, who took his first win yesterday as well, he starts alongside Rex Pooley. Harry Chapman and Logan Hodgetts round out the top 6 on row number 3.
And then on row 4, we've got Alex Marshall, Felix Tandy, and rounding out the grid is William Wainwright.
Nice, small, compact grid, but still the Bambinos will give us an exciting race. They always do. It was very close yesterday. It was a good old race that they had in their first heat of the day. Like we were saying, it was Henry Algar who took the win. He gained 2 places from Rex Pooley and Harry Chapman. It was actually Ronnie Kempston who started further up the field. He did not have a good race, unfortunately. He dropped down 4 positions. He finished that one in P5. There were no penalties, and the top 3 crossed the line by less than half a second between each other. So, if that's an insight of how close this race is going to be, it certainly shows that it will be.
Don't underestimate the Bambinos.
Exactly. You can never underestimate the Bambinos. They give us an absolutely brilliant race. Well, they get a standing start as well. So that will be always an exciting one that we see as the drivers try to find their grid slots there, which is good. Always an exciting time. And we're about to see the famous bob up and down in the seats that we ever so much enjoy, don't we? Well, here we go then. The Gunnies get cleared off the grid. They can help out get them into their grid slots, but they can't stay on the grid, understandably, for the starting procedure as we get going for this one. It's the end of formation and the first race of the day here on Sunday before their final. Let's see who's going to be starting on pole for that final as the lights go out and off they go down and towards turn number 1. Nice start, and there's the famous bubble that we're talking about there as they break away. Great start from Kempston there, though, as he gets a early hold on that lead. He holds on to that one as they go through the first corner, up now in towards Christmas corner. And here we go. How wide are we going to go? We've seen 3, 4, 5 wide in the past. How wide are we going to go this weekend?
Harry Chapman's looking to move up from P5. He's holding on to the back of P4 there.
He's holding on for the time being. Yeah, nice little breakaway, though, for the top 3 as they break away. So still good to see from everyone that they've had a nice, good start. Rex Pooley up to 3rd as well. So you can see him there in the all-white cut, the number 31, just going through your shot. But a nice clean breakaway for the top 5 as everyone just tries to find their piece of track. Again, very, very fast track, this one, for the Bambinos. 90% of the lap, they're borderline flat out. You'll find that they will tap the brake. Here we go into the boot section for the first time, into the final complex of corners. And looking down the inside there goes Henry Algar, not able to make it done. He stays there in P4. So the drivers head across the line. And this is how they line up. It's Kempston from Hibbert, then it's Pooley, Algar, Chapman from Marshall, Wainwright, Hodgetts and Tandy round out the field. And everyone getting a relatively decent start on this one. Here comes the slipstream train again as Algar looks to the inside going in towards Christmas corner and just thinks against it, not going to do it as, well, it looked like Chapman there was going to go for the move through the kink, and he thinks against it as well. But a nice breakaway then for these top 5. They're looking very comfortable there.
Yep. Few checks over their shoulders, but they're pulling away from the pack, definitely, this top 5.
Yeah. 100%. They're just finding that rhythm. And, you know, even at this young age, to see drivers racing so close to each other as well, it is very, very... It's excellent to watch because, I mean, look at them, absolutely bumper to bumper going into the boot section. A little bit wide there for Mason Hibbert as he's under pressure now as we go 3 wide into the final corner. That's never going to work. They sort it out, and through goes Harry Chapman, and he goes up into P4 now. Henry Algar back down into P5 now. So again, these drivers will have to dial it in just that little bit more, but everyone looking comfortable there. And crucially, Ronnie Kempston, who started this one on that front spot, maintains that lead and is not doing anything brash in terms of defending. He's just staying on his racing line, and a bit of a chink in the armoury there as they go side by side as Chapman now tries to get another position, and he does, and he's up to P3.
Yeah, he's had a good start to the race, picking his way through the positions. And we were talking yesterday about the confidence and the speed that they go into these corners with, especially around Wilton Mill, the last sector of that track, when they go around the boot onto the start-finish straight. So much speed, and even the Bambinos, no slowing down. No, exactly that. They no fear in a Bambino. I think that's what they talk about here. Once again, 3 wide as we go down. As down the inside now, it's Henry Algar. And he moves back up into 3rd place now. And, well, a bit of a hand up there for Rex Pooley, just saying, what's going on? I'm not impressed at all. I want to get back up to my original starting spot. Here we go then. Well, defensive straight away there for Algar. He's going to hold that inside line. He's going to try to go down the inside as that's a cut that's stopped. That's the number. Alex Marshall.
It is, yeah, Alex Marshall, who unfortunately has come to a stop there at the exit of Pitts Bend. That's on the start-finish straight, so hopefully they can get that cleared away before these drivers make their way back round. But a fantastic fight here for the top 5. But crucially, Kempston still leading the way. Actually, no, is it Algar now? No, it is, yeah, it's Henry Algar who actually leads the way. So Kempston's dropped down. So there's been a big change there on that lap. So that is a fantastic lap there for Henry Algar, who's now all the way at that top spot. And now he's controlling this race. Can he try and pull away?
Well, Harry Chapman's managed to move up from P5 to P2, so he'll be thinking now that he can get the win. Make sure he maintains that P1 spot for his championship.
Yeah, exactly that. Let's see what he can do then. Once again, top 4 now starting to break away. They are losing the 77 of Mason Hibbert just behind. So keep a very close eye, make sure he can close that gap back up. He doesn't want to lose touch with them. Remember in this one, no pre-final for the Bambinos. After this race, it'll be straight into their finals at near the end of the day. Everyone running a little bit wide there, out of Ashby. Into Wilkins now, and down into Osiers. No overtaking opportunities just here. And again, all is looking relatively calm with the Bambinos in their race here. No real dramas for the drivers. They're all just doing what they need to be doing. But again, I can't stress how close they are out in circuit with just bumper to bumper, isn't it?
Rex Pooley is really trying to hold on to that top 2, but corner by corner it's changing and he's falling away. So, yeah, very close.
Yes, he'll see if he can try and maintain that one all the way throughout. So, yeah, you can see the different driving styles there as Rex really kind of throws his body into it and tries to gain as many of the positions as he can. Again, defensive down into Christmas corner when holding that tighter line. So this will give Ronnie Kempston just that little bit more opportunity to really decide his racing line here. If Kempston, or if the top 3 all dive to the inside at Christmas, he could effectively go to the outside line. He goes to the inside line here through Wilkins, and he goes wheel to wheel with the Rex Pooley, and he gets it. Yep, nicely done, signed, sealed, and he goes through. So no dramas there whatsoever for Rex Pooley. And he gains another position, or loses another position there, I should say, down into P4. That's crucially allowed these two to break away, though, Algar and Chapman, and they are inseparable at the moment as they go back over the start-finish line. And again, they'll just be pushing each other along for as much as they can. Still 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap of this race, and just see what they can do. Like you're saying, very close in the championships between Chapman and Pooley. Pooley now on the back foot, being there in P4. So keep an eye on this one as they now make their way back up into Christmas corner. And again, all the way throughout this race, we see the Bambinos, they always kind of go like 2 by 2 when they race. And again, we can't stress the age of these drivers, so young, as they use all the track and a little bit more out of Ashby corner. I can suspect they forgive them for that one. I don't think they understand what a brake is just as of yet, and they try to carry as much speed.
It's impressive how well they can read the racing and learn from the higher classes, because like you say, they already know the tricks of the trade and latching on to the other drivers.
Pushing each other along and not scrapping for position every single corner, which you'll find some of the senior drivers would actually do more than what these drivers do. I think the seniors could learn a thing or two from the Bambinos with just latching onto the back of a driver and pushing each other along, and that's what we see. And you'll find that these drivers, mechanics or the parents or anything, will be at the sidelines, giving them the little, the hand gestures that we need, like overtake or push, or nice and smooth the steering wheel. There's always different sorts of hand gestures that the teams would give at the sidelines. Of course, in the Bambino category, none of these drivers are in teams. They're all privateers, and so there's no team orders, which is always nice. It's always just go for it and enjoy the racing. That's the beautiful thing about Bambino racing, I think.
Yeah. But actually, the top 2, Harry Chapman, Henry Algar, they have quite a tight battle for the championship lead at the moment, so they'll definitely be wanting to start at the front of the grid for their final this afternoon. And they're managing to pull away from the 2 behind them, Ronnie Kempson and Rex Pooley in 4th.
Yeah, not much happening there. Still battles happening further behind as well, not just in the top 4. Mason Hibbert still there in P5. William Wainwright is having a good race, up 3 positions up into P6. Logan Hodges still there in P7. Felix Tandy in 8th place at the moment. They are all running very, very well. Alex Marshall, unfortunately, the only retirement after doing 2 laps out on track. Here, further down in the order, is the number 28. This is Felix Tandy.
I think that...
Oh, no, it's 21, sorry. Yeah, it's William Wainwright that we're seeing here on your screen. And very nice bright livery there. You couldn't miss that from a mile away, could you?
makes our jobs a bit easier.
It does, despite the fact that I still got his cart number wrong earlier on.
Yeah.
So there we go. It says everything. And again, at this sort of stage, you know, these guys, everyone is on a learning curve here. Some of these drivers, it's their very first time in a kart, and you know, they're really, really pushing these karts as hard as they can and learning every single time. So many of these drivers, it will be their first time here at Wilton Mill. Not many will have done any laps around here. So each session that they do around it essentially is a brand new learning curve for them. So you know, you can forgive the fact that, yes, the back of the grid is fairly spread out, but again, these drivers very, very new to the sport, start from a very, very young age. But the top three here looking very, very close now. Algar, Chapman and Kempston. Kempston looking to the inside there, not able to get anything done as Algar and Chapman just close off that gap going up into Christmas corner. And again, check over the shoulder there for Algar. He's just sussing the situation, and a thumbs up there from Rex Pooley saying, yep, I'm doing great, don't worry about it. There we go, another check over the shoulder there just to see what's going on. I suspect Pooley's not in the worst position here whatsoever, because when these three start scrapping, which I suspect they might do going into the final lap, he might have an opportunity to close back up here.
Especially since Ronnie Kempston's been able to catch back up to the
well, yes, exactly
back of the top two.
Yeah, exactly that. And now you're starting to see some different racing lines coming in there, left, right and centre. So start to see those positions start to change now as we go on to the start-finish straight for the final lap. And are we going to see some different racing lines here? Are we going to see drivers switch to the outside? I suspect we might here, as looking to the inside. Chapman now gets a good run, and Kempston follows. Now, this is NASCAR at its finest, and that's unfortunately just put Algar right to the back of it. The slipstream there and the bump draft playing full effect, and look at the difference that they had.
He's managed to catch back up to them, so not a bad exit from that corner.
Yeah. Christmas corner all good, and now down the inside Ronnie Kempston goes for the move in towards Ashby, gets it done, and Algar comes back now side by side. Algar checks over the shoulder to see where Rex Pooley is. Pooley's not close enough just as of yet, and again two very different racing lines there from Chapman Kempston. Algar taking the tighter line on the exit of Wilkins. Now they exit out of Osiers into the boot section for the final time, and Kempston's going to go to the inside here, and he's going to look at it. Chapman holds on to the inside line actually. Keep an eye on Algar, he might get a switch back on both of them here as Pooley has closed in. It's going to be very, very close here, but Chapman looking comfortable at the exit, but it's going to be a run to the line. Kempston possibly. It is going to be Ronnie Kempston. It is going to be Ronnie Kempston across the line. Look at that. It was absolutely line astern between Chapman, Algar and Kempston. Look at that. 0.08 of a second separating the top three.
He's happy about that one.
Very happy about that one, isn't he, is Kempston? But what a little race that was. And again, they all save it to the last lap, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah, they like to keep us waiting. But Ronnie Kempston, he kind of fell out of the top three for a little bit there, but he managed to really pull it back when it mattered. Unfortunate for Henry Algar. He had a good last few laps and the fastest lap there, but just got caught out in that last moment with the different racing lines. Yep,
exactly that. Well, that's Ronnie Kempston's first win. It was a 5th place yesterday for Ronnie, so that's certainly a much better result for him today. Chapman, yesterday, he finished 3rd. Today, it's a 2nd, so he'll enjoy that one. And for Algar, it was a win yesterday. He can only best a 3rd place finish in this one, so he will finish in the top 3. Rex Pooley finishing in 4th place from Mason Hibbert, William Wainwright from Logan Hodges, Felix Tandy, and the only retirement, Alex Marshall, rounding out the top 9 out on track. Drivers make their way in. There's the small angry man, Dave Hillary, who will be there.
Didn't make any children cry today.
He didn't make any children. Well, not yet,
Still
anyway.
Early.
Yeah, no, he's the man who checks the nose cones and makes sure that they're all good. There you go. He heard us because there was the cheeky smile on his face. There you go. He does smile now and then. Not all the time, though. There we go. I think he's confused now. No,
Yeah.
he's fine. He's fine. He knows what he's doing. There we go. Well, the next race coming up in a few moments' time. Micromax UK will be the next race. That will be the first of the pre-finals. Between now and then, we do have a short break. And we might play an ad break now. So if we do have a break, we'll take a short ad break. We'll be back in a few moments' time. Stick with us. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the Bambino, their first heat and or first race of the day. Micromax UK, that's what's coming up next, race 17 for the pre-final. Looking forward for this one. Now, this is a one-off weekend for the Rotax category for Micromax, Minimax, Junior Max, and Senior Max. For Micromax, this will be the first ever E Plate. So whoever wins this one this weekend will be, well, crowned the first ever British E Plate champion in Micromax. So certainly looking forward to see who can get away with that one. And there's so many drivers in this grid who feel like they have the chance of that one. Yeah. Now, Emerson McAndrew-Uren has been one to keep an eye on this weekend. Qualified third, but he's had 2 race wins over the course of this weekend. So he's one to keep an eye on. But Oliver Spencer, the O Plate in Micromax, he put it on pole, and he's had 2 second place and 4th. There is, on your screen, Oliver Spencer, who's starting on the front row. Now, that cut there, Cian Bernard, the GP plate, qualified second, sounds like it's struggling to fire up, and there might be some troubles there for Cian Bernard as they try to sort out the connectors there under the steering wheel. You can just hear it's just turning over.
Not sounding good.
No, it's not, is it? So hopefully they can get that started up. Right, well, and speaking of the devil, it does start up. We're going to go for the grids now. Stay with us because the next race, Micromax, is coming up next. Here we go then for Micromax. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Starting on a pole position for this one. Double heat winner from yesterday and third in qualifying. Emerson McAndrew-Uren starts this one on pole position. Oliver Spencer starting alongside. Buddy Hugo, one of the privateers into this weekend, qualified 5th. He had a 5th and 3rd yesterday. Starts 3rd from Cian Bernard, who I think he has got his engine started. He's doing double duty this weekend on that second row. Mason Brooks and Sebastian Behrman, they go from row 3.
Then on row 4, we've got Arthur Farrow, Maximilian Abrahart. Row 5 is Leo Livings, Theo Bradshaw, and then row 6 we've got Akil Giannone and Ralph Rakaitis.
Packed grid for this one. 12 drivers in total for the first ever Micromax E Plate. And top of my head, £300 up for grabs for first place in this one, £150 for second place provided by Jag Rotax this weekend. So be curious to see who can get away with the nice chunk of change and the first ever E-Plate for this one. There is Chris Walker hiding in a tyre wall, his natural habitat at a karting circuit with a camera. There we go, getting some fabulous photos of all the drivers as they make their way around. Rolling start for this one, so drivers will have to make sure they are in order. Emerson McAndrew on the inside line going into Oblivion. Spencer on the outside. And, wow, there's Cian Bernard, who did get it started. Well, that's not really the full way of how you started, and I think they're going to be going around again. Yes, I'm not going to lie, Cian, I think you might be in a bit of trouble at the end of that one. Every driver has every right to go back into their original starting spot, but you have to do it before a certain point.
Yep.
And going into the final corner, going into the final corner into the tram lines, probably not the place to do it.
I respect that you gave it a go anyway.
Full respect.
Yeah.
Full respect to that one. So there we go. Hopefully he gets it back into his position. I think he's there now anyway,
yeah.
so he can at least focus and hold on to that one. That might change at the end of this one. But looking forward to this one because there are so many drivers, like we were saying. Buddy Hugo has been one that's impressed me. The privateer, not seen much of him. Doesn't race usually in the British Kart Championships. Obviously, this one is a one-off weekend for Buddy Hugo, and he's had some good results. He qualified 5th. He had a 5th in his first race and 3rd in his second. So really looking forward to seeing what he can do. It's the number 11 there that you can see. Actually, on the rookie numbers there, the black background with the white numbers. So really crucial to see what he can do in this one. Here we go then, back round into the boot section for the second time of asking. Everyone is in their correct position, and there is no late dives into the final corner. Let's see what will happen this time around. Remember, the run into Christmas is the pinnacle point. Here we go. Lights go green. Here we go down in towards turn 1. Good start then from Emerson McAndrew, and he holds on to the race lead. Spencer holds off Hugo Buddy as he slots into 3rd place. So it's a nice breakaway then for Emerson McAndrew, who breaks away up into the top. Defensive in the background there as Cian Bernard did not have a good start to his race. He has dropped down into about P5 now as he tries to recover back after that mishap at the start. There, the GP plate now back up to 4th. So he's all good, as the lone Argenti kart out there of Mason Brooks is up into P5 and is under pressure from the drivers behind. I believe Sebastian Behrman, one of the drivers, right on his tail.
And there's that investigation for Keane Bernard that you predicted.
Yeah, understandable there for Bernard. Hopefully he can have a good result in this one, so it doesn't bite him back too harsh. So, nice breakaways there, and a nice battle happening further back, being led by Mason Brooks for P5 from Behrman, Abrahart, Bradshaw, Livings, Farrow, Giannone and Rakaitis there at the back of the grid. They're having a good little scrap. It's still side by side for third place as well, as we go nearly 4 wide into Christmas corner here, and Brooks will just send it back down the inside. He loses 1, but he doesn't lose all 4. So down the inside there once more. There's Theo Bradshaw. Bradshaw, another driver doing double duties this weekend. Both of them doing Honda Cadet as well. So Keane Bernard and Theo Bradshaw both doing those Honda Cadet races as he comes back through out of Osiers, checks over the shoulder just to see that he has got Leo Livings just behind him. Mason Brooks now dropping down to P9. Brooks yesterday, best result was a 3rd. Worst result was a 6th place. So this would be his worst result at the moment, as Giannone goes down the inside, side by side there with Arthur Farrow. And Farrow just getting squeezed onto the runoff area there.
And that is the 37 of Sebastian Behrman. He's really trying to hold on to his P5, but it looks like Theo Bradshaw's managed to get the jump on him.
Yeah, he has, up to Christmas quarter. So Bradshaw now up into the top 5. And Sebastian Behrman, who I believe is the cousin of Oliver Behrman, who's obviously a very known Formula driver out in the world. And yes, he's having a good run in this one. Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it's his cousin. I could be wrong though. Someone could correct me if I am wrong. Back here, though, at the sharp end, and a change for the lead, because Oliver Spencer now has taken the lead of this one from Emerson McAndrew, and those two are starting to break away. So keep a very close eye on this one, because these two have been absolutely nose to tail throughout this weekend. But it has been Emerson McAndrew who has won both the races this weekend. This would be the first time that Spencer will be able to top Emerson McAndrew. The only time he did top it was when qualifying. So he only qualified pole for Spencer. But in the heats, it's not gone his way. Right now, it is going in the way of him, as Keane Bernard is there in 3rd, is actually starting to close in with the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, he's going to let them battle out and then come in and collect the pieces, I think. He's in a good position, considering some stressful troubles potentially at the start. So only 0.7 seconds behind the top 2. Not a bad gap at all for Keane Bernard. No,
Maximilian Abrahart now with the fastest lap of the race, 51.21 for the RCE team. He's right at the back of this train. You can see now he's pushing along there. Leo Livings down the inside up into Christmas corner. And unfortunately, both of them not able to get the move done. Sebastian Behrman still holding on to that 6th place spot right now, as he's trying to do, well, he's trying to do the best of both here. He's trying to attack Buddy Hugo, and he's trying to defend from Leo Livings. So at the moment, he's in a bit of a hard time there, isn't he?
Yeah, and that midfield battle is really quite tight. There's 5 of them that are within about a second of each other. So it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out over the next few laps. Rounded out. Oh, there's Keane Bernard.
Yeah, Keane Bernard there in 3rd place, and again, another fastest lap of the race. He is closing in, is down the inside there. Max Abrahart again looking to the inside of Oblivion. Again, you can overtake through there, but it's a risky one to overtake around a flat-out corner that's got a single racing line. So, yeah, it's not recommended to do that, but he certainly did give it a go. Sebastian Behrman getting past Buddy Hugo now. He's moved up into P5 as we watch this battle for the race lead. Spencer still leading from Emerson McAndrew, and I've got to say, Keane Bernard is closing in. These two have not got the full outright pace of this one. Keeping an eye on the sector times, last lap was 51.2, 51.27, 51.1 for Keane Bernard. So he was a full 10th faster on that last lap alone, and nearly in every sector he has been just that fraction faster as well. So we look looking like we could have a three-way battle here. Yeah. Remember, the finishing order from this race determines the starting grid for the final. So it is crucial that you want to be on that inside row, really, isn't it, in towards turn 1?
Yeah. So although Theo Bradshaw has a little bit of a gap to the top 3, it's not a disaster for him to be in that position.
Emerson McAndrew retaking the lead as well in this one, so he's got back past Spencer, and I think that was smart from Emerson McAndrew because he could see that Bernard was closing in, so Kean Bernard now latched on to the back of these two.
Yeah.
This is a 3-car battle for the lead, and started to spread out in the background there as well. Bradshaw on his own from Behrman, Hugo from Aberhart, Livings, Farrow, Giannone up into 10th place, but is received a warning flag earlier on, did Achille Giannone, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. Ralph Rakaitis and Mason Brooks still rounding out the field. Mason Brooks not having a good run in this one. The Argenti Motorsport driver, this will be his worst result as Buddy Hugo there getting another position, moving past Max Aberhart through turn 1, getting that done. Back with the lead. And still, a bit of a lock up there from Oliver Spencer. Just pushing.
Bernard's looking hungry now. He thinks that he can get past these ones.
Well, after that lock up there from Spencer,
he's right
on his tail, yeah, and he's thinking, right, that's a show of weakness there. If Spencer's locking up, he's under pressure. So Kean Bernard may take full opportunity of this one. But again, looks like he's dropped back a little bit there, and he's just waiting to see what happens. Back over the start-finish line they go. And off the track, oh dear, there is Buddy Hugo. Buddy Hugo, who has had a brilliant weekend, unfortunately now lies broken at the side of the circuit. An absolute disaster for the privateer driver, now topping to the bottom of the lead. And actually, I think
Leo Livings
he went with Leo Livings. Yep. Yeah, Leo Livings also drops down the order. Well, actually, now it's just crossed the line, I think. So Leo Livings still going around, but both of them, I think, may have had a coming together out in circuit.
I won't mention the commentator's curse, but that's all I'll say.
I mean, I did mention that Buddy Hugo was having a fabulous weekend, and then not one lap later, he does, stand at the side of the circuit broken down. So that is unfortunate. Yes, I will blame myself for that one.
Yeah.
Right now in this one, though, still the same at the front. No change for the top 3. As, again, Spencer looking to the inside, gets it done through turn 1. Bold move there, and now here comes Kean Bernard, who's down the inside, side by side with Emerson McAndrew. Urin's got the pace, though, but hasn't got the track position.
That was exactly what Kean Bernard was waiting for.
Yeah.
For them to start scrapping, and there he goes up into P2.
And the communication there as well to Emerson McAndrew saying, right, let's now close that gap. Let's close back up to Spencer. They've got a minute and a half to do it, plus the 1 lap. So there is a couple of laps left in this race, and they're still right on his tail. So this race still far from over. So smart driving there for Bernard. But remember, he is under investigation. And there it is. A 5-second time penalty going out to Kean Bernard. So he will see that now when he crosses the start-finish line. It'll be up there on the digiboard. And his hand goes up. There it is on your screen. So now that effectively means that Spencer's leading this one from Emerson McAndrew. But crucially right now, the gap behind Theo Bradshaw is only 3.6 seconds further down the road. And crucially, Maximilian Aberhart is only 4.3 seconds further down the road. So
Bernard will really be hoping that Oliver Spencer gets a move on and they can build that gap up to 5 seconds.
Yes.
But only a few laps left.
I think
that's going to be a tall task.
Well, yeah, I think right now, Kean Bernard just needs to try and push Spencer along there. If he starts battling with him, he'll lose time. So he just needs to keep pushing all the way if he wants to try and hold on to at least a top 3, because right now he'll be going down to P5 at the end of this one, because Maximilian Aberhart, with another fastest lap of the race, is actually closing the gap. So this is actually falling away from Kean Bernard as, again...
And Maximilian Aberhart just doing the fastest lap, so that second group's starting to push up towards P4, which is Theo Bradshaw.
Yeah, exactly that. So just keep a very, very close eye on those gaps, because right now, I mean, you've got a feel for Kean Bernard. He's had a fabulous weekend, but a penalty, an in-race penalty as well. That's undisputable as well. So he will have that all the way throughout. And I think, you know, Emerson McAndrew, now that he's seen that, he doesn't need to attack here. He can just stay there. He knows he's in second place. The chances of him,
you know, losing a second place and falling way down the order if he tries battling. The risk is way too high, isn't it?
Yeah, and he'll be looking for that good start for the final this afternoon.
Oof. I say that, they're still going to scrap away as now Keir Bernard has actually broken into the lead now. So
he's going to do it himself.
Essentially now what they're doing here, wheel to wheel, is Oliver Spencer and Emerson McAndrew are battling for the race lead here, as now Emerson McAndrew retakes second place and effectively the race lead with that 5-second time penalty to Keir Bernard, who has broken away. Instantly goes defensive, does McAndrew and Spencer not able to follow. Spencer saying, right, keep going, push, push, push. But there's really no need. You are battling for the race lead here, but keep an eye on that gap because now Keir Bernard has broken away. He's nearly got 5 seconds from Bradshaw and Max Eberhardt right now, hasn't he?
That was probably the best decision in hindsight. Actually, Keir Bernard's been able to really take off from those top two, and they're wheel to wheel again.
Yep.
Oliver Spencer and McAndrew
into the final corner, and it's going to be Spencer across the line. Well, it says McAndrew across the line. It now updates. Now says Spencer across the line. And because that gap only 1.9 seconds between themselves and Keir Bernard, it would be Spencer who would take the win from Emerson McAndrew on the paper.
Look at that gap that Keir Bernard was able to build.
1/1000th of a second clear. And then, just holds on to P3, does Keir Bernard, doesn't he?
Yeah.
By the skin of his teeth.
You have to give it to him. That was a very impressive comeback.
Very, very good. I think he knew exactly what he was doing there when he went for the overtake, just saying, right, I've got to get past, I've got to do this, I've got to try and open up that gap. And he did exactly that. Well, Keir Bernard would take the win on track, but with that in-race 5-second time penalty, he will drop back to P3 from Spencer, Emerson McAndrew. Then it would be Keir Bernard. Then Theo Bradshaw holding on to P4. Brilliant race. 6 positions gained from Maximilian Eberhardt. Sebastian Behrman starts this race in P6. He finishes it in P6. Arthur Farrow doing exactly the same, starting in P7, finishing in P7. Akil Giannone, who did get a warning flag in that race, does finish in P8 after gaining 3 positions from Ralph Rackets, also gaining 3 positions. Mason Brooks finishing in 10th place from Leo Livings. Hugo Buddy, the only retirement from the race, but still very, very close. And a fantastic drive from all of our drivers there, but very, very close there between Spencer and Emerson McAndrew. Technically, there was only 1/1000th of a second between them as they crossed the line.
Yeah.
How close do you want to get?
I'm sure they're going to be a little bit frustrated by that when they look at the timing sheets. It really was wheel to wheel over the line there. But good battle, switching back and forth throughout.
Very, very good battle indeed. Right, we're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere because the next race is coming up soon. It's time to see what can happen in the O Plate because it will be Honda Cadet for the GX200s. They'll be coming up next. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we have our front row in this one, which is Kean Bernard and Theo Bradshaw, who were just out in that last race.
Very impressive.
Very impressive. They got their legs on as well.
Yeah.
So they're quick on track. They're quick in park thermo with their legs. Honda Cadet then, GX200, they are coming out next. This is the British O Plate, the championship for this one. Looking forward to seeing what they're doing this one. There has been some questions in the chat saying, what is this? We don't have things like this. In the UK, we have the British Kart Championships, and that gives the drivers the 1 to 10 seeds out there where you can run the 1, 2, 3, depending on where you finish in the championship. But for these events, they are one-off events where you can get another seeded number. The O Plate, the E Plate, there's the Scottish S Plate, there's a Welsh Plate as well, which I'm trying to remember what it is at the top of my head. I can't quite remember. Then you have the GP Plate as well, which is what you saw Kean Bernard using in that previous race. That is the Kart Masters Grand Prix Plate, which you can use over the course of this one. And each club meeting has their own special plate that they can use, but they can only be used at the club.
Okay.
These are Motorsport UK registered plates where you can use anywhere in a Motorsport UK paddock. So, yes, they are a great thing to own because it'd be like, I am the Open champion, I am the O Plate, you know, or I am the English champion, I am the E Plate. So, yeah.
Bit of a badge of honor as you go around the circuit.
Yeah, badge of honor. Some say a target. I don't believe that one bit where they say, oh, there's the O Plate.
But all the most successful racers have them, so
exactly,
that's okay.
Exactly. In previous years, Connor Duncan took the O Plate. This is, of course, just the pre-final. Later on, it will be the final. Sebastian Bloch, also that one as well. Let's take you through the starting lineup, though, as the drivers make their way out onto track. Here we go then, quickly run through this one. Kean Bernard and Theo Bradshaw start this one on the front row, both of them doing double duties. Kean Bernard taking both race wins yesterday in this class. Ollie Thompson and Ryan White, who put it on pole yesterday, they start on the second row. Ashley Haas and Ralphie Branscombe round out row number 3.
On row 4, we've got Max today, Connor Winfield. Row 5 is Ronnie Smart and then Kean Sullivan. And rounding out row 6, we've got Freddie Wall and Ed Spain.
Further back on the grid, Lewis Gilbert, not to be confused with the other Lewis Gilbert, who is a senior driver, with Jack Cope and Albie Smith. Emsy Rosie round out the field. So a packed grid on this one, 16 drivers in total. The busiest race we'll see on track so far this weekend. The busiest one that we will see, it will be the juniors. But, of course, another standing start for this one, 4-stroke. They can have a stationary standing start. They always give us a good one. And, well, that's not gone too well. And
Ryan White.
Yeah, Ryan White, the driver who put it on pole position yesterday, had a 7th and a 3rd and will retire from the pre-final. That will mean he'll start at the back of the grid for the final later on today.
Not the start that he would have wanted, especially considering that pole position.
Oh, yes,
so
indeed.
Unfortunate for Ryan White.
Very unfortunate, and that will mean there'll be a gap there, which will give Ralphie Branscombe a nice clear run going into turn number 1 here.
Christmas has come early for Branscombe.
It really
I
has.
was thinking, that looks nice.
There's a nice clear bit of track in front of me. I'll take that. So, yeah, he'll be happy with that one. Not so much will Ryan White. So, hopefully we'll see him back out on track for the final later on today. You two drivers, though, at the front of this grid. It is a Zip Factory team front row lockout as Kean Bernard and Theo Bradshaw now will go wheel to wheel. Bradshaw's best result yesterday, 2nd. Bernard taking both the wins as the revs rise and the lights go out. Here we go. And again, the famous bobble that they get off the line to get them going. If anything, it'll have an equal and opposite reaction to what they do. But it's a good getaway from the second row. It looks like Ollie Thompson for the Project 1 racing team getting up into 2nd place and is going wheel to wheel there with Theo Bradshaw. Bradshaw going down the order now into P3 as everyone finding a piece of track to themselves. And it's a good start for the Honda Cadets as they make their way down in towards Ashby. Back to the inside here comes Bradshaw. And he goes for the lead and a spin in the back of the pack there. The 72 of Ed Spain goes round and he goes to near the back of the grid. And yeah, not the way you want to start the race. The cold tyres coming into play there.
Yeah.
So drivers once again holding on to position. And they're just trying to find and get everything up to temperature now as we saw that spin for Ed Spain there. And again, just that lock-up and looking to the inside there out of the final corner. Here comes Max today trying to get some moves done. Max Day, who is your driver of the day from Lark Hall as well, so he got a nice smattering of Wera Tools provided to him, of course, for this one, as again changed. Theo Bradshaw back down the inside. He retakes second place, and Ollie Thompson will have to now try to latch onto the back here. Here's the battle for fourth place.
Branscombe did make the best of that start, but he's off onto the grass. Where does he come back in? Looks like I
think he only lost one place there.
One place, okay.
Yeah, so he was very, very lucky there, and now he's got the main pack right behind him now. So it's Max Today who's gone up into P4 now. Branscombe from Ashley Haas, Ronnie Smart from Freddie Wall. Kean Sullivan there in 9th place from Connor Winfield. Jack Cope, Lewis Gilbert, Emily Rosie, Albie Smith and Ed Spain at the back of the grid. Kim Bernard, though, leading the way, and with the fastest lap of the race, he's opened up a half-a-second gap now to Bradshaw. Those two will have to try and work together, Bradshaw and Thompson.
Max today will be looking to close up that gap because he's got the... Oh, there's a spin.
Ronnie Smart.
Ronnie Smart is off on the grass, but he manages to get it going again.
Yeah, very lucky there for Ronnie Smart.
Back down in last, though, so he'll need to make his way back through the pack.
Yeah, not what he'll want to see. So hopefully he can recover a little bit back from that one. 7.5 minutes to go in this race as we keep an eye on the field. There's your top three going through. There's fourth of Max Today, Branscombe, Ashley Haas, Wall and Sullivan very close out there. The 21 and the 26 for 7th and 8th. They are line astern at the moment. There's the back of the grid. Albie Smith behind MZ Rosie, who is in 13th and 14th. They're having a good little scrap as well. There you can see some of the gestures at the side of the circuit. You were seeing there the smooth with the steering wheel. You're seeing the overtake and you're seeing the push. So you saw all three there in one.
I'm curious to know how well they can multitask and drive and look at the hand signals on the side of the track.
Well, I'm
very impressed.
Well, I asked a driver that question the other day, and they said, "Oh no, I don't pay attention to what's happening on the side at all.
I think it's to make the mechanics and the coaches feel a little better.
Yeah, I like to feel involved in the racing, so I'll do these hand gestures.
Because to me, it just looks like they're saying "go faster."
Yeah,
and you would think that that's the general message that they've got.
Yeah, but
I'm sure they appreciate the help.
Yes, yeah, indeed, because there's no in-helmet communication with the drivers at all or anything like that. Some of them have got the little dash on the steering wheel as well, but it only tells them, like sector times and deltas and things like that. So, yeah, drivers will have that one, but it won't tell them to overtake or anything like that. So it's all down to themselves here as the drivers running a little bit wide there out of oblivion, as you can see. Grid fairly spread out in the top section. This battle here, though, on your screen is Freddie Wall, Ashley Haas and Connor Winfield. This is 6th, 7th and 8th on your screens. Connor Winfield, who you caught up with in an interview earlier on in the weekend, has got a fabulous sticker on his engine. I won't repeat what it says, but it's along the lines
not family friendly, exactly.
It's on the line of send it on his engine. So, yes, it's certainly, hopefully, if he needs inspiration for that, all he needs to do is look down at his engine and then...
he needs to send it around Ashley Haas.
Yeah, but Haas is just holding on to that position in P7 for the time being. Bernard, once again, fastest lap of the race, 51.42, is not fully breaking away from Bradshaw. Bradshaw's kind of closing it in now, isn't it? So the top of them changing sort of fastest laps out there as we still see this battle here as Winfield is still unable to get the move done on Ashley Haas. Haas still doing a very good job there, trying to close up the gap to Freddie Wall. So everyone here fighting for that O plate.
Connor Winfield's really on the back of Ashley Haas there, though, looking to make the move in the next few corners, I would say.
Well, have to see what happens, because, again, not looking to the inside here at the moment is Connor Winfield. Lines up there, potentially could send a nose down the inside into the final corner. No, just hasn't got the waft out of the corner there and just stays in P8 out on circuit. So again, still very, very close between these two. Very wobbly NASA panel there. It's attached, so it's all fine. But yeah, so he's all good. 4.5 minutes to go, plus that one lap. And still, we watch that battle. The gap opening up again at the front. As Bernard said in another fastest lap of the race, the gap now opening up to more than half a second. And they've dropped Ollie Thompson now. That gap's opened up to 1.9 seconds. So Max today, Ollie Thompson are just having a nice calm race out there, aren't they?
Yeah. Ollie Thompson's possibly a little bit lonely, but I'm sure he's not complaining since Keane Bernard and Theo Bradshaw will inevitably be fighting out in the last few laps. He's in quite a good position at the moment to pick up whatever positions are left.
I mean, they might be able to battle if they're close enough, because again, the gap's still fluctuating. There's still half a second between the two of them.
Yeah.
But I still maintain on this battle here of Winfield and Haas. Haas still in front of Winfield as they go up once again into Christmas Corner. And you can see there from the drivers, their arms and the body kits and everything,
bouncy.
of how bumpy the circuit is here at Wilton Mill. It's very physical on the driver, isn't it?
Yeah, I definitely feel for the drivers like Keane Bernard and Theo Bradshaw who are doing the double duties over the different two classes. They've gone straight into another race. They'll definitely be hurting after these two.
Yeah. Okay, so Bernard, though, still fastest lap of the race. Still pushing it away. Bradshaw checks over the shoulder just to see where Ollie Thompson is. And as you can see, gap's still very, very large, so no drama there. It's literally just a two-horse race between these two Zip drivers. But the gap now 0.7 of a second, so Bernard's still just pushing.
Slowly building, slowly building.
Yeah, just going a little bit faster here, there, and everywhere. So let's see what happens. But Wilton Mill, a very demanding circuit on the drivers. And for these two, again, I've got to say, must be absolutely knackered.
Yeah.
But they're young drivers anyway, so if anything, I think they're all good. You just give them something.
They'll bounce back.
Exactly. You just give them sugar and they'll be going.
And considering they both have had decent results in the last race, I'm sure that's the motivation to keep them going.
Exactly.
Keane Bernard will be looking for a P1 in both on track.
Exactly that. So keep a close eye on that one. Back with the battle further back. And still the battles further down the order as well. In terms of other results out there, Keane Sullivan for the Ambition Motorsport qualified P5 out there, currently running in P9, so he's just behind this battle as well. So Sullivan, who had a good pace in qualifying, it doesn't seem to have found that one here, as these two have closed back up now onto Freddie Wall. So Freddie Wall is not out of danger yet. Wall, who is in P6, not going defensive just yet, staying on the normal racing line, and runs a little bit wide there out of Ashby. That may give Ashley Haas an opportunity to send it down the inside. Not close enough just yet. And I think what Connor Winfield's doing there, just hanging back just that little bit.
This is maybe what he needs. He wasn't able to get by on pace while he was stuck behind Ashley Haas, but if those two are fighting it out, he will be in a good position.
Yeah.
And Theo Bradshaw as well setting the fastest lap, so he's really closed up that gap again to only 0.35 seconds. So he saw that growing and he said, I'm going to stick with you, Keane.
Yep. Winfield creating his own racing line out of the final corner there, running very wide onto that really bumpy part of the circuit. And now we're starting to see some defensive moves here. So Freddie Wall going defensive into Christmas Corner. That's closed everyone back up once more. And keep an eye, because Keane Sullivan and Jack Cope could be closing in as well, as Ashley Haas running slightly wide out of Ashby again, just hitting that exit curb, going very bumpy. 30 seconds left on the board. We will get the last lap board at the end of the next one.
Max today has also just moved up to P3. So good move for him.
And the battle for the lead as well has closed down to 0.2 of a second. So Theo Bradshaw has certainly found something, and he's pulled the pin here, and he has closed right in on Keane Bernard. Look at this now on the final lap of the race. So it certainly shows that, yes, you can just maintain the pace over the course of the race, but then it's just finding that 10th here, that 10th there.
He's been saving it up for when it matters.
Exactly.
And this last lap battle should be good between the top two.
It should be very good. The slightly different liveries there for the Zip team. The Zip team like to do that. They've got slightly different liveries for each of their drivers, and there you can see the slightly brighter one for Theo Bradshaw, as the two of them now absolutely line astern as they go into the boot section for the penultimate time. As they cross the line, they'll see the last lap board, and I suspect we might see something here from Bradshaw if he's got the fastest lap of the race again. He crosses the line, he still holds on to the fastest lap. I don't think he's improved on that last lap. No, his last lap there was a little bit slower, but still very, very close. No move going into Christmas Corner, possibly into Ashby.
Let's have a look and see. It was definitely heads down from Keane, so he's looking for any extra pace that he can get. He knows that Bradshaw's right on his tail.
But the two teammates here, I don't suspect they will battle too hard, because, of course, Well, no, they are going to battle too hard because down the inside will go Theo Bradshaw and he will squeeze his teammate off the track. And, well, Guillaume Bernard goes off the circuit, collects a load of grass with him. Well, for him, he'll only tumble down to second. He was very lucky on that one. So Bradshaw will say that, no, I would like the win on this one. I would like to start on pole. And he celebrates across the line. He will take that spot.
I'm not sure if Keane will agree with the lucky part, but yeah, you're right. He only fell to second, so not a bad result for him overall. And then we've got Max today coming in third across the line.
So there was the battle further down the order as well between Freddie Wall, Ashley Haas and Conor Winfield. That did not change. They stayed in the same position. So it would be Bradshaw from Bernard. Then it would be today from Thompson. Branscombe will finish in P5 from Wall. Ashley Haas finishing in P7. Conor Winfield from Kieran Sullivan. Jack Cope, Ed Spain, Lewis Gilbert, Albie Smith and Ronnie Smart rounding out the top 14. MZ Rosie and Ryan White will round out the order. Ryan White, the only retirement not starting the race. Unfortunately, the driver who put it on pole position in qualifying will start at the back of the grid for the final. That should certainly make it interesting because I'd like to see where Ryan White
hopefully he'll be able to make his way through the field. We'll provide some interesting moves this afternoon.
Yes, I'm sure it will be. There's the remainder of your grid there. But Bradshaw taking the win. Certainly a good result then for Honda Cadet in their O Plate battle. Only one of them can be crowned the Honda Cadet O Plate in 2023. And it will be the first O Plate with the new regulations as well. In previous times, the Honda Cadets would have been running on the 160 engines. This is the first year running on the GX200s. So this will be the first O Plate. That will be one for that one. And there we can see the nose cone penalties coming in thick and fast. And that looks to me like Lewis Gilbert, the privateer, getting that 5-second time penalty. We're going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere because Minimax 950 will be coming up next. Here we go, Minimax coming up next in just a moment's time. Looking forward to this one, the 950s. This will certainly be an interesting one. Jacob Ashcroft looking to be the favourite going into this weekend. Pole position in qualifying, 2 race wins yesterday as well. And there was a very interesting theme that we saw over the course of this way. So take us through it.
So we've got most of the top 6 contestants who have finished in the exact same position in their heats. So Jacob Ashcroft finishing P1 in both races, Will Green in P2 in both heats, Finlay Lyons in P3 in both heats. We've got Charlie Wolfett P5 and P5, John Richardson P6 and P6, and then Stanley Clark P7 and P7. So very consistent weekend for everyone across the board.
Very consistent weekend. And don't be alarmed, people thinking that, well, that means there has been no overtaking or anything like that.
No,
they gained positions.
They just ended up in the same place.
They just ended up in the same place at the end of both of them, which is quite incredible. Finlay Lyons has been impressing me on this one as well. The other Zip factory driver has gained 4 places in both of his qualifying heats, so he's put himself up into 3rd for the pre-final. He qualified 7th, so that's a really good starting position for him. The same with Charlie Wolfett, qualified 6th, so he's gained 2 positions from his qualifying heats. He finished 5th in both of his, so yeah, he starts this one in P4 as well. Essentially, it's going to be it's more a battle between Ashcroft and Will Green here, because they've been 2nd and 1st in everything. Will Green was 2nd in qualifying and then 2nd in both the races. Ashcroft 1st in qualifying and 1st in everything. So those two really are going to be kind of like tooth and nail here all the way throughout the weekend. So really curious to see what's going to happen in this pre-final. And again, this will determine the grid for the pre-final later on, the final later on today. Let's take you through the starting lineup. The next race coming up next, it is Minimax 950, race 19. Here we go then, let's take you through the starting lineup for Minimax 950, race 19, the pre-final for the 2023 British E Plate. Here we go, Jacob Ashcroft and Will Green then start this one on the front row. Finlay Lyons and Charlie Wolfett. On row 2, John Richardson and Stanley Clark. They round out row number 3.
On row 4, we've got Katie Donaldson, Thomas Hill. Row 5 is Charles Kitely, Ilya Velico. Then row 6, we've got Logan Lauder, Ella Lucia.
Zach Starbuck and Thomas Butcher round out row 7. Harris Alley rounds out the 8 rows. 15 karts in this one. And again, looking forward to seeing what happens because, well, already those two are starting to already battle with each other on the formation lap here. Ashcroft and Will Green, who have broken away. And Will Green there really pushing those tyres, trying to warm them up as best as they possibly can. I am curious to see what Finlay Lyons can do in this one because he's in a good starting spot here now. And crucially, he's got the inside line going into the first kink crook and then into Oblivion. Technically, he's got the outside line, but if he can get the good run through the inside, it should be good. But he has got Charlie Wolfett alongside, and Charlie is a very, very talented driver as well. So this is going to be a close one. As far as my intel can suggest in Minimax, I can only find 2 winners from my archives. Oakley Pryor in 2016 and Owen Byatt in 2014-15 winning the Honda Cadet O Plate. And that may be more for that one as well in fewer years as well. I just can't find the results for it just yet. I ran out of time this morning. But yeah, curious to see what's going to happen in this one. Looking forward to it as the drivers make their way into the tram lines. Another rolling start. Lights go green. Here we go then, down towards turn 1. Nice start from Ashcroft once again, holding on to that lead. Lines up into 2nd place. He gets full advantage of having that inside row, and he holds on to that one. He's got his fellow Zip factory driver just behind as well. John Richardson also getting a good start, and off the track there goes the 132 off the track. That is John Richardson. And, oh, dear me, so just getting squeezed out of the pack there, and off the track goes the 151 as well, and that's Stanley Clark. Stanley Clark and a lot of debris on the circuit, yes. So hopefully the marshals might clear that up a bit, or it will be cleared up when the karts next come back around.
Well, that was 2 of the drivers that I'd marked that had made really good progress in their
commentator's curve. Okay. So if you mark down as doing well on Ailey's paperwork, then yes, well, all the best to you out on track. So Crucially, though, good breakaway from Ashcroft and Lines. Where's Green? Green's there in 3rd place, so he's not dropped way down the order. He's only lost 1 position. Wolfett there in 4th place, and he's got Kitely just behind. Now, those 3 know how to work together, and I suspect they may close that gap up to Finley Lines and Jacob Ashcroft, but this is certainly looking good. Ashcroft going very wide there, and Finley Lines actually putting his hand up there going, well, hold on, that's completely off the track. Where's he going? So there you go. Even the drivers, you know, they're trying to force these track limits.
Police themselves, yeah.
Exactly. Understandable, though.
Yeah, because he's had a very good first lap up into P2, so he'll be wanting to make sure that he holds on to that any way possible.
Exactly. But,
and we've also got Stanley Clark and John Richardson. They made it back onto the track as well at the back.
Good. So at least no retirements from this race so far. And look how quick they're going again. This is the intermediate category on this one. So these aren't cadet drivers. They're the inter category. So a new category for 2023 as well, as again changes down the inside goes Zach Starbuck getting past Thomas Hill, moving up now into P5, and another move there as well just behind it. Looks like Charlie Wolfett trying to get back here as he's dropped down, as Hill getting squeezed into the dirty part of the track there, where all that static grass is just lingering on the side of the circuit. Back here though, as the 164 making good positions here. Charles Kitely, the privateer, under pressure. Oh dear, wheel banging there as down the inside goes the 185. Zach Starbuck getting another position there. Very, very close between these 3. Wolfett just behind as well, trying to get back into contention of this one. As, well, Will Green, fastest lap of the race.
He's managed to catch up to that front pack. And who have we got?
That was
Harris Alley.
I think it was Harris Alley.
Retired.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for the JDR driver. Still kicking off here as well, as, well, everyone just fighting for positions. Zach Starbuck trying to hold on to P4 here right now. Kitely and Wolfett just behind. You can see the privateer driver in the cosmic coloured livery. As under pressure, as down the inside, that looks like Will Green for 2nd place. It is, so Will Green into the boot. Gets the 2nd place spot from Finley Lines, and is now on the charge towards Jacob Ashcroft. There is still 6.5 minutes to go, and I've got to say, Will Green looking very, very fast here right now, and another fastest lap of the race.
He maybe had a bit of an unfortunate start, but he's not letting it stop him. He's caught up to that front pack straight away, and they're starting to build a gap between P4, which is Zach Starbuck, and they're about 2 seconds behind now.
Yeah, one of only 3 drivers out there on track running the Kart Republic chassis is Will Green. The other one's Thomas Butcher, the privateer, and Logan Lauder for the Precision Racing, also on a Kart Republic chassis. But there, the Argenti team doing a good job with Will Green, usually running with the Jamie Green Racing outfit, but not this weekend, running with Argenti in the class. And another look over the shoulder there for Finley Lines just to assess the situation. All is well. Starbuck, who may have got the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, is still around a second behind, but keep an eye on that one because is starting to close in. So these two really need to start really pushing each other along now to try and close up the gap to Ashcroft, because the gap's half a second, and in Sector 1, I mean, they're identical. Ashcroft a 15.76, Will Green and Finley Lines a 15.75. They are identical, and crucially going into Sector 2, Will Green was actually slightly faster than Ashcroft. So again, they're just fluctuating the pace right now, which you can imagine for a driver is a little bit frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah. I imagine that Will Green at the back there is, you know, really urging Ashcroft to get a move on, but at the same time, he's being helped along and trying to build that gap from Finley Lines.
See what he can do, though, because right now still looking very, very strong. There still is Zach Starbuck with that fastest lap of the race starting to close in. And, yeah, that grass still there. Luckily off the racing line, so drivers won't have to worry about that too much. Keeping a close eye on it. Updates further back in the field as well. Starbuck, who's up 9 positions, I should say, who's there in P4, has had an absolutely brilliant start to his race. Charlie Wolfett still there in P5 from Charles Kitely. Katie Donaldson's there in 7th place, not gaining or losing any positions. Logan Lauder in 8th place after gaining 3 positions. Tom Hill there in 9th place from Ilya Veliko in 10th place. Stanley Clark and Ella Lucia round out the 12 karts that are still running on circuit. 3 retirements, Thomas Butcher, John Richardson and Harris Alley. Unfortunately, their pre-final over. They will be starting the final at the back of the grid later on today. There on your screen is the 134 of Ilya Veliko, the precision racing driver who is currently in 10th place, starting to make positions all the way throughout the field. There is Stanley Clark, who was the driver who was the recipient of all that grass coming onto the circuit after being squeezed out wide. This is Hill, Thomas Hill and Logan Lauder going wheel to wheel. And changing up, and Hill getting through Lauder, getting that position done. Now Logan Lauder down into P9 now, so changes still happening all the way throughout the field. Keeping a very close eye on it. Gap at the front, still fluctuating, now up to 0.6 of a second, as once again, looking to the inside, Stanley Clark there trying to retake 10th place now from Ilya Veliko, who is not going to give up that position too easily. And wow, from that angle, that is a lot of grass that's come onto the circuit, hasn't it?
Yeah, so, and you say it's off the racing line, but it's most of the track, I would say. So they're doing a good job to
avoid
to dodge it.
Yeah. I swear, if anyone wanted to go for a lunge down the inside into Wilkins, they'll have to be. It will be a bit grassy, so they might have to watch out for that one just that little bit. Lines and Green, though, still battling, but my eyes are fixed on Zach Starbuck here. The driver who's gained 9 positions and is there in P4 is starting to really reel these two in, and I suspect the nerves may be kicking in for these two up in front, because look how quick he's going here. Zach Starbuck, who looks absolutely solid out there right now, is currently in these sector times, and keeping an eye on Zach Starbuck, was slightly faster than all of the top 3 in Sector 1 on that last lap. Sector 2, much faster in Sector 2 as well.
He's catching them.
Yeah, Starbuck is catching at quite a rate of knots here, and we could have a 3-way battle for second place very, very soon.
Yeah, Jacob Ashcroft, though, built a good gap to Will Green in 1 second. So he'll be hoping that the drivers behind him fight amongst themselves and he can drive off. But there's still 1 minute 40 seconds to go, so.
And in kart racing, that's an eternity. So
exactly.
yeah, exactly. Many things can happen in 1 minute 30 seconds plus 1 lap in a karting race. And right now, look at the body language there from Zach Starbuck, tucking in right behind the steering wheel, really pushing that kart along as much as he can, as he tries to close that gap on these two. And right now, Will Green and Lines just maintaining the gap. I suspect if Lines checked over his shoulder once again, he'd get a nasty surprise and see that his teammates closed right in. So yeah, back onto the start-finish straight. There's the check over the shoulder. And do you know what? I don't think Lines would have seen Starbuck there, because he checked over the right-hand shoulder and Starbuck was on the left-hand side of him. So
classic blind spot.
Classic blind spot there. Oh, there's a kart going slowly, and that is an end to Ella Lucia's race as that kart comes to a grinding halt there. And that
there's Zach Starbuck up to 3rd.
Yeah. Well, Lines has done the move there on Green. So Green's gone down into 4th place now. So Lines is up into 2nd place. Starbuck up into 3rd. And Will Green now there into 4th place. I suspect Lines may have actually seen then Starbuck had closed in and thought, right, okay, I'm going to go for the move here. And now, maybe, if these two can work together, they might be able to close up to Ashcroft. He is 1.4 seconds further up the road. They are running out of time, though, but they're crossing the line now. And there's still plenty of time in this race.
Unfortunate for Will Green, he was able to hold on to that P2 for quite a long time.
Yeah.
But obviously a good move from Lines, and Starbuck was able to just follow through. There's... Yeah, Finley Lines still holding on to the back of the
he's
2nd and 3rd, though.
He's dropped down to 4th now, so yeah, Starbuck's up into 2nd place now. So he's taken full advantage of that situation. And how many positions has he gained? He's gained 11 positions in
not
this
a bad race.
That's not a bad race at all, that is it? That is some pretty good going.
And exactly the time you want it when he's setting the grid for the final.
Yeah, exactly that. But he's not holding on to it just yet, because Will Green's retaliating, and so is Finley Lines is being squeezed off the track there. Go Zach Starbuck, and with those 2 positions he gained, he now loses them straight away, as these two have dulled it up to 11 now and said, oh no. Yeah. You may have come through the field, but you are not taking our last 2 spots here as Will Green goes fully defensive into Christmas corner. Finley Line sweeps to the outside there. He's going to try and get the undercut now, but he's not able to do it. Tucks back in behind. Keep an eye, though, on Starbuck. He's going to take advantage of this battling, as well as Wolfit, as they're closing in as well. Lines to the outside here. He'll have the outside line. I think he may have got the move done. No, he loses 2 into one corner, and now Will Green under pressure from Starbuck. Starbuck back down the inside, and Wolfit's closed in on them as well. Keep an eye on these ones then as they go down into the boot section for the final time. Jacob Ashcroft isn't worried about this at all. No. He's going to take the checker flag because he's cleared by about 3.5 seconds now. He does, but the battle for second place rages on, but I think it's going to go the way of Will Green across the line. Very close from Zach Starbuck. Finley Lines, Wolfit and Kitely close in as well. Look how close that can kick off at the end of a race. You think they're all spread out all the way throughout the race, but then it comes down to that last lap and they all close in. But Will Green taking full advantage of that, and he retakes second place, and he holds on to that one some 3.5 seconds behind Jacob Ashcroft, though.
It's crazy the amount of gap that he was able to build just in that last lap with those battling behind him. And I'm sure Charlie Wolfit was hoping that that lap was just a little bit longer, because he was really able to manage to catch up to the front of the pack as well.
Yeah, so Jacob Ashcroft then, after 14 laps, will be your race winner and will start on pole for the final later on today. So that, once again, is a clean sweep for Jacob Ashcroft so far this weekend for the Dan Holland Racing team. Will Green from Zach Starbuck, Finley Lines from Charlie Wolfit, Charles Kitely from Thomas Hill, Keith Donson from Logan Lauder, Stanley Clark from Ilya Veliko, Ella Lucia and Thomas Butcher, John Richardson finishing in P14 after retiring, and then Harris Ali rounding out the field as well. 4 retirements in that race, only the 11 finishers, and another very close end to the race. Back into Parc Fermé they go, and nose cone watch comes into play, and well, yes, you'll have to check those because they got very feisty at the end of that race. The chance of a nose cone coming through thick and fast is quite high, I suspect, but apparently in my ear, one of the top 4 did have a nose cone penalty, so I'm not sure who it was. And there's another one there for Stanley Clark, potentially for that excursion off the circuit. So I'm not sure who the other driver was who was in the top 4. But yeah, so there we go. There might be a change to the standings for the pre-final, for the final later on today. We'll find out about that one. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Junior TKM Race 20 is coming up next. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There you can see the next race is about to get underway. Junior TKM is next to go out on circuit. Now, this isn't a one-off over the course of the year. This is a championship this round. This is event 8 of the British Kart Championships for Junior TKM. And there, your man on your screen, Ian Calichurn, leading the Junior TKM Championship, starts this one on the front row. Second place, though, to Aidan Mitchell, who's had a good weekend. Aidan Mitchell, second in the championship, has actually this weekend started to close the gap. There was around 30 points between them. It has come down to around 27 championship points between them, so only 3 points, but still every little helps. And Aidan Mitchell taking full championship points at the end of the heats yesterday. What can they do in the pre-final? Again, another 65 championship points up for grabs in this one. So it is a straight fight, really, between Aidan Mitchell and Yihan Calichurn in this race. Very crucial to see what can happen. But your pole sitter on this one was actually the driver who's starting this race in P3, William Bryant, who put it on pole yesterday. He sits 8th in the championship for the RSR team, but certainly the Rob Shaw Racing team have done a good job with William Bryant because he's had a good run this weekend so far. 2 fourth-place finishes has just been hidden out of the top 3 all the way throughout this one. Aidan Mitchell, though, who's starting this one on pole position yesterday, took a win in his first race, second in race 2. He qualified it on P2. It'll be curious to see what he can do in this final pre-final as the mechanics make their way off the dummy grid. We will get this race started in just a moment. Time. Let us know who you're supporting. We can see the comments in the commentary box. I have not been fully looking at them all the time, but support going out there for Patrick Leaf, who starts this one a little further down the order. P4, 6th in the championship, 3rd and a 5th place yesterday. Drivers will make their way onto the track in just a moment's time. We'll take you through the starting lineup. Next race is coming up. It's Junior TKM, race 20. Like we were saying before, this is going to be a fight to the line here. Aidan Mitchell and Yihan Calichurn starting this one on the front row. William Bryant and Patrick Leaf, they go from row 2. Jake Humphrey and Leo Robinson, they go from row number 3.
And then on row 4, we've got Monty Brathwaite, Daniel Samir. Row 5 is Harrison Morrow and Jack Stewart. And then running out row 6, we've got Daniela Sutton and Harry Bloor.
Willoughby Steele rounding out the entire grid, the precision racing driver and the O plate for the Junior TKM category. Currently 4th in the championship, has not had a good weekend. I think it was 2 retirements in the heats yesterday. So Willoughby Steele, a driver who is quick and can win these one-off weekends. This isn't a one-off weekend. This is a championship now that we're racing in. So yes, right now we'll have to try and fight back in this one because Willoughby Steele there, 4th in the championship. This is not a result he would have wanted. So not the results there out on track. So Yihan Calichurn, who leads the championship from Aidan Mitchell, 27 points between them now. Leo Robinson's there in 3rd in the championship from Willoughby Steele, who is classed as a rookie in this season. Jake Humphrey from Patrick Leaf in the championship as well. So it's still very, very close. And the racing that we saw yesterday was very exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, in the afternoon, the heats were very good, very close and very tight at the front. So there should be some more good battles for the lead as well. And like you say, Willoughby Steele will be looking to make his way through the pack as much as he can.
False starts. They will go round again, so I'm not happy with the start of that one, and they will send them round once more. So as drivers now make their way through the track once more. Again, a look back on yesterday. Leo Robinson, best result, who was 2nd place in his first race. Second race didn't go his way, finished P11, but still it just shows that in Junior TKM, it can go up, it can go down. Francis on 77 Racing says come on Team Klassen on there as well. And
there's a big up for James behind the scenes.
There is, yeah. We can mention James Fitchew, the producer, who is doing all the camera switching here as well. He is also the man behind the camera during the Paddock show, and it's David Klassen's account, but I imagine it's Andy Klassen behind the comments on there. Another false start for Junior TKM. They've got to be careful. One more of those, and we play our favourite game, Shut Up and Listen, which is where the race director comes out with a clipboard and says, don't do that again.
Yeah.
They only get 3 attempts at a start. If they do that, they may get in trouble, that front row. So they've got to sort it out just that little bit. They don't want to be getting another false start on that one. And yes, if you did watch the Paddock show last night, good on you. If you didn't, don't worry. We'll be playing it during the lunch break today. There is a moment where, yes, someone forgot to put new batteries in one of the microphones.
Yeah.
I'm not blaming you, all right, Ailey, but it was your microphone.
Good. Well,
it was your microphone.
Speechless.
Quite literally, your microphone had broken. So there you go. There you go. So we'll blame you on that one. It's your first time commentating this weekend. It's not your first time here with us. You were at Lark Hall as well. How did you find Lark Hall as well?
I really enjoyed Lark Hall. Really exciting for the Rotax Championships, so there was a lot going on. Not quite as many races as this weekend.
No. Few more this time around. Here we go. Green light comes out this time around. Textbook start there for Aidan Mitchell, and he takes on to the race lead now as down into 3rd place goes Yian Kalichan. I think William Brighton, the RSR, goes up into 2nd place there, so it's a good start again from that inside row, and you expect this race will be an absolute roller coaster all the way to the end of it because of how close the championship is. As down the inside goes Yihan Kalichan trying to fight back in towards 2nd place, and I think, did he manage to get it done? No, he didn't. He gets squeezed back into 3rd place. Patrick Leaf still there battling away. There's Leah Robinson just at the back of the pack there trying to find a way through there as he is battling away with the number 22 of Patrick Leaf, who has still found a good position there as they all make their way into the boot section for the first time. Round the final corner, side by side, as down the inside there looks the number 57 of Jack Stewart, not able to get the position done. So it's Mitchell who leads from Bright, Kalichan, then it's Humphrey, Robinson, Leaf, Samir, then it's Braithwaite, Stewart and Sutton, the top 10. Willoughby Seals already up to P11. It's a good start. So rest of the field up into the order now, and keep an eye on every driver there. Daniela Sutton, who I believe this is going to be her last year racing in the British Kart Championships as well.
And she sent us a very nice note to let us know that she's been working hard on her sponsors this year, and she really appreciates all the help. We've got a little list. There's Frost Restoration, Motor Fuel Group, Miller Development, and Sepivelt Safety. So she wanted to give a little shout out to all of those that make racing possible. And hopefully she can get a good result. She's in the top 10, holding on to the top 10 now.
Holding on to the top 10. Jake Humphrey struggling to hold on to the top 5 there now, going back down into P6, and a 5-second time penalty going out to the number 11, Harry Blore, who's there in 9th place. So that will promote Daniela Sutton up another position there.
P9.
So there you go, P9 now. So definitely holding on to a top 10 now. As we turn our attention back to the race lead here, as Aidan Mitchell has not managed to break away here from William Bright. Bright is still right there. This is a very strong performance. I think Bright had a bit of a nightmare as that's gone wrong for the number 15. Who's that? That's Daniel Samir, who has gone off the track. That's at the boot section. So has he had a coming together with another driver, potentially with Harrison Moran? Not too sure. But yeah, that is the end of his race, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, and Leah Robinson's... Oh, just as I said that, Willoughby Steele's setting the fastest lap, and he's made his way up into P7. So he's had a very good start to this race.
Well, yeah, Willoughby Steele's a fast driver. He's had some good pace over the course of the weekend.
Unfortunate weekend.
Unfortunate heats.
But he's not letting it stop him.
No, not at all, because, again, you can drop your worst score over the year. You can drop 3 worst scores over the year in the... championship, and for Willoughby Steele this will be, well, one of them. So yeah, with the not great points as down the inside here, this is Yian Kalichan under pressure from Leah Robinson. Robinson trying to go the long way round into the entrance of the boot and gets it done, and Kalichan now falling down the order and now losing several positions. So that's now down into P6 now. This is not what the championship leader needs.
That was a bad few corners.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? Harry Blore setting the fastest lap of the race, doing everything he can to try and hold on to any form of decent result.
Trying to offset that 5-second penalty.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit hard because that midfield is very close together.
It is indeed. Yeah, very, very close. So we'll have to hold on to that one. There, though, this is the battle for 3rd place on your screen. Robinson leading that one from Patrick Leaf, who has had a good start to the race there, holding on to P4. And under pressure still from Jake Humphrey just behind. A little bit of breathing space between the two of them, but remember those gaps can close up very, very quickly in junior TKM. The two up front, though, still nothing changed between the two of them. Aidan Mitchell and William Bright still line astern, but they are staying together. There's still 8 minutes left of this one.
Harry Bloor setting another fastest lap with a 46.37.
Keep an eye on that one. Keep comments coming in on the live chat. Just under 8 minutes to go in this one. No change in the top two as we keep an eye on Leah Robinson here, who runs a little bit wide there out of Ashby. Patrick Leaf might take advantage of this one if he can get a nose down the inside. Thinks about it going into Osiers, doesn't commit to the move though. And again, you see a lot of drivers just who like to take the different racing lines into here, and we saw Robinson actually take the outside line going into the entrance of the boot. This time around, not having to defend or anything like that. But crucially, Patrick Leaf will have seen how Leah Robinson did that and think, I might give that a go myself. And do you think for a driver like that, you know, watching things like this, they might think they learn
sometimes
from other drivers?
it doesn't hurt to be behind, and you can kind of sit back and observe, especially in this race when the gaps are so close. You're not losing out by sitting back and seeing which racing line's working for other people.
No, exactly that. And I've got to say, that's kind of like my driving style as well. Like I hate...
Sit back and see.
I hate leading because I don't know what's going on behind me. So, because I always know that whenever I race back in the day, you know, if I was leading a race, I wouldn't look behind me at all. And 9 times out of 10, there was always someone right behind me. I'd never lose them. So, and then I'd be like, oh, now I've lost it on the last lap. So, you know, it was always one of those things. So, you know, it was, I always prefer to be behind it. I like to be the attacking one just to see, you know, what happens. So, you know, each to their own, though. A lot of drivers like leading. And right now, Aidan Mitchell's doing just that. And sure, William Bryant is doing exactly what he needs to do right now. He's right there, second place, just studying what Aidan Mitchell's doing and studying his racing line, seeing where he's going, you know, like a little bit wide like there out of Ashby, where you can think you could line up a move going into Wilkins, the next corner. But
there's really no gap between them, so he's just waiting for an opportunity and potentially trying to build that gap.
Well, he's got to be careful because that was a slight error there from William Bryant at the exit of Osiers. He had a bit of opposite lock, and that's pulled him into the clutches of Leah Robinson now. So Robinson's closed right in. So this is becoming a four-way kart battle for the race lead here with 5.5 minutes to go. I think hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen, because 5.5 minutes in a junior TKM race and the top four are separated by nothing. This is going to get very, very interesting. As down the inside now under braking into Ashby, and Bright thinks, right, I'm going to go for it now, and Mitchell under pressure because now Robinson's going to try and go for the move as well. Bumper bashing as they make their way down in towards Osiers. And no changes there right now. Are we going to see a Robinson to the outside here? Mitchell says, think to Robinson, don't attack just yet. Let's see if we can try and maintain this battle here and off the track and heavy contact into the wall. William Bright, what happened there? That looked like a mechanical failure. I don't think there was a coming together. It just went straight off the track.
But he still seems to still be running.
It does seem
okay. So
yeah, he's still running. He gets back going, but that was a heavy hit to the wall. So hopefully William Bright's okay. But what on earth happened there? Just blink and it just got spat out.
It was
at the
a
side of the
very
circuit.
tight battle in the top four, so potentially just got pushed a little bit far. But it did look like he just shot off into the grass.
I didn't see any contact there, but still battling away here as again Leo Brown under Leah Robinson under pressure here, and keep a very close eye on this one because back now is it's Harry Bloor.
When I said he was doing his best to offset that 5-second penalty, I meant it.
Well,
so now up into P2 and fastest lap.
But he's P2 fastest lap, but how close is everyone else behind him? He would still tumble down to P7 at the end of this race, even if he finished there.
Well, I think he's got his sights set on just driving off into the distance in P1.
I think
that's his strategy.
I think that is going to be his strategy over the course of this one. But right now, he's got the pressure of Leah Robinson just behind, so he's certainly not going to make it interesting. More battles happening at left, right and centre. It's still Mitchell who leads the way from Harry Bloor, who's up 10 positions with that 5-second in-race time penalty. Leah Robinson's still there in third place from Jake Humphrey. Willoughby Steele from Patrick Leaf. Ian Callachurn is all the way down in 7th place now from Daniela Sutton, who's up into 8th place after gaining 3 positions. Monty Braithwaite and Jack Stewart. William Bright and Harrison Morrow, the top 12. Daniel Samir, the only retirement from the race. There's the balcony at the clubhouse.
Nice view.
It is a nice view up there, isn't it? We were watching some of the racing from there yesterday, and yeah, you do get a good view. Not so much at turn 1 though, if you're standing.
which is a shame.
Which is a shame. Yeah, everyone leans back to try and see, doesn't it? It's quite a thing on the balcony there at Wilton Mill. But there we go. 3 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap, and Bloor and Mitchell still line astern.
Willoughby Steele's up to P5 now, so he's made the most of the tight racing and being able to pick his way through the pack.
Certainly he is, but keep an eye on this one, the 2 precision racing drivers.
The front of his car looks quite wobbly, I would say, Harry Bloor.
Wobbly? What, his nose cone?
Yeah.
Yeah? Are you thinking that he may be there with, well, his NASA panel's wobbling around a bit. That's common.
Saying that is a very bumpy track.
It is very
for the
bumpy
drivers
track.
here.
It's hard to spot a nose cone drop there. It's down the inside. Another position there for Willoughby Steele. Up into P4 now, getting past Jake Humphrey. So this is a good recovery drive here for Willoughby Steele, and would be a good chunk of championship points, remember, as well. Championship points up for grabs for this one, 65 for a race win. And, of course, at the end of this one, it will determine where you'll be starting for your final later on today. So this is a good recovery drive for the O Plate of Willoughby Steele. And these 3 here, this race far from over. Less than 2 minutes to go now. And, yeah, you are right there. That front section on Harry Bloor's kart looks very, very loose there, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think comparing it to Mitchell in front of him, but, you know, touch wood, it holds out.
Well, down the inside there for Harry Bloor, and now he takes the lead of this race. And I actually think that's a drop nose cone. I think Harry Bloor may have a drop nose cone here. We'll find that out when he comes into Parc Fermé. But right now, he's just doing exactly what he needs to be doing, and that's leading the way. But he has already got an in-race 5-second time penalty, does Bloor. And he will try now his very best to try and open up that gap. He needs to do that because...
Such a tight top 7, though.
Yeah, at the moment, he would still drop down to 7th place because it's only 1.2 seconds separating the top 7. Look how close they are across the line. Less than a minute to go now. And the pressure certainly is on for Precision Racing with their drivers 1-2 at the moment. But down the inside here comes Willoughby Steele and gets back up into 3rd place now. This is an absolutely solid and textbook drive from Willoughby Steele on a recovery drive here through the field. This is brilliant stuff, and instantly saying, think to Leah Robinson there, let's go chase after these top 2.
Yeah, it's good to see the drivers, you know, thinking strategically, working together. Because Willoughby Steele, I mean, like we said, it's so close that it's going to be anyone's guess who comes out P1.
Yeah, exactly.
When they head, well, this will be the second last lap.
It will be, yes,
plus
because
1.
They've got 5 seconds left on the board now. So yeah, when they next cross the line, that's when the last lap board will come out. So they've still got a couple of laps left in this one. As it's still kicking off in the background here, as down the inside. I think that's Daniela Sutton trying to make some move there, just in the background, as Patrick Leaf, Ian Calichurn all getting involved. Calichurn, who's back up a couple of places now, up into P5. So having a good recovery drive now after starting on the front row of this grid. Not what the championship leader needs, because especially with Aidan Mitchell there being there in 2nd place, certainly close that gap up just that little bit more, and will certainly make it interesting going into the final round at Rowra in a few weeks' time. But down in towards the final corner, and Calichurn again looking to the outside here. It's getting bumped and barged around all in this group here, as Robinson is trying to fend off and hold on to essentially right now 3rd place. And if anything, this is really benefiting Harry Bloor here, because
he's holding off a really big pack of drivers, Leah Robinson.
He is, and a bit more of a coming together, and round goes the number 10, Jake Humphrey, and as he reverses.
Some impressive reversing there.
Some impressive reversing drivers, gets it restarted and gets it back going. So that goes into the national layout there. Your 2 race leaders, however, have just carried on the drive, and Harry Bloor, who has got that in-race 5-second time penalty, leads the way, and I suspect may have a drop nose, I'm not too sure, out of the final quarter, and we'll see the checker flag. He'll be delighted with the win on track. He will drop down a few positions, though. Oh, crucially, look at the gap. It's exactly 5 seconds to Leah Robinson. Now, what does that mean? Well, is he joint third?
Question mark.
Question mark over that one. Harry Blaw's either second or he's third.
Maybe the judges will have some more than 2 decimal points on their timing screen, and they'll be able to see
I suspect
exactly what that gap is.
I suspect they've got some, they've got some extra ones down there to try and determine who's actually going to be finishing where on that one. But still, brilliant result for Harry Blaw. Despite that, he comes through the field after 17 laps of racing, takes the race win on circuit from Aidan Mitchell, Leo Robinson from Willoughby Steel, Ian Callachurn from Daniela Sutton, who finished that one in a impressive P6. Nice run there from Monty Braithwaite. Patrick Leaf from William Bryant finishing in 9th place. Unfortunately, not sure what happened to Williams' kart there. I don't think there was any coming together with the driver. It just looked like it got spat on the side of the circuit. I don't know if we have a replay of that. I don't think we do, but hopefully we can see if we can see that back later on. Jack Stewart from Harrison Morrow, from Jake Humphrey, Daniel Samir finishing in the top 13. The only retirement from that race. But so I think that was that no nose cone for the top 2. There we go. So it was no nose cone for the top 2. So they were fine. So Harry Blaw then will drop down to question mark second or third, because he's exactly 5 seconds ahead of Leo Robinson at the end of the lap. So it'll be crucial to see what
Up
happens
11
there.
Places for Harry Blaw, so not a bad drive at all.
A very impressive drive there, yes. So looking forward to seeing what happens in that final, because that certainly should be interesting. Precision Racing doing a sterling job. Drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme, and all the karts just trying to get going. That's Jake Humphrey just in the background there, who unfortunately that last lap spin, big unfortunate for Jake Humphrey, but you know, he's used to impressive driving like that. You know, he's a driver who knows how to drive a kart very quickly to go through. He's a very quick driver in car racing. He does a lot of the I'm trying to think what it's called again. I took the note down on my phone, and I'm going to try and remember it now. Phil, for me. Put you on the spot there, haven't I?
Yeah, just a little bit. So we've
Sorry
got a little
about
bit of time for our next race, which is the TKM Extreme. So the seniors, and again,
Auto testing and auto solo.
Auto testing and auto solo.
Which is on grass for auto testing, and auto solo is on tarmac. So he's got the best of both that he knows, and apparently he took his nan's car to do one of them as well. So there we go. And he's got an Astra. Here we go. Next race, though, is coming up next. TKM Extreme. They'll be out on circuit in a few moments' time. Imagine stealing your nan's car to go racing in it. No, we didn't steal it. There we go.
It's a family affair.
It's a family affair.
I'm sure she was happy to help.
Third generation for him there. TKM Extreme race 21 pre-final is coming up next. This is going to be a fantastic race on this one, and I'm not sure of the grid on this one because it's completely different to what I've got on my screen. So I've got Chris Whitton, who's starting this one on pole position because he polled it, and he had 2 race wins from Harvey Roth. Lee Whittingham and Alfie Garford start on the second row of the grid, from Oliver Bowen and Adam Sparrow going from row 3.
And then on row 4, we've got Charlie King and Kyle Springfield. Row 5 is Joe Cheek and Michael Cornell, sorry. Row 6, we've got Luke Jarman and Spencer Lane. Row 7 is Cian Bennett and Ashton Cox. Row 8 is Alvin Chu and Liv Jakins. And then rounding out the grid in row 9 is Andrew Platt and Jessica Fitchall.
There we go. 9 rows in this one. Looking forward to seeing what happens in this, because right now Chris Whitton, who has been a dominant force this weekend, but not a dominant force in the championship. 4th in the championship standings at the moment for Chris Whitton.
Yeah, very strong weekend. He's been P1 in time quality both the heats, and he hasn't finished lower than P3 in any session.
Exactly, so he gains a staggering 65 points. The last time he did that was in the final, where he won the final at round 2 in Rotax. Before then, it was all Charlie King who took maximum points. Here we go then into the tram lines. Lights go green, and a great start once again from Whitton. Holds on to the race lead on that one. Keep an eye on Roth, though, as he goes wheel to wheel there with Lee Whittingham, and Roth holds on to second place. Garford's there up into third place as he looks to the inside, and Whittingham under pressure. He's getting swamped by the pack. Rest of the field comes through just in the background there. You can see Michael Cornell in the blue suit, black helmet just coming through in the white cart now, looking to the inside. He's got Charlie King just in front. King, who had a bit of a double entendre yesterday, 12th place with a penalty in his first race, 4th in his second. He's second in the championship, so he certainly needs some good results here this weekend. Garford, who's there though, leads the championship. Yesterday it was a 3rd and 5th. Certainly looking good in this pre-final. And remember, 65 points up for grabs in this one in the championship and the starting position for their final later on. Out of the final corner, there they go then, and a long train of TKM Extreme drivers over the line. It's Whitton from Roth, then it's Whittingham from Garford, Sparrow, Cheek, then Springfield. King, then Bowen, Cornell up into the top 10. Joe Cheek had a disaster in his second race yesterday. His front bumper getting caught on the exit curve there, and I think it got pulled off, and then he just went straight off on the last lap. It was lucky it was only his bumper. I thought his engine exploded, but it was just devastating noise from the front bumper.
Yeah, right across the line, but finishing P13 in that one, so you'll be hoping for a better result this morning.
Yes.
Set him up for a good afternoon.
See what he can do in this one. But right now, the battle seems to have calmed down. Right, now, Garford still there in 4th place. Lee Whittingham has sorted himself out and is back up into 3rd place now. So they've dialed back into a position there. Further back in the pack, you're still seeing Keane Bennett, Luke Jarman and Michael Cornell battling away for 10th, 11th and 12th on circuit. Chris Whitton's looking strong here though right now, and Chris, we were watching these races earlier on and we were saying that, you know, Chris doesn't break away from the main pack in these early stages. The whole pack sticks with him. Yeah. It's then it all falls down to the last lap, really, doesn't it? Where, again, you see those last-ditch overtakes. And he always got away with it, didn't he? Yeah. Always had that car in the right place and was able to just pull a 5-second gap on the last lap.
Yeah, exactly. But I can't help think that that's a very nerve-wracking way to race.
Oh, yes.
But I'm sure he's doing his best to build that gap, and commentator's curse continues.
There we go. Oh, wait. No, I think that may be a timing glitch.
Okay.
He's still there. No, there you go.
I was like, that was a very dramatic fall from Grace. P1 to dead last in about 10 seconds.
That
but
does happen.
No, he's still got P1, and Lee Whittingham with the fastest lap in P3.
There goes Charlie King down the inside of Joe Cheek. Those two played a part in our feature yesterday. Tyre curling.
Curling.
Yeah, tyre curling. Or if you're Ashley Class, I think she called it something else. I don't want to repeat it. There we go. But Chris Whitton still holds on to the lead of this race. Not by much, though, because look at that. Check over the shoulder. Harvey Roth is right there in 2nd place. And, well, if Harvey's going to do anything, he's going to go for a move. And he looks to the inside there into the final corner, thinks against it. And he's got to be careful here because Lee Whittingham is right there. Fastest lap of the race in P3 across the line. 46.5 seconds is closing in. If I'm Harvey Roth, I would be going for this move now because he needs to try and get a kart between himself and the attacking Lee Whittingham, who is closing in. Garford's there as well, and Garford is going to be a quick driver this weekend because he is fighting for that championship.
He's going to want to push that front group forward.
Exactly.
And build a gap between Sparrow behind him.
Exactly. There were 2 points separating Alfie Garford and Charlie King going into this weekend. Over the course of the qualifying heats yesterday, there is now 1 point in between Garford and Charlie King for the rest of this weekend. So right now, with Charlie King, who's currently in P5, and Alfie Garford currently in P4, still both of them would still have a point between them going into this one. Garford needs to gain a couple more because he needs to hold on to that lead, but King is not going to make it easy for them. This is going to be a very close championship. You can see King in the background there.
Trying to catch that pack at the front.
Yeah, he's in P5. He's doing his level best, but right now, if he's got no bump draft or no slipstream, if he's on his own, it's going to be down to sheer pace there, and that is a challenging thing to do.
Yeah, whole 2nd and 1.3 seconds that he has to catch up to that pack, rounded out by Garford. So he's having a little bit of a lonely race at the moment. He's got a gap to him.
There's change. There's change for the lead because down the inside goes Harvey Roth, and Whitton down into 4th place now as they go side by side. Garford and Roth side by side, but not able to take the position. And that promotes Lee Whittingham into the lead of this race. Whitton instantly on the attack back as down the inside goes Garford. Contact between the two of them, and off the track goes Harvey Roth, and Roth now tumbling down the order. He will not be happy, and I think he might have some grass in that engine.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to be careful with that one. These are air-cooled engines as well. You get some dry grass on a hot engine like that, it will combust. So hopefully he can get that cleared away, because you do not want grass covering your engine. He needs to clear that off. So Whittingham leads the way now from Garford and Whitton. Charlie King now has closed in. Now the championship fight still rages on between the two of them. This is very close. Lee Whittingham, who's third in the championship, though, he's only around 20 or so points, 25 or so points behind in the championship from Garford and King. Being in the lead of this one will help, as Whitton back down the inside. And now first and second in the championship are currently third and fourth on track for not for much longer, because down the inside goes Charlie King, and this is what he will need. If he can stay there, he would take the lead of the championship going into the final of this weekend, but they've got one more round to go after this weekend. But that would certainly benefit him going into this one. And look at that. Charlie King has got his teammate and his rear gun, Joe Cheek, right behind to help him out here.
And Garford lost out a little bit on that one, down to P5. But like you say, anything can happen. There's still 5 minutes and 40 seconds, which is a lifetime.
Exactly. You've got Garford and Sparrow now line astern out on track, both of them dabbling into the world of car racing. Garford having his first go in the Junior Fiesta Championship at Silverstone, where he lost third gear, I think, out the course of that weekend. But still an eye-opening experience for Alfie Garford. Adam Sparrow winning at Cadwell Park in the Mazda MX-5. So again, both of them very skilled in the world of car racing as well, now in the world of karting, and are now line astern in this one as well, as they latch onto the back of each other. There's Harvey Roth, who, despite going off the track, has not dropped down too many positions. The O-Plate's still there in 7th place.
And that top 10 is only covered under 4 seconds, covers the top 10, so...
Exactly. He's got plenty of time. No, plenty of time.
There's a 5-second penalty for Alfie Garford,
well,
so...
That's certainly going to benefit Charlie King in the championship fight. So Garford now with a 5-second time penalty. And I suspect that may be for the incident at Christmas Corner. But again, don't take my word for that. It could be anything that's that one. Battle at the front, though, is getting a bit heated, because Whitton's goes right back in on Lee Whittingham. And Whittingham runs a little bit wide. So Whitton's going to have to try and go for the inside. There we go. Whittingham and Whitton. That's not going to be confusing for us at all.
No, very easy to say.
Exactly. But Whitton just checks over the shoulder there to see what's going on. He's got Charlie King just behind. I mean, Charlie King here is looking for maximum points. He's looking for 65 championship points here, isn't he? Yeah,
he's got fastest lap and fastest first sector as well. So he's really hoping that he'll be able to squeeze past these front two.
Yeah. King has had a consistent season. He won the final at round 1. He got maximum points at round 2 in the heats and in the pre-final. He's looking for another set of maximum points here in this one.
Chris Whitton just takes the lead now.
He does. Here comes Harvey Roth again, back down the inside of Spadders. Spadders getting out of the way as Bowen comes through the field as well. So Oliver Bowen making good position. Adam Sparrow now tailing behind Harvey Roth. Those two will try and latch on to the group just in front. But I've got to think that everything now is starting to fall into place. It's like a puzzle, isn't it, in kart racing? And right now, these drivers are just trying to figure out where they are going to be positioning themselves. Oh, a technical flag going out to Michael Cornell, the number 8. So his kart is not fully functioning out on circuit, and it's been spotted. As to the inside, Charlie King just squeezing a move there on Whittingham, but Whittingham closing the door there.
Yeah, and Alfie Garford just taking the fastest lap off of Charlie King. So he's clearly trying to catch back up to the back of Joe Cheek, who's in P4, who has had a very good race. He's climbed up from P9.
There we go, change. And King now up into 2nd place and instantly says to Lee Whittingham there, let's go. And now here comes Garford back on the attack. He knows he's got that 5-second time penalty, so he needs to try and gain as many positions as he possibly can, because he can see his championship rival driving away there. He needs to be careful. He needs to gain those positions.
It's going to be a tough one, because like we said, the top 10, honestly the top 12 is so close that a 5-second time penalty will bump him right down the order. So he's hoping that this front group will be able to break away a little bit more.
He certainly will. Right, where would 5 seconds put Garford? 6 seconds. Oh, he would. No, I think. No. Yeah.
Oh, quick maths, not my specialty.
Okay, where's Garford? So he's got 1 second. So we put him to 6.1 seconds. 6.1 would drop him all the way down to about 12th place. So he will lose several positions in that one. So he does not need that. Here we go, though. Still heating up at the front. Less than 2 minutes to go. And right now, Whilton leads the way. The gap, 0.6 of a second across the line from King and Whittingham. And that gap opened up there, crucially. Whilton is on a charge here. That last lap was fractionally faster than Whittingham. Slightly slower. And off the track, oh, it's Joe Cheek again. And is that his front nose again that's gone wrong? I think it is.
Yeah, he doesn't look impressed.
He does not look impressed, and a black flag's actually gone out to Michael Cornell. I think he's not adhered to the black and the black and orange technical flag. He's gone past it 3 times, and now they've upgraded it to a black flag. Yeah. So that's now a even worse thing. You don't want that.
No.
Well, that's unfortunately his race over then for Michael Cornell, who's currently sitting in 11th place. So yeah, he's just having a jolly old drive out there. Less than a minute to go then. Whilton still leading by 0.6 of a second from Charlie King. Whittingham still there from Garford. Garford with that 5-second time penalty now has got a bit more of a buffer. 6.1 would drop him to P10 now, so it would still lose several positions. But right now in this place, he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Roth has recovered back to P5. Crucially, that means he would go back in front of Garford.
Yeah.
So he'll feel like that is just as well served from his point of view.
And now that Cheek is out of the race, Rolf and Bowen will be able to try their best to catch up with that front pack and lessen the gap, but it is 3 seconds.
It is 3
roughly.
seconds. Well, Harvey Roth, both hands off the wheel there, gesticulating, going, what is going on? Because Kean Bennett, Adam Sparrow, and I think Oliver Bowen have all managed to get through. Now it's kicking off here once again because Garford gains a position there on Whittingham, squeezes Whittingham at the exit on the kink there and pushes them back down into P4. He won't lose any more positions for that one because the battle here for P5 onwards, Bowen, Bennett, Sparrow and Roth still rages on. And Roth looking again to the inside of Adam Sparrow and squeezes but gives racing room on the exit of the Ogier's corner. And he'll have the inside line. He's got his nose to the inside. A little bit of a coming together between the two of them, but very, very close. And Roth will have to concede the position. He does not hold on to it as we go on to the final lap of the race. Whitton still leads, though, by 0.6 of a second. That gap has not come down, but the battle here between Adam Sparrow and Harvey Roth still rages on. Sparrow going defensive, and Harvey Roth just saying, right, I'm not going to fight it now. King has broken away from Garford, but he's not closing in on Whitton.
Whitton's gotten very comfortable in P1 this weekend.
Yes, he has.
He clearly likes this track.
Very much a fan of Wilton Mill there. You can see your retired driver Joe Cheek just in the Marshall hut there. But Chris Whitton, once again, a controlled weekend and maximum championship points once more. Because out of the final corner, it'll be pole, 2 qualifying heat wins, and a checkered flag and a win in the pre-final. He will start on pole for the final later on today and will certainly help his championship fight out just that little bit more with only one more round to go at the end of this weekend for TKM Extreme. Certainly looking like it's going the way of Chris Whitton. Charlie King then takes 2nd place from Alfie Garford. Lee Whittingham at the end of that one dropping down to P4 after losing 1 position from Oliver Bowen, who gets back into P5 and holding his original starting spot from this one. Kean Bennett, a fabulous race, 7 positions gained, finishes in P6 from Adam Sparrow. Harvey Roth and Kai Springfield. Spencer Lane from Alvin Chu, both of them gaining positions as well, 2 and 4 equally. Liv Jakins taking another 4 places as well, finishing in P12 from Ashton Cox, Luke Jarman, Andrew Platt, Jessica Fitzhall rounding out the 16 cuts that finished. Michael Cornell retiring from the race with a technical flag, then receiving a black flag. Joe Cheek retiring, and I think again for a bumper issue out on track. Crucially though, Garford with that 5-second time penalty, 1.56. He would drop back to 9th place at the end of that one. So still a top 10 finish for him. But yeah, certainly not what he'll want to see out the end of the results. Good finish for the number 4. Kean Bennett, 44, he'll be happy with that one as a nose cone penalty going out to Adam Sparrow. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere, because Rotax is coming up next. It's junior, then senior. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Rotax time for the British E Plate in 2023. And Junior Rotax, the biggest grid here this weekend, is next up out on track. Looking forward to this one because, again, it's not been a dominant performance. Well, it has been for a team, but not been for a specific driver. Argenti Motorsport have been the team to beat this weekend, with 3 of their drivers dominating the top 3 over the course of the weekend. Kenzo Craigie, Ewan Charman and Thomas Min spearing. Pole position, 2nd and 3rd for all of those 3 drivers, and then 1st, 2nd and 3rd for all of them over the course of the weekend. So it's been a close fight between Charman and Craigie, though, because they have shared both a qualifying heat win over the course of this weekend. It's been very close, hasn't it? The biggest driver that's impressed me, though, Aidan Hassan, the privateer, has really been taking it to the Argenti team this weekend as well.
Yeah, definitely hard for him when there's a team of 3. They can really work together to push ahead. And we saw that yesterday in the heats, that they were very dominant and very comfortable out there in front. But Aidan Hassan doing a really good job to hold on to the back of them in P4.
Next race is coming up. Junior Rotax race 22. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Big one, this one, 29 drivers in total. Kenzo Craigie and Ewan Charman starting this one on the front row. Thomas Min Spearing and Aidan Hassan going from row 2. Freddie Ingram and Harry Hannum running out row number 3.
On row 4, we've got Devin Nolan and Archie Buttle, Lizzie Mantier and Joshua Graham on row 5. Then we've got Mitchell Mulvey and Joshua Turnbull running out row 6.
Row number 7 sees Zach Heslop and Oliver Smith, Alfie Thompson and Emily Cotty going from row 8. William Ray and Morgan Hill, they round out row number 9.
And then on row 10, we've got Oliver Sander and Jack Baker. Row 11 is Matthias Miazanskas.
Matthias Miazanskas on that one.
Amazing. Zach McDonald running out row 11. Then we've got Jack Gellingham and Charlie Neve on row 12.
Row 13 sees Benjamin Baker and William Archer. Row 14 sees Rex Ashley and Shane Chanderia. Vlad Tominachuk finishes the final row of the grid. 29 drivers. Yeah, Matas Miazanskas is a tricky name to get. But
I even prepared.
You even prepared. You wrote it down phonetically on there. But yeah, it is a tough one name on that one. But he can forgive you for that one. Here we go then into the tram lines. Lights go green almost immediately. And once again, we see a good start for all 3 of the Argenti drivers as they make their way into 1, 2, 3 on the track. 3 wide in the background there. Looks like Lizzie Mentier getting squeezed at the outside part of the track. We'll have to try and squeeze her way back onto the infield. 2 karts colliding into each other at the back of the grid, and one of them straight off the track, and it looked like that was a JDR potentially going off. I'll have to try and find out who that was, and it is the number 60 who's gone off, and that is, that's Charlie Neve who's gone off. It's an MLC kart that has gone off, so that is not what Charlie Neve has wanted off at Christmas Corner. So race still goes on, and still at the front of this grid, it's a 2-kart breakaway. Looks like Kenzo Craigie has dropped down into 2nd place now. It looks like Ewan Charman in the yellow helmet has now taken the lead. No, it's Thomas Min Spearing. Ewan Charman's there in 3rd. So it's Thomas Min Spearing who leads the way from Kenzo Craigie. Ewan Charman there in 3rd from Freddie Ingram, Harry Hannum from Aidan Hassan, Joshua Graham from Archie Buttle, Joshua Turnbull and Devin Nolan, the top 10.
Yeah, Aidan Hassan had a little bit of a tough start there, getting pushed wide, so he's down into P6.
And William Ray coming into the pit lane. That was the driver who came together with Charlie Neve out in circuit. So both of them out of this race. Very unfortunate. So 8.5 minutes to go in this one, plus the 1 lap. And right now, there's a brief hint of a yellow flag there from Marshall Point 2. Looks like it was a half spin.
Thought about it.
Thunk about it. And yeah, it was a half spin by a driver, and up and there and damage. And what's that? That's an exhaust that's come off. Get ready for a very loud cut to go past there. And who's that come off now?
Oliver Smith, I believe.
So Oliver Smith, I think, has gone down the order. Who's lost an exhaust? Trying to think. There's no audio there. Right, there's car going very slowly. And I believe, yes, it is this one. Oh, dear me. And is that Aidan Hassan? I think it is the 34 who's tumbling down the order. And
Emily Cotty.
Oh, is that Emily Cotty who's lost it? Right. Emily Cotty losing the exhaust. That kart will sound amazing, but unfortunately will have to retire into the pit lane.
Yeah, Argenti's still looking strong at the front with the top 3.
Oh, and that exhaust is still there. The marshals are going to need to try and grab that, but that exhaust is going to be very, very hot. That is a big chunk of metal debris.
Right next to the racing line.
On the racing line, yeah, they are going to need to try and move that, but hopefully they'll kick it out of the way. down the inside. Here comes Ewan Charman on Kenzo Craigie. Gets up into second place. This is a good running from Thomas van Spearing. His best result so far this weekend has only been a third place, qualified second in qualifying. But in the races has had to stay behind his two teammates of Charman and Craigie. This time he leads the two of them. So all three
waiting for when it matters.
Exactly, yeah, waiting for when he wants to start on pole and get maximum championship.
Like we talked about earlier, sitting back, learning from the people in front of him.
Assessing the situation and, just see what you can do. But there is Ken Potter just keeping an eye on the race proceedings. That exhaust is still there. It's just been kicked onto the grass a little bit. Hopefully that's in a safe enough place. And, well, there's a driver off the circuit. And I can see that's got a nose cone already. And I think that's Vlad Tomanchuk, who has gone off the track, the number 36, who was gesticulating there wildly at another driver, just saying, what was that? Well...
They learn young.
They do learn young. There we go. Well, as I say, they watch Formula One, and what's the one thing that Formula One drivers do as soon as someone overtakes them? They complain about it. So,
exactly.
there you go. You learn from the best. There we go. 6 minutes to go. And still, this has been a good drive here from Freddie Ingram, looking much stronger. Yesterday was battling away for position and was going for the overtakes into Christmas Corner, but consistently out-braking himself and then losing it on the exit. So... hopefully this time around he has found the pace this time around. Harry Hannum having a good run as well as Joshua Graham.
Yep, that top group is still very tight. Only just over a second between the first 6 on track.
Very, very close, isn't it? But these three have not managed to break away like what they did yesterday off camera. You won't have seen it at home, but if you were here at the circuit, you would have seen it. Ingram there, though, looking very, very strong. Back in the further reaches of this grid. Joshua Turnbull having a good race. He's up 3 positions up into P9. Devon Nolan there as well in P10 from Lizzie Mentier, also having a good run. Morgan Hill, 5 positions gained. There's a change for the lead there. Charman back to the lead, and Thomas van Spearing under pressure now from Kenzo Craigie. Kenzo Craigie equally under pressure now from the driver behind of Freddie Ingram, who now looks to the inside of the exit of Ashby. Can't quite get the power out of the corner. Will have to concede the spot now. Now looks to the inside, and Craigie, the Mercedes-backed driver, down into 4th place. And now look what this has brought in. It's brought in another one of the Argenti drivers. Here comes Joshua Graham, who didn't have a good qualifying. Actually, was one of the Argenti drivers who fell down the order in qualifying, now starting to fight back in the pre-final and through the qualifying heats, is right behind his fellow teammate here as Ingram up into 3rd place, now has to try and work together with Kenzo Craigie to try and close the gap, but Kenzo does not want to work with Freddie Ingram. He wants to get in front, and that little look at an overtake has lost him time, and now he's under pressure from his fellow teammate Graham, who looks down the inside. These two are not working together because Harry Hannum's now going to get an opportunity to get a move done, and does so. Joshua Turnbull goes through as well, and Aidan Hassan has closed in once again as one of the DHRs has closed in. I think that's Devon Nolan making moves. So this is very close, and Nolan to the inside here. Now they go 3 wide. Aidan Hassan getting 2 for 1 and taking full advantage of that situation and takes back a 7th place spot and is on his charge back for a top 3 finish. Remember, he has had good finishes all the way throughout this weekend, has Aidan Hassan, with his new sponsor Rally Replay, who have certainly been doing a good job with both himself and Emily Cotti, running the two of them this weekend. For Emily, unfortunately, the race over with that exhaust falling off. No fault of her own, though, with a kart going onto the back of hers. But still, a very dramatic race for the two of the drivers. And
even with all that battling for P4, there's still nothing between the top 10, essentially. Ewan Charman and Spearing are still struggling to really break away because, like we said yesterday, when you have those 3 teammates out the front, that only really works when there's nobody pressuring from behind. But as we saw, when there's someone pressuring the person in P3, then it all kind of goes out the window.
It does, doesn't it? A couple of penalties going out on track as well. The number 59 has received a penalty. That is Oliver Smith. And the number 67 as well has also received a penalty. That is Jack Gillingham, also receiving a 5-second time penalty. But right now, the action at the front still kicking off. Is Freddie Ingram closing in on Spearing and Charman?
Yep, he's setting fast sectors, a little bit faster than the top 2. So he's got that gap down to about 0.7 seconds, not far at all. But Kenzo Craigie is not letting go of him either.
No, exactly that. They are staying together, and Charman and Spearing are still battling away as well. They changed positions again on that last lap, so that gap fluctuating right now. And Kenzo Craigie looks to the inside here at Ashby and gets back up into P3. Demotes Freddie Ingram down into P4. Crucially now, they will have dropped a huge chunk of time there to Spearing and Charman, who at this moment now, I suspect, will probably stop battling if they want to try and maintain those positions.
Yeah.
But now Hannum's making the move here. Hannum making the move on Ingram, and I think, is that Ingram going round? It is, the number 69. It's not, yeah, it is Freddie Ingram. He's gone round. So that was a move down the inside for Harry Hannum, and I'm not sure what happened between the two of them. The camera cut away, and unfortunately, Ingram rotates. Aidan Hassan, though, is on the charge back because he's got back past Joshua Graham. He's now back up into P5. Harry Hannum is next on the pecking order and is just ahead. This is a good recovery drive here from Aidan Hassan.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a tough start, but he's done a very good job to make the most of all the battles happening in front of him.
Certainly is, tucking in there as much as he possibly can. He's got the two drivers very close behind him as well, though. Joshua Graham, Joshua Turnbull, still very, very close there. Turnbull going for the move. Now, Devon Nolan still there, the number 54 in 9th place. Privateer driver not making the move. So it was actually Joshua Turnbull that we were talking about earlier on in the race. Still very, very close between these three with 40 seconds left to go on the board. Charman and Spearing, they've not started scrapping yet as, well, down the inside goes Joshua Turnbull. Gets that move done on Joshua Graham. The two Joshuas line astern now as he tries to fight his way back towards Aidan Hassan, who has been driving away from these two. So, yeah, he's found some good pace there, has Aidan Hassan. Still battles happening all the way throughout the field. Biggest movers out there. Got to give it Morgan Hill, 7 positions gained. Zach McDonald, who's gained 7 positions as well. He's up to P15. So having a good run. William Archer and Shane Chanderia finishing at the moment 22nd out there. Both of them gaining 6 positions out there as well as the timer strikes 0. It's going to be a fight now between Charman Spearing and can Kenzo Craigie and Harry Hannum close that gap up if they do start battling. There's Kenzo Craigie in 3rd place, who has taken a heat win in his 2nd qualifying heat. But right now is looking to see if he can get a good starting position for this final later on today. No championship points here. This is a one-off weekend as these drivers fight to become the English champion. But right now, it's going the way of Ewan Charman, who looks like he could be starting on pole for this final later on today. But will Thomasman Spearing have something to say about it? Because again, slightly defensive there, going up the hill, but not defensive at Christmas Corner. That's crucial there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So not going defensive into that top section and just trying to keep him behind as much as he possibly can. And I don't think that Spearing is going to go for the attack. You know, if these two can start the front row, it's just a fight all the way to the end. You can
yeah, especially considering there's really not much time between them and the rest of the pack.
No, exactly.
Probably smart for them to keep going. And although they've not been able to build a massive gap in that lead, you've still got your Argenti top 3. So I'm sure they'll be walking away happy.
Exactly. Checker flag comes out then, and it will go the way of Ewan Charman, Thomasman Spearing, and Kenzo Craigie. Then the top 3 are once again an Argenti Motorsport 1, 2, 3 across the line from Harry Hannum, who gained 2 positions to finish in P4. Aidan Hassan recovers back to P5 across the start-finish line. A good run as well from Joshua Turnbull. 6 positions gained, finishing in P6 from Joshua Graham. Archie Buttle, Devon Nolan, and Freddie Ingram, after that spin, finishes in 10th place. Good run then for Junior Rotax. You've seen the Argenti drivers work together in all of the qualifying heats and the pre-final. I suspect for the final later on, where it's only first can
elbows
win,
out.
It's elbows out all the way.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that one later on. Who's your money on for that Junior Rotax final? That is coming up later on. Junior Rotax is the penultimate race of the day. That is at 4:15. this afternoon for your viewing delectation. The rest of the race results there. Lizzie Mentier finishing in P11 from Morgan Hill. Oliver Sander from Zach Heslop finishing in P14. P15 sees Alfie Thompson from Zach McDonald, Oliver Smith from Jack Baker, William Archer and Mitchell Mulvey finishing in P20. Shane Jandira finishing in P21 from Benjamin Baker. Matas Miazanskas from Jack Gillingham. Rex Ashley from Vlad Tomanchuk. And Emily Cotty finishing in 27th place. The first of the retirements, 3 retirements in total. Emily Cotty, Willem Ray and Charlie Neve. Unfortunately, all retiring from that race. We're going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. The last pre-final before the lunch break and the finals is coming up. It's Senior Rotax. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It is event 8 for Bambino and TKM, but it is also the British E Plate and the British O Plate for Rotax and Honda. Rotax running for the E Plate this weekend, and it's Senior Rotax that is coming up next. A grid of 13 drivers, and well, once again, as we said at the start of this broadcast today, there is the favourite going into this weekend, Harry Linden, who over the course of the weekend put it on pole in qualifying, and 2 qualifying heat wins. He has certainly been a dominant force this weekend. Leo Brown, though, who is there starting on the front row, who qualified third in the second place finish, has also been a driver to keep a very close eye on. And the driver that you caught up with over the course of the weekend, Spencer Braun, who qualified second in the 7th. He starts on that third row as well, and the only CRG, you can see him there just in the background. And I think it's nice being the only chassis of something out there, because it's just like, you know, you need more of these. You know, they work. Use them.
And you've also mentioned him a few times for that reason, so...
I have, yeah.
It's a marketing strategy.
It is
as well.
a good marketing strategy. Yeah, it is. Yeah. CRG are very happy with Spencer Braun running the only one of those this weekend.
Nice and easy to spot as well.
Exactly. You can see down on a race and Harry Linden running on the Lando Norris chassis, which again is just an OTK product. It's basically a blue Tony Kart, but it's not. It's slightly different in a way. But yeah, they're all OTK products running all the way out there. Leo Brown, though, running on a Tony Kart chassis as well. So, again, he's starting alongside on the Jax kart there. You can see the number 33. We also caught up with him in interview, and he's just like, yeah, I'm here to get the E Plate. I know what I need to do. He's fully focused.
That's one thing I love about interviewing the drivers is there's never any lack of confidence.
Oh, no, everyone's going to win the E Plate.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone.
Of course.
Yeah, but only one person can.
Why else would they come here?
No, exactly. They've come here to win. It's good. Good communication. I think good pressure that they put on the other drivers as well. Saying, I'm going to win.
Yeah.
Be like,
no stress.
No stress. No playing. There he is as well, starting this one on the front row of the grid. He will have Alex Duncan starting just behind, the Argenti Motorsport driver who qualified 7th, 4th and 5th place yesterday in the qualifying heat. Did the Scotsman on the Kart Republic chassis, so be curious to see where he can do. But Leo Brown there being focused and ready to go. So, looking forward to this one. Like we're saying, only 13 drivers. Looks like the grid is ready. So, we will get ready for this one. The final, pre-final of the day, race 23, Senior Rotax, is coming up next. Here we go then for the last pre-final before the lunch break. Harry Linden for Dan Holland Racing starts this one on pole position. Leo Brown for Jax Motorsport starts alongside the privateer. Spencer Braun on the CRG goes from the second row from Alex Duncan for Argenti. Jude Fernahoe for Jack Dex Racing from Stefan Kazmarzik. Another one of the privateers starting on row number 3.
On row 4, we've got Jack Collins and Tom Patterson. Row 5, we've got Ollie Ward and Samuel Cook. Then rounding out row 6, we've got Brentley Sims and Eve Poulain.
Finley Patterson, the last driver on the grid, and the 13th place spot, number 91. Looks like everyone has made it out onto the circuit, and we are watching the drivers make their way into the infield section of the track. Hello to everyone on the live stream. Please do keep your comments coming in. And yes, it is good to see everyone joining us out there. And let us know who you are thinking. Let us know your predictions of who's going to go for the E-plates in all the classes, actually, and the O-plate and the Honda Cadet, because, again, it's a one-off race on that one, and there's been some quick drivers. So I am curious to see what people think out there, the public eye, of who's going to come where, because we can talk about it all day, but we know nothing.
It's also nice to have a different combination of drivers. You don't have your normal championship group.
See what happens. False start. So drivers going around again, and do they know that? Because they look like they're racing right now, but definitely a false start. Yeah, now they've seen it, so there we go. And a nice little, okay, breathe there for, who was that? I think that was Tom Patterson, I think, there, just saying breathe.
Everyone chill out.
Yeah, everyone cut wussa. Wussa. There we go. Try again. Attempt number 2. Like you say, rolling starts, they're not easy. Drivers may make them look easy, but they're certainly not, and especially here at Wilton Mill as well, because it's a very fast final corner. You're straight into the tram lines. It's a very short run to the acceleration line, so you've got to get yourself in those tram lines as soon as possible.
Yeah, such an important part of the track.
It is.
For the drivers, so a lot of pressure for the front row.
I can imagine, yeah, for Linden and Brown, but they certainly know what they need to do on this one. Matthew Higgins has joined us on the live chat. Hello, Matthew. Let's go, Harry. There you go. So fellow support for his fellow DHR driver. See what he can do on this one. Like I say, he's been dominant. 2 wins. Can he make it 3 out of 3 in this one? There's the gang of marshals on the balcony, all watching along for this one. Into the tram lines. Lights go green. Here we go. Good start then from Linden. Good start from Braun as well. Straight up into second place, and a quick breakaway already for the top 3. Look at the gap that they've gained already. To the outside goes Brown, and look at that. Is he going to go for 2 for 1? No, he doesn't. He only gets past one of them, gets into second place, gets past Braun, and Braun instantly is going to try and fight back here, and now Brown to the inside, wasting no time whatsoever, is Leo Brown to get the race lead on this one. That is fantastic. Look at him go.
Yes, such a brave move around the outside there.
Bit of tyre smoke kicking off in the background there, as well as up there, another one of the karts, the 17 going high wide. That's Jack Collins, almost having a huge moment going into the boot section there. Luckily gets back on all 4 wheels. Hopefully, I suspect, with a new race suit back in the paddock, because he might need it now after that one. But Brown now taking the lead of this one as Harry Linden holds on to second place. Braun still there in third. Now it's Duncan who's gone there in fourth place, as down the inside goes Jude Fernahoe, and a very close moment between the two of them, absolutely side by side. But Fernahoe again trying anything he can to get past Duncan, and Duncan slamming the door closed, but Fernahoe forces the move, and again they go side by side. Kazmarzik gets involved in this one as well, as he tries to go down the inside, and he does, as Duncan gets squeezed, as through goes Tom Patterson as well. Patterson running wide on the exit though, and gains a position, then loses one almost instantly again. But very close racing in these early stages as these drivers try and find a piece of track to themselves.
I think Kazmarzik was actually the winner in that little battle. He really made the most of it.
He certainly did. He certainly did. He gained several positions in that one. But right now, look at the real estate that's opened up between these two and the three up ahead. So Brown still leads from Linden and Braun, and then there is fourth place of Jude Fernahoe and Stefan Kazmarzik running in the number 44. There's Collins, just adjusting the radiator flap there to increase or lower the air temperature to increase the power of the kart just that little bit, as Linden dives to the inside, gets past Leo Brown. Now Braun looking for the move, thinks against it, slots back into third place. There's some of the rest of the drivers watching along on the sidelines, enjoying what the seniors are showing. Duncan with the fastest lap of the race, but he's currently in P6 right now, so he's well down in the order. He's quite far behind this battle here, the top three.
It's quite impressive, the gap that they've managed to build so quickly in the race.
Well, the gap,
very good start.
The gap that they opened up through turn one alone.
Almost instantly,
Instantly, There goes Braun to the inside. So this battling here, that will certainly benefit Jude Fernahoe in closing in. It certainly benefits Harry Linden, who once again has managed to get away with a cheeky start there, despite the struggles at the start. He's come back, and now he's back into the lead of this race, and he's opened up nearly half a second gap from these two here. Braun with a bit of an oversteer moment there. He's going to be under pressure from Brown now up into Christmas corner. Brown not taking advantage of the slight mistake there from Braun. He will stay there in P3. Jack Collins now with the fastest lap of the race. He's there in P8. So again, they are some further down the order. Jude Fernahoe, though, I'm not sure if he's closing in. And yeah, this is certainly looking very close, still at the front. But right now, I think they've just settled themselves down now. I think they've had their moment. They've had their, right, we're going to battle, I'm going to go for the move, I'm going to go for the move. And now it's, okay, it didn't work. I'll now try again a little bit later on. So everyone's just fallen into place now as it's the fastest lap of the race. So despite that mistake, has got everything sorted up and dialed in.
Fernahoe, though, is the bit of the question mark, because there's still potential for him to catch up to the top three quite quickly. He is setting quite fast sectors, matching the times of the top three. And then you've got Alex Duncan behind him in P5, leading the rest of that group. Yeah.
So again, and we saw that yesterday as well, didn't we? Where we were seeing these races where the top three, breakaway, it was fine. They won't battle each other, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, the last couple of laps, then it started to kick off, and you saw how quickly the grid closes up. So again, Jude Fernahoe is in a good spot here. If these three start to scrap, you know, that might happen. But now Linden with the fastest lap of the race is just juggling those fastest laps there with Spencer Braun and Leo Brown.
Yeah, they're all very close.
They are.
Around the 44.9, 44.10 mark.
Oh, that's a retirement there. That's unfortunate for Tom Patterson, the privateer driver. Unfortunately, back into Parc Ferme, having a look at Wagon. Wagon not be rolling, though, so he's out of this race. But less than 5 minutes to go in this +1 lap into the boot. Beautiful shot that is. Just showing the you know, the force that these drivers go through and how much pace they're going through that corner, because it is such a fast entry into the corner. But you do need to position the kart right, because if you go in too hot, you know, the back steps out, you lose places, everything like this, and then, you lose so much time. So you can gain so much time in the boot section alone around Wilton Mill.
That's such a knock-on effect if they make a mistake, because then that's the lead up into the pit straight and then oblivion as well. So
yeah, exactly. And it's the fastest part of the circuit as well, because you carry so much speed through there as well that, you need all the momentum and more really, to try and make it work for you. And right now, these drivers are doing just that, though, here. And Spencer Braun is starting to break away just a fraction here from Leo Brown. And there, up to, yeah, I think Braun's closing in on Lyndon here. Lyndon's not got the outright pace anymore here. That's Braun once again, and across the line, 44.07 is closing in.
He's very strong in that first sector as well.
He is, yeah. So looking very, very strong. He's purple all the way out. There you can hear the floor tray of the kart just smacking into the ground.
Such a battering they get when they go over the curbs.
It is, and Leo Brown's actually running a new chassis this weekend. His mechanic said it was 2 years old, and he just keeps it clean and well maintained. He's lying, it is a brand new chassis. No, we knew it was a new chassis, but it certainly shows that a new chassis really does work, because these chassis get twisted and bent every race weekend. You hit a curb too hard and that's it. The chassis is like twisted that way a little bit, and it always affects the kart, so always affects the handling of it. So yeah, constantly the mechanics are working on rebending the karts back into position, getting the karts on the jigs and everything like that, and holding on to them, and trying to make these chassis last as long as possible. So but you'll find that a lot of drivers will just be like, oh, I bent it again, new chassis please, and yeah, see what they can do.
I'm sure the mechanics love that. And there's Evie Pauline. She's had a really good race. She's up in 7th, so up 5 positions.
Very good race indeed. So yeah, big movers all the way out there on the track. Right behind is Jack Collins as well, both battling away, pushing each other up towards the back of Stefan Kazmarzik, who, Kazmarzik was battling borderline for the race lead a few laps ago, and now is fighting for P6 and is under pressure from drivers behind. So very, very close. Braun, still with that fastest lap of the race, is closing in. Collins also closing in here on Evie Pauline, and right now, battle's happening thick and fast. There, again, such a good shot there. Again, when you really zoomed in, how much they're
captures
just
the
throwing the kart into the corner, aren't they? So 2 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. And right now, Lyndon is in control of this one. Back at the front. Braun's still there from Brown. Fernahoe still there in P4, who essentially... Jude Fernahoe has just been—he's happy to be there, really. He's in P4.
They've settled into their groups now.
It's the lull.
Yeah.
The lull of the race. The start's exciting, they go into the lull, and then it gets exciting at the end again when they all go defensive. Something that I think F1 could learn a thing from. Because it's exciting at the front at the first lap, then nothing. But there we go. I love it. I love the sport. 1.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. And yeah, right now, Lyndon just doing exactly what he needs to do here right now. Braun, again, just eking away at that gap. Little chip here and there, breaking away from Leo Brown. But again, still only Tom Patterson, the only retirement from this race. Hopefully he can get that cut fixed for the final later on, because obviously Privateer, he'll have to work on it himself, get it all ready. And I think it was actually them who gave the batteries to us for the microphone and the Paddock show.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
So yeah, thank you for
that. Then we would have no lunchtime entertainment.
No, exactly. Thank you for the batteries. Sorry that you might have needed them for the tool to make sure your cart worked, but there we go. Yeah, but there, we won't blame ourselves for that one.
That's a new level of commentator's curse.
That is. Yeah, we took batteries from you, and now your cart doesn't work. There we go. This is an interesting battle here. This is a little further down. This is Finley Patterson, relative of Tom Patterson, battling away with Brentley Sims. And Sims in the number 66 here is both up a couple of positions here, as Patterson trying to look down the inside there, going into the boot, not able to get it done. And just staying behind for the time being. Timer remaining 7 seconds. So last lap board will be out this time to your race leaders. Here they are on your screen. That gap has closed up quite considerably. It says it's 0.3 of a second. I think it's a little bit less than that right now. What do you think that is? About a 10th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that.
If that. When they
He's right on the back of him.
He is.
And Leo Brown's not far behind at all either.
If anything, lunge distance.
Yeah.
Very much in lunge distance.
And then in the last lap, who knows?
Very much, who knows? If you can get that slipstream, you can make that work, as he'll need a good exit out of oblivion. Will Braun, does he get that? I'm not too sure he did. And now he doesn't tuck in, so he stays behind. Lyndon holding on to this one at the front. And not going defensive. That's the crucial point there. If he instantly goes defensive and tries to cover the inside line, Braun will be on his rear bumper in a second. But Linden not doing that. He doesn't feel like it's necessary to defend at the moment. That may be his Achilles heel if Braun goes for a full lunge here into the final corner. No, he thinks against it. And yeah, I think...
Like we said, he's had a very consistent weekend, so he's not feeling too much pressure right now.
No, he's
comfortable in that P1 as he goes across the line.
He's going to save it for the final, I think, are these three drivers. Linden takes it then in the pre-final and starts on pole for the Senior Rotax E Plate final later on today from Spencer Braun. Leo Brown finishes in third place from Jude Fernahoe, Alex Duncan from Stefan Kazmarzik, Evie Poulain from Jack Collins, Ollie Ward from Finley Patterson, Brentley Sims and Samuel Cook round out the top 12, I should say. One retirement, Tom Patterson, unfortunately, Kart not working. But there, Harry Linden, who that photo needs an update because he's growing a mustache.
Yeah.
And it's...
you didn't even recognize him.
I didn't. He's got some bum fluff there under his nose, so let's see what we can do.
I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. There we go. So there's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of the pre-final for Senior Rotax Race 23. Looking forward to their final because, like we say, Linden looked confident there, didn't he? Yep. But Spencer Braun looked much, much faster there. Certainly making some good positions all the way throughout this weekend, and I think come to that final.
They're throwing the fastest lap back and forth between them.
They were indeed. They were indeed. Looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening in that one. That brings us to the end of the first half of the day. There is going to be a short intermission now of the lunch break, but don't go anywhere because last night's Paddock show is about to happen, and after that one we then go into the finals, kick-starting with Bambino, Micromax, Honda Cadet, Minimax, Junior TKM, TKM Extreme, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back for racing at around 1:25. We'll leave you in the capable hands of ourselves during the Paddock show. I don't know what E stands for, but it certainly looks like a good number, or good letter to win. There we go. That's a good way to start the show, isn't it? Good start. Hello, everyone. It's the Paddock Show. It's Wilton Mill. It's the E Plate. It's the O Plate. It's the E Plate for Rotax. It's the O Plate for Honda.
Yep.
And it's event 8 for TKM and Bambino. Well,
Yep, lots happening.
welcome to Wilton Mill. It's your first time here.
Yep.
Paddock show. You did half the Paddock show at Lark Hall. How
yep.
was that?
I was thrown in the deep end, but it was good. Good
Excellent.
fun.
You've been thrown in the even deeper end now because
Amazing.
now
I wouldn't have it any other way.
You've got a whole Paddock show to do now.
Perfect.
40 minutes. 40 minutes. Right. Should we start then?
Yeah,
Let's
let's
go away
go.
for the trophies because they're not until the end of the weekend. Mind the door. James really rolled into it. Right, so, okay, let's clarify one thing here for the ladies and gentlemen who are watching at home. That this weekend, it is essentially two different events that we've got, three different events that we've got going on here. We've got event 8 for TKM and for Bambino. That's a championship round. Championship points up for grabs for that one. It's their penultimate round of the season as well. Then you've got the E Plate for Rotax, the English champion for Rotax, and then the O Plate, the Open champion for Honda Cadet.
Yep.
3 different events happening on one weekend.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot to go over, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a busy paddock. All age ranges. Some people here who are used to coming every weekend, and some people it's just a one-off.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be interesting, good racing. And everyone's obviously going to go out for those O plates and the E plates. So there should be some interesting sessions.
There should
tomorrow.
be. Oh God, Jack's going to get run over by a cart. There we go. No. Through you come. No, we're in the way. You have the right of way here, not us. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Good stuff. There you go. So I'm already seeing some tyre marks on some of these carts. Qualifying heats are underway, which is the noise you can hear. If you turn the camera through there, you can see that some of the young divisions are getting themselves ready to get going out to track. There's Mr. Dan Parker in his Motorsport UK Academy top as well. He's looking very dashing. It's the whitest I think I've ever seen. He's been wearing a t-shirt before as well.
He's getting ready to tell us off for not having high vis on.
Exactly that. Let's chat to some of our drivers on this one because I want to chat to this driver I think just here, Achille Giannoni. Now, Achille, welcome to Wilton Mill. How are you?
Very well.
Now, where do you come from?
I come from London, but my dad and mum come from Italy.
Right, okay, so there's a bit of Italy in you, and you're running on you've got a Tony Kart chassis and a frame and everything like that. You're all Tony Kart up. So how's your weekend been so far?
Not very well. We've been having a few problems with the engine, but we finally sorted it out.
Okay, excellent. Well, today's only Saturday. Sunday's another day. Are you looking forward to Sunday?
I am.
Excellent. Do you reckon you could get away with that E plate?
I think I can.
You think you can? That's what I like to hear. Confidence.
Thank you.
Excellent. Enjoy that weekend. There you go. Kelly, one of the new drivers coming into this weekend. It's good to see. Now, these, if I'm right in saying, are the Micromaxes that are about to go out. I could be wrong. Yeah, no, they are the Micromaxes. So a couple of the drivers here are doing double duties. This driver here is doing double duties.
All right, do you want to introduce yourself for the Paddock show?
I'm Theo Bradshaw and I race in Honda, Cadet and Micromax.
Amazing. How's your weekend been so far?
It's been all right. Honda not going so well, but Micro I'm definitely getting better now.
Amazing. And what session are you heading out for now? What are you hoping for? Yeah, we can't hear each other. Oh, that's okay. What session are you going out for now and what are you hoping to get from it? What's your goal?
To get a podium or else to win.
Amazing. Well, good luck.
Excellent. Good luck to Mr. Bradshaw there. We've got Mason Brooks here. Main man Mason, give me one of them. How you been, mate?
Great.
Great. You're a man of many words, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's it going so far today? How have the races been?
Good.
Yeah. And then tomorrow, how's it going to go?
Hopefully it's going to go good.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think? Do you reckon you can come away with that E plate?
Yeah.
Yeah. You've been confident for that one. You're the only Argenti, I think, aren't you, in this class?
Yeah.
There you go. What's that like? No teammates to help you out?
Normal.
Just normal? Yeah. Used to it? Yeah. Mate, honestly, well, we'll let you crack on because you've got to get that kart on the grid, so best of luck in this one.
Thank you.
Excellent.
I appreciate the dedication to the one-word answer.
Yeah, no. It is dedicated to those one-word answers.
Even a thanks and not a thank you.
No, exactly. I love it. Mason, a very quick driver is Mason. Looking forward to seeing what he can do this weekend. Well, this is the assembly area, basically, for any people who are watching this and not sure where we're standing. This is the assembly area. This is where the cars get sorted out before they go onto the dummy grid, the pre-grid, before they head out onto the track. all the work needs to happen on the karts in that area or in the paddock. If they, as soon as they go on to the dummy grid, if a mechanic starts to fiddle with the kart or change anything, that's
Bad
it.
news.
Their driver does not go out. And you can hear there's some more races just going out at the moment as well. There's some more karts coming in. Some of the Honda Cadets, they're battling for their O plate this weekend. Ambition Motorsport, they're all out on track. We've spoken to a couple of those Ambition drivers already. None of them are here. There we go. Spoken to them already. Pro Train, as a team that we don't see often in the British Kart Champs paddock, I'd very much like to pop in there and see who we've got.
Who we
I
can
think.
annoy.
In fact, actually, while we're here, I mean, you're walking past me, so you can have an interview. Right, who do we have here?
Will Ray.
Will who?
Ray.
Will Ray. Right, Will, Ray, how's your day been?
It's all right. Yeah.
That it?
Yeah, it was. It was yeah.
Nothing else to reflect on that?
No, the first heat wasn't ideal. To be fair, I got removed, but it's okay.
You got removed?
Yeah.
That's a polite way of saying it.
Yeah.
Well, there's more races to go tomorrow.
Exactly.
You're going to do better there.
Hopefully so. Yeah.
Excellent. Good man. Thank you, Will Ray. Thank you. Enjoy your day, Will Ray. Perfect. There we go. He's going to hate me for that.
Ooh.
Perfect. Right. So you've had a quick look in Pro Train.
Yep.
There's a driver
Not too
in
busy,
here.
but we've got someone.
God, we've got a driver.
Hello, who do we have here?
Shane Chandaria.
And how long have you been karting for, and what class are you in for this weekend?
I'm in junior Rotax and I've been karting since 2018.
Amazing. And how's the weekend going so far?
Quali went well, but the first heat didn't. It's my second national race, so it's really tough out there.
And how are you finding the track? Do you think that's maybe making it harder? Do you have a lot of experience at Wilton Mill?
I have quite a bit of experience here, and I like it. I like the track. It's just, the nationals is a whole different game.
Yeah. And what's your goal, do you think, for your second national race? What do you think you can get?
I think a top 10 in the final would be a really good result.
Perfect. Well, good luck. Hopefully we see you in the top 10 tomorrow. See ya.
We should do champion, or your academy driver as well, weren't you, this year, Shane? Yeah, exactly. So, you know, quick lad, aren't you? So looking forward to seeing what you can do today, and tomorrow as well. Big it up. Good lad, good lad. There was some documents on the table just there. You didn't see
spying.
them. I was spying a little bit, some of the racing lines. I've got to say, some of them quite questionable. But no, it's fine. I'm sure there were.
According to the expert.
Yeah, no, I don't know at all anything around here. Right! We wanted to speak to this man earlier on. We couldn't because he was having lunch. Who's got away?
Alan's got to wait.
Why?
Talk about the wonderful class.
Well, he's scarpered. Literally, we arrived and we're like, no, I don't want to chat. I don't want to chat. Right. Kart's looking good. Race earlier on, a little bit interesting. I was watching. You finished P3.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah, there we go. So that's not too bad.
No, that's all right, yeah.
Yeah.
Beating a few people in the championship. Just bringing it home, getting some points.
There's something wrong with your car at the moment, mate.
Yeah, no tyres, no engine. I don't think it would run like this.
You could, well, it would. You'd throw it.
You can do that if you want.
Launch it. I don't think I could lift it, if I'm brutally honest, mate. You've been dabbling into the world of Fiesta, junior Fiesta, junior driving for that matter. How's that been going? Yeah, first time out in Silverstone.
Yeah, eventful.
Eventful, yeah, it always is with juniors though, isn't it?
Yeah. It was fun.
Yeah?
It was good fun. I think we'll be doing it next year. Just bit of help from a few sponsors. Wera helped me out a lot this year. Next Base Dashcams, they'll hopefully carry on for the next few years, and hopefully we can have a good crack at it next year.
Have you been stealing things from the Fusion tent? Have you seen that? They've nicked the workbench.
A good friend of yours and Henry's, Marvellous Marv, maybe.
Oh, okay. He nicked it, then gave it to you.
He didn't nick it, but
Right, okay. They purchased it, acquired it.
purchased it, then we purchased it after.
Oh, okay. There we go. That seems fair then. Well, mate, best of luck with tomorrow. Best of luck with the Fiestas. Hope it goes well. Don't lose third gear this time.
We'll try.
Good luck, good luck. There we go. If you don't listen behind that, is gearbox decided to not function anymore. We're on the
Not
wrong
ideal.
side. There we go. Ailey, this has been certainly an interesting weekend so far. I've been watching some very close racing, and another driver who has had a very close run at the moment would have been Aidan Hassan, who currently at the moment is not here. We spoke to Emily Cotty earlier on. What was she saying?
She's had quite a good season so far. She's obviously hoping for the best tomorrow. She's not had the strongest qualifying, a little bit unfortunate, but she sounded hopeful, so it'll be good to follow her through this weekend. And Aidan Hassan, we just watched him in his heat, I believe, and it was a little bit of a difficult one, but he did a good job holding on to the top 3, so I think positive for him probably going into tomorrow.
There we go.
Got some good speed.
There we go. Good. All right. So all is well. 2 privateers there. Very, very, very quick. There's another one of the other Talcos down there. Another one of the privateers. Right then, let's dip into the world of some of the cadets, because we've spoken about some of those. But remember, it's not just a championship round for TKM. It is also the E Plate and the O Plate, Honda Cadet and everything. There is a couple more of the TKMs, and I think, to be honest, they're going out. Now there is a small Micromax here that's rolling at the moment.
No wheels either on this one.
No wheels,
the
no
theme
rolling.
Of the afternoon.
Is there a name on the side of it? Because I haven't got a piece of paper. Everyone's running away. No, we can't run away. There's a hello.
There he is.
There's a driver. There we go. We had to walk quite some way before we found a driver. Hello, who do we have here?
Charles Kitely.
Charles Kitely. Right, Charles. Why is your wagon there?
Because I'm not on the track yet.
You're not on the track yet. That would make sense. Why? When's your session?
About 30 minutes.
In about 30 minutes. Okay, so in about 30 minutes' time, we're going to see you wazzing around there in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, and how's that going to go, do you reckon?
It's got to go well.
Better than last time, was that? There we go, throwing some shade over here. There we go. But no.
That was a pointed look.
It was. Wilton is a very tricky circuit. How have you been finding it?
Good, but in the last heats I did very bad. Made a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's an E Plate up for grabs for the end of this weekend. The English champion. What would it mean to you if you could win the E Plate?
A lot.
A lot? Just a lot?
Yeah, just a lot.
Just repping a seeded number?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm the English champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a flex.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd want that?
Yeah.
Good lad, that's what I want to hear. But there we go. How's Spanners been? Has it been all right?
Yeah, good. But I think it was first practice. No, simulation qualifying this morning. My bumper fell off.
Right, there we go. You throw shade back now. There you go. He throws shade at you. You throw shade back. There we go. What? The front bumper or the rear bumper?
The back bumper.
The back one. Oh, that's common. That happens to everyone. But other than that, it's still all right. You're still enjoying the weekend.
Yeah, still enjoying it.
Excellent. Anyone you want to say hello to at home?
My granddad and my grandma.
Yeah? They'll be watching?
Yeah, probably. And yeah, no one else.
Excellent. Right, well done, Charles Kitely. Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening, and we'll see you out track in around 30 minutes' time.
I think I saw some drivers around the other side of this tent with some heavy material attached to their head, so I believe that was training for their neck.
Heavy material strapped to their heads?
Yeah, they had, the headband with the weight attached. You haven't seen it?
No, I've not seen it.
Okay, well, hopefully they still have it on.
You piqued my interest.
No,
where are
they're
they?
running just here.
Hello.
Hello. Where's the contraption you just had on your head? Lost it? All right, do you want to give us a demonstration? Okay, first of all, do you want to introduce yourself for the Paddock show?
I'm Stanley Clark and I race in Minimax 950.
Amazing.
Right.
All right,
Well,
let's come out into
on
the
out here.
sunlight.
There we go.
And we're going to get a demonstration of this.
What on earth is this? This does not look safe. There we go. I think I'm going to stand a good distance away.
A box bowling, and you just
What's it called, sorry?
box bowling. You just got to punch it. I find it's good for your reactions, so that's why I practice using it.
It's good for your reactions.
Okay. Let's see your reactions on camera.
Oh, okay.
Look at it. Okay.
Not all what I thought it was for, but
I would 100% miss, and that would hit me in the face. 100%.
okay. I think that signal meant you next, but
No, I can't have a go next. No, I can't do that.
I think you can.
That will end badly. I don't think we want to see
Here
it.
you go.
Is this happening?
yeah.
Oh no.
Do you want to swap positions. You can commentate. Let us know. Let us know how you think he does
I'll become the commentator.
in comparison to your performance. What's the key to this?
Well, the key to it is you just got to time it right, because you can't be too hard, because then it bounces back straight at your face.
Yep.
So you got to be quite sensible and just time it right.
Yep.
Just got to
Okay.
just punch it. No,
Wow, he's really making you look good, which is
yeah.
great.
Oh no. Okay. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
There we go. Well, that works. Perfect.
What was your rating of that? How did he do?
How did I do?
5 out of 10.
5 out of 10.
I think
too bad.
style, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 for style.
I'd agree.
Right, can we swap?
Hand this back over.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you,
Thank
mate.
you.
You're much better than that than I am. I think, there we go. I would be no good in Micromax. There we go. Or
Thank you.
Minimax. Minimax, there we go.
Minimax.
They look identical. There we go. Well, thanks for that. Wasn't embarrassing at all.
Had your turn fighting a ghost.
Yeah, exactly. Some more TKM there. Mr. Kai Springfield. Kai, over there, working well. Kart working well? Yeah. Yeah. Good.
That doesn't sound very
Never
sure.
sounds confident, does he?
All
Let's
right,
dip
into
this
Zip
way.
Kart.
Zip Factory team. They've got a good running of drivers here this weekend, and you know what the best thing about it is that cameraman said to come this way, and they're all on track. There is a couple of drivers in here. Let's go chat to them. Who have we got all the way over here? Well, his last name's Archer. His first name begins with a W. For the ladies and gentlemen at home, please complete the sentence. It's
Will Archer.
Will Archer. There we go. Will, how's your day been?
I mean, didn't have a great first practice, but qualifying just had a bit of a spin on the warm-up lap and hit the curb a bit hard. So,
What curb?
into the boot.
Into the boot.
Yeah.
Okay, well, at least it wasn't the exit boot curb. That's even harsher. But yeah, okay, so what happened when you hit that curb?
I span and I had to sit on the grass for a while, and then it ruined my 4-lap average.
Oh dear.
So yeah.
Yeah. So where are you starting then?
Well, we started like 26th, and on track we finished 19th.
Okay.
And it was a bit carnage at the start, so we had to go a bit wide. But we made our way back through and then got a drop down.
It was challenging. It wasn't carnage, it was challenging.
Yeah, it was challenging.
There we go, that's better. But other than that, tomorrow's another day. Are you looking forward to it?
Of course.
Of course. And you got an E Plate up for grabs as well. What would it mean to come away with an E Plate at the end of this weekend?
Amazing.
Yeah?
Speechless.
Yeah? It would be good, wouldn't it? And I think there's some extra little prizes up for grabs. Don't quote me on that. I think Jag have brought out the red carpet for this one, I think. Maybe. A little bit. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. But looking forward to it. Where are you starting then tomorrow? 26th again?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the rest of your races?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see how you do. When are you next out?
Like an hour and maybe like an hour.
Oh, maybe like an hour. Right, okay, well, get on with it. Do some work. I don't see a span in your hand. Sort it out. Polish the cart. There we go. Make it look pretty. Perfect.
All right.
Look, more drivers.
We've got John Richardson here. How's your weekend going?
It's been going well, thank you.
And what about tomorrow? What's your goals? What do you think you can do?
Hopefully top 5 for the tomorrow, and yeah.
Amazing. And what about your season overall? How do you feel about Wilton Mill? Is it one of your nicer circuits? Do you like the turns, like the overtaking?
Not really. I prefer tracks without many hairpins, as I'm not great with acceleration, and I'm better with just straight lines, like GYG and a few other tracks. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan around here, but I occasionally do well around here, so yeah.
And how do you manage going around the hairpins if you're not so sure about the acceleration? What have you been doing this weekend to try and work on that?
Just try get on the acceleration earlier. And brake a little bit later, so yeah.
Amazing. Well, good luck. Hopefully you get that top 5 that you're after.
Yep, thank you.
No problem.
Fellow Zip teammate here, Finley Lines. Finley, you've had another a good weekend so far, haven't you? How's it been?
All right, yeah. Good.
Yeah. Everything. How are you finding it back with the Zip team? Because you're back with them now. You've been darting all over the paddock, haven't you?
Yes, definitely. Everyone keeps saying about that.
But you're back here now, you're back with the Zip Kart team, and I think you've always been a quick runner with the team here. Earl doing a good job with you as well. But yeah, and you're all enjoying it back with the Zip team?
Yes, definitely. I always go quicker when I come back here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Seems to work out well. Wilton Mill, it's a tough old track. How does this one rate on you for like circuits for you?
Pretty high. 'Cause I used to come here a lot when I was little because this is my home track. It's the closest one to me. But I quite like it.
Yeah.
It's quite decent.
And you've been, how many years have you been karting for now?
I started when I was 6 years old, so 5 years.
5 years now. So you've been going for quite a while now. What would you say has been your biggest learning curve? What have you learnt the most through all your karting in these years?
It's probably like the way of overtaking, because it's like the higher level you get, like the more like kind of like risks and that you take of overtaking.
Yeah.
Like the styles of like how you do it and where.
Yeah. Because the styles of overtaking is always a little bit different, isn't it? Because you've raced in Honda Cadet, haven't you? This one you're racing in Minimax. Yes, there we go, get it right. So, you know, there's always different styles of how you would run. Do you work together? Do you push each other? Or do you full send or anything like that? So, yeah, there's lots you can learn, isn't there?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Right, looking forward to what you can do with that E Plate, though?
Hopefully.
See what you can do?
Okay.
See if you can get it?
Yeah.
Good. Confidence. Like it.
I
Cheers,
like
Finley.
it.
Give me one of them. Enjoy the rest of your evening. It's Mr. Jack. Jack now is a boxer. There you go, so be careful of him.
TCR's the future.
TCR's the future. There we go, there we go. And if you don't agree, he'll punch you. No, I'm kidding. Right, that's the race support. Doesn't seem to be much support going on in there. There's some shoes on the floor, but other than that, there we go. Well, we've been dancing around here. I don't know how long we've even been going for. How long have we been going for? Only about 20 minutes or so. Still got half the paddock show
I'm
to
sure
do.
people are excited to listen to us for another 20.
Well, yeah. Right, there's a driver in here we didn't get to speak to early on because he had the wrong number on his kart. Now, he's supposed to be racing the number 44. He had the 43 on his kart. Did he change it? Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And he's over there. Stefan Kazmarzik, go on.
All right.
Stefan.
Do you want to introduce yourself and then tell me how your weekend's been going?
Yeah, I'm Stefan. Weekend's been going all right, but the track's a bit grippy, so it's a bit hard to get used to.
And what do you think you can do tomorrow? What's your goal?
I don't really have a goal. It's my first round, but yeah, should be fun. It's all right, but it's a bit of a hack that one.
And you said the track's a bit grippy, but how else are you finding it? Do you enjoy racing around here?
Oh yeah, it's good fun. I do the club rounds here. I'm in the championship, but yeah, no, we'll see what happens in the weekend.
Amazing. And how did you end up with the wrong number on your car?
We had that for the last week at the club round, so we just had to change it.
Amazing. So you're 44, 55 and 33 in this garage, I believe.
Good combo.
Yeah.
It's a good combo.
Nice.
There we go. Right, make sure you don't forget the 4 next time around.
I won't.
Don't look so nervous when you have an interview, all right? Because we don't bite, all right? We're gentle, we don't bite. And yeah, I've never heard of someone complaining that there's too much grip out on track. It's grippy, get used to it. There we go.
Good
No,
luck.
I'm only kidding, Jack. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. There we go. I am very harsh. There's a car over here. And I'd very much like to dip into here because I spoke to this driver earlier who I think missed his... No, he didn't miss his driver briefing. He went to his driver briefing.
Forgot to sign.
Then you went in again. Did you go for a second briefing?
Yeah.
You did. Excellent. Right. Okay. So Matas Miazanskas. Right. So you are one of, I think, 2 drivers from Lithuania here this weekend. Am I right in saying?
I'm from Lithuania. I don't know if anyone else is here.
Yeah, I know you are. That's what I say. You're one of 2 drivers from Lithuania.
Is there anyone else here?
Yeah.
Oh.
There is. Not in the same class, though.
All right.
Yeah. I think they're a bit younger than you.
Oh. Okay. That makes
There's another
What kind of
driver
question
here.
is that?
There we go.
How's he supposed to know?
Well, I don't know. I think you're supposed to look at the entry list going into this weekend. But anyway, so a driver who's had 2 safety briefings, so you should be absolutely on form then this weekend. Has that been the case?
Yeah. No, like removing anyone. That's good.
Okay. I like that. No removing anyone. That's good.
No one.
Anything else?
Been removed.
Yeah. That's been around the spanners?
That's been good.
Yeah. He's got a chain in his hand there. I'd be careful.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Might have to wear it.
No, don't wear it. That's not one that goes around your neck. That goes around the sprocket, mate.
Oh.
Yeah.
I got a bit confused.
Yeah. What's wrong with the other one then?
Not sure. Oh, changing sprocket.
Oh, you're changing sprocket. Okay. So, for secret, what are you doing then? Bigger rear sprocket?
Just more other corners. Last one was a bit like bog. So yeah.
Okay. So you're going for a bigger one then to make the acceleration a bit more oof.
Yeah.
There we go. Mechanics. in my mind. I won't tell you how many teeth you're using, though, because that is a trade secret. There we go.
A bit more oof is a technical term.
That's a technical term. A bit more oof.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Right, who do you want to talk to next?
Let's see who we've got down this end of the paddock. My mic is off apparently, but...
Oh, have you run out of battery?
I have run out of battery.
Oh, terrible. There we go. Right, well, we're going to have to share this one.
We're
going to share this one. I'll take that. I'll put that behind my back. We'll share this one now. Right, okay, well, I'll give that to James. There we go. All is good. So look at that. Someone rocking up in a G-Wagon. I mean, there you go. You're only in a kart paddock. You don't need to be balling like that.
And you can't even move it while you're in.
You can't. Right, there's carts over there. If I give you this, dart over and interrogate.
They all look like they're in the process of being taken apart, so I might be interrupting, but let's see what we can do. Oh, we've got the home setup as well. No drivers in here. Oh, we've got someone on a break. Do you want to let me know what you're up to at the moment?
Oh, just bleeding the brakes. My driver was complaining about no brakes, so just trying to sort that out, getting all the air out of the system.
And who is your driver? 91.
91 is Finley Patterson.
Does he do a lot of complaining?
Yeah, drivers do. That's what they're, yeah.
Amazing. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Who else have we got? We've got someone taking a break, quickly putting his racer back on. So we'll give him a second of privacy. Who else we've got in here? 92. Yeah, all of these karts look like they're potentially done for the day. There's only a few more sessions. So they'll be making the adjustments for the pre-final and the final tomorrow. Here we've got another race suit has appeared. All right, who do we have here?
Well, I think, so basically, I'm trying to fix the error that I'm going to say that I
Okay, so multi-purpose mechanics here.
Multi-purpose.
Not only cars, microphones as well. Let's see. It's okay. All right, who do we have here?
Finley Patterson, 91, Senior Max.
Amazing, and your mechanic was telling me you were complaining about the brakes earlier. Yeah. What was going on there?
Yeah, it's just I'm just feeling the cart's not stopping properly into Christmas. So it's we're just going to try and fix a few things on them and get that sorted out.
And other than that, how's your weekend been going so far?
Yeah, all right. I wasn't too quick, wasn't too slow yesterday in practice, but it hasn't been the best of days today. We've just had quite a few problems, so hopefully we can get it all sorted and for the final tomorrow.
So if you feel like you can get the kart in a better place, what do you think is possible tomorrow? What are you aiming for?
I mean, top 10 probably, because but yeah, that's the main goal.
And what about the rest of the season? What other events do you have coming up, and what's your goal overall?
Well, this is the last event of the season for me, because we just don't have anything else on the thing, so yeah.
So how's it been so far? What would you say your highlight has been for the season?
Well, I don't know, because I moved up to seniors 2 races ago, I'd say.
Wasn't your highlight this amazing mechanic over here?
Yeah, the highlight's definitely meeting Dev and becoming my mechanic. It makes it a lot easier for it on the weekend, so yeah.
Perfect.
Awesome. Can I nick these?
You can nick them.
Wow.
Thank you very much. There we go.
Look at that.
I found some, yeah. Excellent.
Well, good luck, and thank you for the batteries as well.
You're very welcome.
All right.
You keep going.
Making yourself at home.
I'll sort this out. I'll be back.
Okay. He's doing an on-the-spot fix. Let's see who else we can find. There seems to be a lot of camping setups here, so we don't want to film anyone's bedroom. Oh, we've got a few giving wary looks to the camera, so... Hello. I've already spoken to you today, but how's it been going since I've seen you?
Qualified pole, first heat, second, and in that one we got smashed off.
So, started off really good, went a bit downhill. What are you hoping for tomorrow?
P1.
Of course. And when you got your pole, what do you think was the key to that? Any particular tricks for the circuit, or are you going to keep them secret?
Keep them secret.
Of course. Okay, well, good luck. Hopefully you get that P1.
Thank you.
All right, we've got...
I'm back.
He's
Is it
back.
working? Excellent. Good.
Amazing.
I think we styled that out perfectly. I don't think anyone knew that microphone batteries had run out. There's some more. Oh, this is off the top of my head, Rob Shaw Racing, if I'm right in saying. And Mr. Rob Shaw is actually right here. There he is. There we go, with his glasses on. Oh, look at that hand. Look at that. That's a karting hand there, ladies and gentlemen. It's working hand there. Rob, well, you've got how many wagons in here? 5 wagons.
Fine this weekend, yep.
And how have they all done? I want a detailed report from each one of your drivers in here, please, starting now.
Okay, right, where we got? Let's start off with the juniors. Never raced here before. A little bit on the back foot on Friday. Managed to pole it today.
Okay.
Racing experience here. Perhaps we lost a few places, but finished 4th. So a good start to the weekend. So progress is, we take anything as a bonus, considering we've never raced here before. So that's great. Coming on to the seniors. Once again, we've got young Jess over there. She's, once again, starting off on the back foot yesterday. Never raced, new kart, never sat in, never turned the wheel. Progress, gradually getting faster every single session she go out. So that's great. We've then got Kean over there, very unlucky in qualifying. He managed to find the grass and not the tarmac. So once he's cleared it all off there, coming through, got fastest lap in Heat 1, going well.
Yeah.
We've then got young Spencer Lane here. Missed the Friday practice, so we're playing a little bit of catch up on perhaps set up for the weekend. Just try and dial in, trying the usual thing, check which is the best engine, which is the best car, and try and put a package together, and hopefully we can make some more progress. Young Luke Jarman there, he qualified 6th in quali. Once again, a new set of tyres seem to help give a bit of extra grip as and when you need it. Once again, just now dialing the engine in because of the extra grip we got from the new tyres. Didn't finish great in the heats. Now the weather's got a lot warmer compared to yesterday. We're struggling a little bit too much grip. So hopefully Heat 2 now, once we've dialed in and tweaked, we should hopefully go forward again. But overall, yeah, everyone's doing great. So enjoying it.
That was probably the most professional piece of journalism we've ever had on the Paddock Show. So thank you very much for that, Rob. Great to see that you've got so many drivers in here as well, and it all seems to be going relatively well.
Once again, not so much for credit, also to the drivers. Each of the drivers are having either their mother or father, mechanic, and run them.
Yeah.
So that's an important thing, is to once again emphasise what we do here. It is the umbrella for the parent child racing.
Yeah.
And that's really what we sort of specialise on.
Yeah.
And yeah, enjoying it.
No, it's honestly, it is fantastic. Great to see it. Great to see it in the paddock. Thank you very much, Rob. And yes, we'll let you enjoy your evening.
Yeah, just work on your handshake a bit. Cause
no, mate, you grabbed my hand. Do you want to do it again? No, you can't.
You're just not working on it. You'll be fine.
Right, cheers, Rob. Cheers, Rob. Thanks, everyone. Right, okay, what do you want to...
All right, I've wrangled someone else for an interview. We've got Jess Fitch Hall, and you're racing in Extreme KTM?
Yes.
Amazing. So how's your weekend?
Different. Never been to this track and on a brand new chassis, so a lot to adapt to because this is our first time testing a new chassis. So yeah, it's been a lot.
And how'd you like the circuit?
It's a good track actually. I really liked it. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah.
Amazing. And hopes for tomorrow? Do you think you can do anything in the races?
Oh, there's always things to improve on. Little bits, little tweaks will make a big difference in the racing. So yeah, it's just finding out them little sectors, little points we can improve on and adapting, and yeah, tomorrow will be a better day.
Amazing. Well, good luck. And you told me this was your first interview ever, or first time on the Paddock Show?
Both.
Well done, you're a natural.
Okay.
And most important question, what's the dog's name?
Phoebe.
Phoebe. Yeah, Phoebe is the star of the tent.
She is.
Does she enjoy coming to races?
Oh yeah, we make a little bed at the bottom of the trolley for her to sleep in. She loves it. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And well done on your first interview.
Excellent. Look at that first interview.
Yeah.
Better than my first interview.
I was going to say, she seems like a natural.
Yeah, natural at that, and comes with a paddock pooch as well.
Yeah.
There we go.
I think the kids these days are used to being in front of the camera anyway.
Yeah, they're dialed in on their phones. Yeah, all of that. Oh, the classic sound of a karting paddock in the evening, a generator. Lovely, you love to hear it. It's like a field of Honda Cadets out there.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Here's a couple more wagons. We got the Jack Dex racing team. Actually, I want to dip in here. We've got a bit of time before we go anywhere else. Right, okay.
They've
right,
got their chins on.
Right, okay. Well, it's the Jack Dex Racing awning, and all I can see in here is Tim Wilson Motorsport karts. So we're back with TKM again, and they've got music on, so we can't even come in here. There we go. Turn your music off and we'll interview you. There we go. There we go. Oh, no, there we go. We're so looking forward to it as well. While we wait, actually, we can chat to this man here, because he interrupted us and he's got his music going on as well. Do you have to tap it several times?
We're getting sabotaged by the music today.
Like that. Right, Kart Smart.
Yes.
For the ladies and gentlemen at home who don't know what Kart Smart is, this is your time now to promote.
Coaching for anyone, whether you're starting out or you're looking for those few extra temps, we can help. Mainly based here, Wilton Mill and PFI.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ollie. And who have you got here?
We've got Charlie Neve out today for MLC. Yeah, he's just getting a taste for it. Difficult qualifying, but better heat there. Hopefully we can have a better heat in the next one as well and go well for the finals.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. And the sun is shining now as well. And weather's looking good tomorrow as well, isn't it?
I haven't looked, but hopefully, yeah. Well, what it's been recently, who knows? I've got the wets ready.
Yeah, excellent. Rather, wets are primed. There you go. That's a sign, maybe a bad sign there. Maybe we don't want some rain tomorrow. Right. We'll ignore them. They had their music on. And yeah, whenever we hear music.
That's one strike.
Yeah,
for
it
them.
is. One strike, Tim Wilson Motorsport. No, of course they can have music on. Just we can't have it because we get told off a little bit. Couple more runnings down here. Argenti Motorsport, Project 1. There's a couple more. There's a couple of drivers just there. Got a few minutes left. Kenzo Craigie.
Oh, they're running.
No,
Literally
Kenzo
running.
Craigie, don't run away. Kenzo, come back. Oh my good sir, speak.
All right, you had quite a good heat just there. How was it?
Yeah, it was good. P2 from Paul. I mean, would have preferred P1, but good points for the intermediate and looking good for tomorrow, so yeah.
And how was it having your teammates up in the top three? Does it make it easier or a little bit more difficult because you have to negotiate who's going to go where?
A bit of both, because you wanna get the best result for the whole team, but again, you also want to have a good result for yourself. But yeah, it's all right.
And what do you think you can do for tomorrow? Potentially back up to the P1?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. I think we're really fast, so it should definitely be possible to get the P1 tomorrow.
All right, well, good luck.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Kenzo. It was in Project 1 just there. There's a couple of wagons just in here as we have interrupted a game. We're standing on the wrong side. By the way, as well. Yeah.
I think it's just unnatural for us to be this way.
It is. I'm so used to being on that side. It feels weird being on this side. A few wagons in here. A couple of junior drivers. Oh, hello. Yeah, there we go. Everyone's sitting down on their phones. Right, there we go. They've all perked up now, haven't they? Right, okay. For the ladies and gentlemen at home, who do we have here?
Archie Buttle.
Archie Buttle. Right, Archie. Right, I would like a very detailed report of how today went, please. Thank you.
Well, it's going well so far. Qualified 7th and then just finished 7th in the last heat. Well, 6th because someone had a penalty. Pace has been really good all day. Top 5 consistently, so can't really complain at the minute.
Okay, so 7th, 6th and 5, top 5. So we're going up in the world.
Yeah.
So a couple more races. P1.
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. Tomorrow's another day. You are in, what class are you in? This is your wagon, juniors of Rotax. So fighting for an E Plate this weekend. So it's a one-off round, essentially. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Finals are upon us in a few moments' time. Apologies for the slight break there in the end of the Paddock show. There wasn't much. We were only going to talk to one more driver, and he wasn't even that interesting. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, yes, back with this one. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Ailey on there as well. Ailey, it's been a first interesting half of the day, hasn't it? Races have been relatively calm, but that is to be expected just in that small weight, isn't it? Only because of the fact that they're only sorting themselves out ready for the finals. Now it's come down to the finals, now the important ones. For the Bambinos that are about to go out next, they are going to be our first final. 15 minutes, their final plus 1 lap. It's a long old race for such a young driver. But this isn't a one-off. This is a championship round for them. This is event 8, the penultimate round of the championship. So championship points are up for stakes here. I do have the championship standings with me. I may have thrown them on the floor for some strange reason. I do not know why, but please, ladies and gentlemen, forgive me. I now have them back. They will be slightly upgraded now after the end of the heats on that one. But before the heats, it was Harry Chapman who was leading the championship by Rex Pooley. And I think Rex Pooley didn't have the best results in his races earlier on, actually. But certainly had good runnings. But yeah, where did Rex Pooley finish? He qualified 4th, did Rex Pooley. It's a 2nd, and then he finished 4th in his last one. So he will have gained 59 at championship points to his tally. Henry Algar, who sits 3rd in the point standings, will have gained 65. So I'm just totting up the points there. They may be somewhat equal or maybe slightly different now. I think Henry Algar may have gone up to 2nd in the championship standings. For you to be able to talk into your microphone, you need to unmute your microphone. So I'm going to unmute your microphone now.
That would be helpful.
And then everything you just said there, do repeat, please.
So Ronnie Kempson was also tied for 3rd before this weekend. So
Yes.
it's a very tight top 4/top 3 in the Bambinos. So
Yeah.
it should be an interesting race as this is for championship points.
It should be, because Mason Hibbert was 5th in the point standings in the intermediate classifications over the course of the day. So he will be starting P5 for this race. So he's gained 58 championship points as well. So yeah, very, very close. There you can see the Bambinos getting themselves warmed up, fired up, ready to get going for this racing. The racing that we saw earlier on was actually relatively decent, wasn't it? There were the top 5 were battling for the majority of it, and then we got a bit of a top 3 breakaway, but the top 3 were separated by 0.08 of a second, wasn't it?
And
Across the line?
lots of changes for the lead. And there's also a picture up on the British Kart Championship socials of the photo finish.
Oh, right.
That they had in their pre-final.
Well,
so it was very close.
I'm glad you're paying attention to that, because I have not been looking at that, and I had no idea that picture was there. Right, okay. As I'm going to need to sort my laptop out because I've lost...
We're having technical...
I'm having
slight technical difficulties.
Interweb has died. No, it's fine. It's back. There we go. I think Wilton Mill just decided
Just taking a break after lunch.
They just turned on
Coming
the
back
router
slow.
again. Yeah, exactly that, exactly that. But welcome back to everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed the Paddock show. I can see the comments coming in already. And Easy Weaver, I don't know how they do it. Live for this long, I'd be super awkward. Well, I don't know what you're watching, but I feel super awkward every time I go live. So
that's the overrunning theme of the Paddock show.
Yeah, it's
a
to
little
be
bit awkward.
It's to be awkward. There we go. We like the Paddock show for that reason. But certainly we like the racing for other reasons. And the reasons is it's exciting. So again, looking forward to this one. Good run of show then in the intermediate classifications for this one. Henry Algar certainly having a good weekend on this one. 3rd in time qualifying, won the first race. 3rd in the second race. Kempton taking a win in his second race on that one. 5th in his first result. So wasn't the best result. Let's take you through then the starting lineup as Bambino Race 24 final gets underway. Long time waiting, but finals are upon us. Bambino Race 24, here's how they line up. Henry Algar and Ronnie Kempston go from row 1. Harry Chapman and Rex Pooley go from row 2. Mason Hibbert and Logan Hodges, they round out row number 3.
On row 4, we've got William Wainwright, followed by Felix Tandy. Then lonely on row 5 is Alex Marshall.
Lonely on row 5.
Yeah,
that
it's a little small grid.
That sounds like an album. Lonely on row 5. There we go.
Not a very good one, but...
Not a good album. What sort of music do you reckon it'd play?
Sounds, I don't know, a little folky.
A little folky?
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds sad.
Sounds sad, yeah. Lonely on row 5. You can buy it at all good retail stores. No, you can't. There we go. But looking forward to this one. Obviously, standing start once again for the Bambinos. And, well, what you see there is probably what you're going to get for the entire race, is a train of karts.
Optimistic.
What do you mean optimistic?
Setting up for a good race.
Yeah, it will be a good race, guarantee it. But I've got to say, weather today, on point. There was a bit of a scare in the air during the Paddock show where people were thinking, oh, not check the forecast, it might rain. Not a chance.
It's too warm.
It is too warm as well, isn't it? But yeah, like you say, there's even a heat haze. Look at that. Love a heat haze. But last few checks being made. Come on, Dad, get it into the grid slot. There we go, sort it out. There we go, all good stuff. Here we go then. Who's going to get the whole shot then in towards turn number 1? We see the inside row work all the time on the rolling starts. Does it work well on the standing starts? Henry Algar and Roddy Kempson, them a fight to the final as the lights go out and slowly away they go, but they do get going. Good start from the back of the grid. Good start from Marshall. There we go. He's no longer lonely on row 5. He's got a friend on row 4. Side by side. Yeah, and a great getaway from Roddy Kempson. He sweeps into the lead, but does he hold it as they make their way up the hill? I know he was side by side. I think he does hold it. Good start then from the entire grid. No, he doesn't. No. He drops back. It's actually Henry Algar who leads the way. So he got back into the front there. As down the outside there is Alex Marshall, and he clips the curb for company. And now he is, well, he's lonely at the side of the track now. But that has not gone too well for him. And I think he's got a bit of damage to the kart there. That has not gone well for him whatsoever.
Yeah, going a little slow at the back there. So that was quite a big bump over the curb. So
the curbs
a little bit of air.
The curbs aren't big for the bigger drivers, but for the smaller drivers in the Bambino category, yes, they are mountains that they need to climb over. And unfortunately, yes, I think that's a broken wagon just a little bit. Back here at the front, though, and a very common trendsetter we've seen over the course of the weekend is a 4-cut battle for the race lead between these 4 here across the line. Very, very close, Henry Algar, and yes, there we go. The kart has come to a complete stop there for Alex Marshall. Excuse me. Lunch is coming back up there. So Algar leads the way from Chapman, Kempson, Pooley and Hibbert. Hodges is still there from Wainwright and Tandy. They'll be coming into yellow flag conditions here, so there should be no overtaking as they go into it. So there is a static there. And it's actually been reported to me that there is a chain off the number 33 of Alex Marshall. So that big curb whacked Sprocket, and Sprocket and chain no more to
No, not a good start. Again, the commentator's curses.
Yeah,
going strong.
Strucketh so quick. But yeah, it is not gone well. Algar, though, looking comfortable here at the front. Chapman just sticking behind him. And again, Chapman is one of those drivers who will go for the move when given the opportunity to do so. And a little bit of a tighter exit line there for Algar. Again, you see these different racing lines, but you could honestly, in the Bambino category, you could have about 6 different racing lines into every corner and you'd be fine because they're all kind of flat out through here. Look,
and they've all had kind of practice in this configuration because this is the top 4 that we also saw in the pre-final. So they'll be able to sort themselves out.
They should be. So again, just keeping a close eye up to Christmas corner again. And I do love the sound of them as they whiz past through Oblivion because they're absolutely flat out. They sound like a herd of angry wasps as they go through. That is brilliant as they dip in. They're a little further behind. There is Mason Hibbert just coming through on his lonesome. This is a battle further back. This is Wainwright and Hodges going through. And again, using all the track and a little bit more available to them. But you can forgive them for that, you know.
Yeah, right to the edge.
Right
a little bit close to the grass. But
yeah. But like I say...
Not on it, so...
But no, looking forward to seeing what these two can do, because right on that rear bumper, Hodges is pushing Wainwright along there. And who's going to come out first? Still Wainwright. So now Hodges looks to the inside here into the pits bend. That's a risky place to go for it, but... Bambino's
made it look easy.
Exactly. Bambino's no fear.
No.
They will go for an overtake in the most ludicrous of places when given the opportunity. Back down into Christmas corner, back with our top 3. Breaking off the back there, Rex Pooley, not able to keep up. So with these ones, despite the fact that he's got the fastest lap of the race, we know he's got the pace, so maybe just a mistake on one of the laps. And there you can see, I think maybe he's a bit hot. I think that's
Is that what that means?
That's what that means.
That's a technical signal.
I'm a bit warm in this helmet, yes, yeah. And it is hot out there. What is the temperature out there? 24 degrees.
Yeah.
That is tropical temperatures in my minds of the UK.
These British drivers are not used to racing in the heat.
They're not. I think the hottest conditions, I think, it was Sarno, so we're at Circuit di Napoli for the KZ racing, and it was 40 degrees. Luckily, the commentary box had air conditioning, so it was lovely.
Nice.
But yeah, outside didn't. It was very, very hot. So these drivers are still dealing with that one. And again, you know, when they're going along, they're okay because, you know, they've got the air that they can you know, lift the visor up. They've got a bit of fresh air coming in. But remember, when they're stationary on the grid, as a change here potentially is looking to the inside. Kempson on Chapman. Chapman under pressure. You might have to close the door here. Algar closes the door, and Kempston relinquishes the position and stays in third place. But yeah, like I was saying, when you're stationary, you've got the engine, heat from the engine coming up under your helmet. You've got the temperature from the track is coming up as well. So, you know, it is a hot... And so Rex Pooley just behind, looking like he was doing the Macarena there, going down into Ashby Hairpin. Not sure what he was doing there, but hand signals coming in thick and fast. So clearly he is talking to someone at the edge of the circuit, maybe trying to say that I've got a problem with wagon. Yeah. So hopefully he's all good. So he is dropping off the back of these
yeah, they're kind of taking
drivers.
Off the first top 3, almost 2.5 seconds away from Rex Pooley now. So they've got quite a comfortable lead. Although the top 3 are right on the back of each other. And like you say, they will go for a move at any moment. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they will. They'll go for a move, and there it is. So down the inside, and Algar, with a chink in the armoury there, running a little wide of the exit of Oblivion, now goes to the back of this trio. So now it's Chapman that leads from Kempston, Algar into third place.
Yeah.
So
Kempston was able to sneak in nicely there.
Yeah, so yeah, and it just shows the different racing line, excuse me, as they go through. So again, it just showed that he had a tighter line going in, was able to get the switch back, and it was just that little bit of a change in pace. And, you know, and as well, it was Kempston who latched onto the back of Chapman and just pushed him along through the corner. So again, we say this all the time, but the Bambinos and even the cadet level, it is like mini NASCAR. The slipstream of the bump draft is vital in this. You need to have someone go with you for you to be viable. And
yeah,
look,
you can see how fast Rex Pooley dropped off as well when he didn't have someone to follow.
Yeah, exactly. And the same is happening right now to Henry Algar. Yeah. He's dropping down, and this will be bad for Algar because he started this one on pole. He was looking for a nice chunk of championship points to help out his championship fight, but right now it's not going his way. Chapman is hugging that inside white line all the way up to Christmas Corner. That is going to be a very interesting line that they take through there. Now, if Henry Algar reacts to that, takes the normal racing line, he might be able to catch back up. He needs to pay attention to that, not follow their lines all the way because the gap's so big. And that there, you can blame. They're trying to carry as much speed as they can. Remember, these aren't on slick tyres. They're on treaded tyres. So if it starts to rain, they're still all good. So there's no rain plan for the day, I'd just stress.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. But, yeah, if it did, like, you know, they would be okay. They'd be fine on the tyres that they're on. So they're on cut slicks, effectively. So, yeah, so they've got a bit less traction than what the other classes have got. So they've just got to deal with that going through some of the corners, and that's why they look like they slide around a little bit more than what others would, and which is understandable. A slick tyre is way more grippier than one of these, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But they've had quite a lot of sessions this weekend to get used to the track. You said earlier that this will be some of the drivers' first time racing around Wilton Mill, so they've all done a good job to come to terms with the circuit.
Yeah, exactly that. So, but right now, these drivers doing exactly what they need to be doing, keeping an eye on the lap times. Improvements have been happening over the course of the weekend as well, with drivers learning the circuit as well, with their lap times will come down, of course, over the weekend. With the front runners, these two here running in around the 105s. Rest of the grid at the moment, we've got some 107s at the moment, we've got some 106s out there, and Felix Tandy currently running in a 109.9. I believe that's could be some of his fastest laps. His fastest lap at the moment, 108.4, which I think is a massive improvement from his sessions earlier on in the weekend. There is Felix Tandy at the back of the grid, the privateer, with the Napa sponsorship. There we go. If you had your eyes squinted, you would have got confused with a touring car, I'm sure. But there we go. But it's going around at the moment. The number 28 doing a sterling job. Let's watch a lap from him at the moment as he goes through Wilkins and then into Osiers. And just remove of the hand there just to see, is my foot on the old go pedal? And he's checking something. Or no, he's tucking in as much as possible, I think.
Interesting stance.
It is an interesting stance. There you go. He's very cosy, closed in that comment. And Rhys Jones going, where is Henry today? He's at home, I believe. He's at home, enjoying the racing from there. But
lots of people asking for Henry this weekend.
I know. We miss him. We miss Henry dearly. But he's not here at the moment, which is why it's been so calm and peaceful. but nevertheless.
Very professional. We got a comment earlier.
Yeah, exactly. No, we love Henry to pieces. But nice solid lap there from Felix Tandy, and certainly he's got a good racing line out there, and it's just a case of finding those little tents here, there, and everywhere, and it's you can always close up a big chunk of time, but if you finding those little tents on a racetrack is the most difficult part, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's right now.
And Henry Algar will be learning that quickly because he's dropping off now from Harry Chapman and Ronnie Kempson at the front.
Now, this has closed up a little bit here. This is Rex Pooley and Mason Hibbert. So Hibbert has closed up to the back of Pooley. Now, if these two can work together, they might be able to close the gap. I mean, it is a quite substantial gap that they've got at the moment. It's 11.6 seconds at the moment from the rest of the grid. Thumbs up there for Rex Pooley saying, yep, all is good now. Wagon rolling well. And I've got a bump draft now. I've got a mate in the form of Mason Hibbert, who was latched onto that rear bumper. Well, no, he's going to give him the go-ahead to go through, and there we go. Even at a young age.
Such sportsmanship.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you very much. There you go. Send him through. I think now he wants to follow his line. So, or is he coming into the pit lane? Is this looking like a retirement here for Rex Pooley? It is a retirement for Rex Pooley. That is why he let the position go. And Rex Pooley retiring the Kart. That is a big shame. So Wagon not at full potential there.
No, he's had a really strong weekend so far, so that's a shame. Not how he would have wanted to finish off.
No. Rex Pooley over this year, he is. He's second in the championship. He's not gained maximum points in any of the races so far this season.
But he also hasn't finished lower than third.
No, he's
so
not finished lower than third.
Until now.
So this will be a dropped weekend on this one. But unfortunately not what he would have wanted. Back here though at the front, Chapman still leads from Ronnie Kempson. Kempson, I should say, and Kempson not losing touch here. Looks still very confident in second place. I say second place, now potentially even first place, because it looked like it was going to the inside there. No, it's against it when we cut back to them. And again, very different racing lines there between the two of them. Chapman holding a much tighter exit line compared to Kempton's holding a wider line. And again, just watch out, because again, you don't want to lose touch. You need to stay within touching distance of everyone here. And Chapman's just going to hug that inside line once again. And Kempson switches to the outside. And again, no change between the two of them here. So again, it's just a back and forth between these drivers until we get to the last lap. And keep an eye on Algar. He's only 5 seconds further down the road. So if these two really do start scrapping at full chase, well, touch wood on that one. That's a fine commentator's curse comment there. Let's see what happens between the two of them. But shame to see the drivers come in. And apparently going to report something involving the tyre with the number 31. Not too sure there. Couldn't quite hear it in my ear. So, maybe with Rex Pooley a tyre issue, potentially. Not too sure.
We'll find out.
Potentially.
When I run to for me.
Potentially is the most important word in commentating.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Won't promise.
You can never promise anything that you say in racing, because anything can happen. But right now, at this moment in time, can confirm it is still Chapman and Kempson leading the way. And I'm loving this racing line. Right to the inside there. Just Chapman saying, no, you're not going to go down the inside at all into Christmas Corner. So there you go. Let's do that every lap until the last lap, I suspect. Because he doesn't do it here. He doesn't do it to Ashby. So he stays on the normal racing line there. And both of them run out onto the very nicely painted red and white curves here. Wilton are looking absolutely splendid at the moment here. The track staff doing a brilliant job with maintaining the facility and making sure the venue looks absolutely marvellous. It always does in the summer sunshine here in Northamptonshire. Stone's throw away from the home of motorsport, Silverstone. And a lot of Formula One teams based around here. Obviously, Red Bull, Milton Keynes, you've got Mercedes and Brackley. You've got Aston Martin at Silverstone. You've got Haas in Banbury. There's a few more as well off the top of my head that I just can't remember right now. But
that was quite good.
Yeah, thank you. But it's only because I live around here and I visit every factory every day. No, I don't do that.
Super fan.
Super fan, yeah. No, but there we go. But the gap still opening up, 7.6 seconds between Algar and Kempston. And right now these two, not much happening between the two of them. Kempston not going for the attack. It looks like they're actually closing in on Felix Tandy there, who's just up ahead. So this will be a test of driver here. As blue flags will be introduced now. With 6 seconds left to go, we'll be going on to the last lap. So it might not actually catch him here. But with that last lap board comes lunges. Last lap means lunges, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Especially in Bambinos, when they have no fear.
No fear, last lap, final time. I'd like some championship points, please. Here we go. Last lap board comes out, and Chapman and Kempston are on the charge now on this final lap as they close in very quickly on Felix Tandy. Hopefully Felix is aware. He is aware. Very good driving there for Felix Tandy, getting well out of the way of the fight for the lead. And again, we see that same racing line there from Chapman. Kempston not able to retaliate to it. Now, is Kempston going to look to the inside here into Ashby? This time, he is going to look to the inside here into Ashby. And, whoa, Chapman closes the door there on them. And the two nearly collide, but both of them get out of Ashby cleanly. And now Kempston leads the way. Ronnie Kempston in the number 13, looking very strong now. Chapman needs to retaliate, though. He could retaliate into the boot section as they make their way down into the final section. And they do. They go side by side, but Kempston closes the door, denies Chapman any chance to go through. He wants slightly wide on the exit. Watch back for the switch back here as he might go for a move here, hugging the inside line all the way through the final corner. It's a risky play because now they'll go side by side. It'll be a run to the line, but it looks like it will be Ronnie Kempston who takes the win out on track. Chapman will take second, 0.03 of a second, separating the top two. Very, very close. Henry Algar at the end of that one finishes 9.9 seconds a little further down the road, but finishes within the top three from Mason Hibbert, who is next to cross the line. He was battling away with Wainwright for quite a while. William Wainwright, who finishes in P5 as well. He makes his way into the final corner and onto the start-finish straight in just a few moments' time. Logan Hodges as well will finish in P6 with Felix Tandy taking the checker flag earlier on with the drivers battling just ahead of him as well. So a good race and a good final. We'll be hearing from our top drivers down in Parc Fermé very, very soon. Ayla McNaughton will be heading down there to chat to our winners. Certainly, though, a good final, 15 minutes of racing, and, well, the race ends with just 0.03 of a second between them. Ronnie Kempston then takes his final win this weekend, and if I'm not mistaken, Ronnie Kempston, that is his first final win of the year for Ronnie, so he'll be delighted with that one. He will take 65 championship points like he did for the heat races at round 2. Ronnie Kempston certainly increasing his championship fight here going into the final round. Chapman then takes second place from Henry Algar, Mason Hibbert from William Wainwright, Logan Hodges, Felix Tandy and Rex Pooley after retirement finishes in P8. Fabulous racing then as the Bambinos make their way back into Parc Fermé. Ayla McNaughton will be down there to chat to our top 3 protagonists in that one. Micromax will be the next race coming up next. That is due to kickstart at 2 o'clock local time, which is roughly in around 10 minutes time. So do stick with us. Looking forward to seeing what will happen in that one for Micromax, because of course they are fighting for the E Plate this weekend. With Micro, it would be their first E Plate ever. There has been no E Plate out there, so very, very close out on track. So looking forward to see what happens. We are down in Parc Fermé. Over to you.
Hello, we are down here in Parc Fermé after our first race of the afternoon, which was the Bambino class. And let's see if we can talk to Ronnie Kempston, who was our winner of that race. Hello, how was that? That was a bit tense at the end there, but you managed to get into P1. So tell me how you felt in that last lap.
Just hard race. There's fast people. First time ever winning.
Well, congratulations. So you got a big hug at the end there. So I'm sure, is this your favourite race now, your favourite track?
Not this track, my favourite. Larkall's my favourite, but really, I really want to win again.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. Is there anyone you want to thank today?
my mum and dad, Tim, and all my sponsors.
Perfect. Well, congratulations again. Hopefully you continue your winning streak.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, lots of congratulations for Ronnie. Let's go on to our second place. So we've got Harry Chapman here. How was that for you? Hard to come P2 in the end because you had held such a good lead, but it was a really good race. How did you enjoy it?
It was very, very exciting.
And what was your favourite part of racing around Wilton Mill? And do you like racing against Ronnie as well, fighting for that lead?
I like racing against Ronnie, and my favourite part around this track is going into the boots.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on the P2, and you're still doing well in the championship.
Thanks.
Amazing. All right, let's see if we can find our P3 over here. Oh, lots of carts moving around. Trying not to get in the way. All right, we've got Henry Algar here. Hello, Henry. How was that race for you? It was a tiring one?
Very.
Very warm today around the track, but you managed to hold on to P3.
Yeah.
What do you think was the key to that and not falling back? You were trying to hold on to those first two.
Oh, I tried to hold on, but they just kept pushing.
Amazing. Was there anything you think you can change for next time that you thought you could have fixed during the race, or you think it was a really solid one?
Probably just a solid one.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. Was there anyone you want to thank?
My dad, my engine builder, my mum and my brother. Especially my engine builder for making me the best engines.
Amazing. Congratulations again. All right, that was good to hear from our top three, so I'll pass back up to commentary now, where I believe we have the Micromax next.
Thank you very much, Hayley, down there. And you've managed to get more words out of those Bambinos than I've ever managed to ever do, in this commentary career ever. So well done. Yes, you are correct in saying that is the Micromax coming up next. But before then, we are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the Micromax UK final for the E Plate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that, the Bries are out. Not because it's raining, because it's hot. There we go, that's how hot it is out there.
First for England.
I know, that is a first for England. Never before seen umbrellas out because it's too hot out there. There we go. Right then, this is the first British E-Plate ever for Micromax UK. This is going to be Well, a driver's making history here, quite literally, in the Rotax categories. The first ever English champion. Who could it be? Because, well, I mean, eyes would point to Emerson McAndrew-Urin, who, you know, dominated everything out there and did well. But in the pre-final, finished second. So Spencer would be starting on pole for this one. So Ollie Spencer, despite the fact that he has had a second and a fourth over this one, he won the pre-final, so that helped him out massively. And yeah, that certainly would be what he needs to do. There's a couple more grids that are coming into the commentary box here, which is good. Ian Rogers, timing, and well, Ian Rogers from Motorsport-Timing, delivering there. Well, it was actually Shay who delivered, who assists in the area of timing for your timing needs. So Ian and Shay in there. There is Emerson McAndrew-Urin, who starts this one on the front row. And again, one of the favourites going into this weekend. He's got Maximilian Abrahart starting just behind one of the RCE drivers. I'm curious to see what Maximilian Abrahart can do in this one, because has had some good pace.
Yeah, he had a strong
did.
heat as well and some fastest laps.
He did. I mean, he was 4th in qualifying, 9th and 7th, but then in the superheat came through and, yeah, finished in P4. So he's got a good starting spot there. The same as Theo Bradshaw. Now, remember, there are two drivers in this one doing the double, Cian Bernard and Theo Bradshaw. Bernard, who gained or had that penalty, I think, and breakdown. And, yeah, unfortunately, he went to the back of the grid. Unfortunately, the GP plate starts this one. But
as well as Buddy Hugo at the back of the grid. So that should make this interesting with those two very fast drivers definitely hoping to move through.
Certainly should, shouldn't it? So we've got two drivers who are very quick at the front. We've got two drivers who are very quick at the back. And it's a one-off race. Me suspects there could be some action in this.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Predictions? I'm going to throw you in at the deep end here. Ailey, who do you think? Who are you putting your money on?
I think that Oliver Spencer is going to hold on to it.
You think Spencer's going to hold on to it? Right.
He's been solid over the weekend, and he was definitely feeling confident when we talked to him yesterday.
Okay.
So I think maybe some changes for the lead throughout the race, but I think he's gonna pull it back. As
a professional commentator, it's my point now to tell you that you never predict on anyone. No, I'm kidding. But there you go. I threw you in the deep end. You went for it. No, I was there. It could be anyone. It could literally be any one of these drivers. This is the beautiful thing about these one-off race weekends, is that you just don't know who's going to win. We see it at Kart Masters with the GP plate, with how competitive it is. You see it at the O plate as well in some of the other categories, how technical it can be, and it all falls down to that final lap. There you can see Spencer getting the last few words of encouragement before this final gets underway. 12 minutes, these finals, and you're thinking, Anthony, why on earth are these finals less time than what the Bambinos just did? And they're a younger driver. Well, I'll tell you this, is that the Bambinos and the TKMs, they are racing for a championship this weekend. For the E plates and the O plates, they are a one-off race weekend. They just get a 12-minute final. As we get ready to go for this race, the grids will be coming up very, very soon. So we will cut to that now. It is Micromax coming up. Micromax coming up next. Let's take you through the starting order then for this one. Oliver Spencer and Emerson McAndrew-Urin starting this one on the front row. It could be either of those two drivers. It could be either of these two drivers as well. Theo Bradshaw and Maximilian Abrahart, who start on the second row of the grid, or Sebastian Behrman and Arthur Farrow. They go from row 3.
On row 4, we've got Akil Giannone, Ralph Rakitis, Mason Brooks on row 5, and Leo Livings. And then rounding out the grid, we've got Buddy Hugo and Cian Bernard on row 6.
Two very quick drivers who know what they need to do out there, and that is gain positions. So what can they do in this one as drivers? Well, there's vigorous tyre warming techniques going on out there from one side of the track to the other. But there we go. Reese Foxy 10 says, how do you get good at karting the amount of practice? Grammatically, that made no sense, but I'll do my best to answer it.
Don't be mean to the children on the stream.
No. Basically, yeah, it is just a case of practice. You know, there's always test days on at circuits. You know, if you've got wagon, you know what you need to do. But then there's a lot of people out there who would get driver tuition as well. A lot of people help out with driver tuition. I know Ollie Varney that we spoke to last night. Kart Smart, he helps out with driver tuition as well. So
imagine just watching the races as well.
Yeah, watching
a stream like this.
Yeah.
So you're already
there. You go. You're already learning. You're already learning. There we go. There we go. So looking forward to this one. Jason Living's on the live chat as well, saying good luck to Leo Living's dad watching. So lots of support out there. Do get your support coming in. Is track limits not enforced this weekend? Well, there's no lasers out on circuit to determine track limits. I suspect there will be checks from here and there, but I don't think they're fully enforced at the moment. Again, possibly. Provisionally. Don't listen to me fully. Here we go then. First E-plate of the weekend. Who's going to take it? It's green lights out. Here they go. Down and towards turn one. Good start from Spencer. Holds on to the lead. Macandrew Urin dips into second place. And now it's side by side in the background. Maximilian Aberhart looking to go for third place, but he has to concede with P4. And it is a good start for Bradshaw. He holds on to third place. So they all make their way through Oblivion and up into Christmas Corner for the first time unscathed. And Spencer leads the way. Aberhart looking to the inside, and there comes Mason Brooks down the inside. Brooks and the number 84 getting past the number 37 of Sebastian Behrman. Sebastian Behrman doing a good job still. He's had a good weekend, and he actually retakes the spot there from Brooks. So Brooks running a little wide out of the corner of Ashby. Retakes it going in towards Wilkins into the boot section for the first time, and it is still Spencer who leads the way from Emerson Macandrew Urin. He is not going for the battle yet, as again down the inside looks Aberhart, but can't do it on Bradshaw. Doesn't have the waft out of the corner, so he has to hold on to that one. So it's Spencer from Urin, from Bradshaw, from Aberhart, Farrow, Brooks, Behrman. Rakitic's had a good start to P8, but Kean Bernard, he's up to P9 already.
Yeah.
Look at the positions he's gained already in that one.
He clearly had a good start.
Yeah, very good start. Him and Mason Brooks both gaining 3 positions in the early stage of this race.
Yeah.
So 10 minutes to go, or just over 10 minutes, plus that one lap as we go on to lap number 2 now. And Mason Brooks running very wide and off the track. That was self-inflicted, and he comes back onto the circuit. Those tyres don't look like they're up to temperature at the moment. They are struggling for grip, and right now he falls down the order just that little bit. So right now, keep a close eye on that one, as Arthur Farrow and Behrman still going side by side there.
Yeah, we did see some desperate tyre warming techniques on the iLab, so...
We did. Just a little bit of tyre warming.
Possibly struggling a little bit there.
Yeah, you'd be amazed with the air temperature being 24 degrees.
Yeah.
Track temperature would be somewhat higher. Yeah. I suspect probably around the 30, maybe 40 degree temperature, the track temperature out there. So in the baking sun. But Spencer still doing a good job leading the way, and Kean Bernard again making the moves just in the background there as we keep an eye on Brooks. This time around much nicer there. I think tyres starting to look a little bit better and potentially going even for a move there, and he is. Down the inside, Mason Brooks getting past Arthur Farrow and moving up into P5. So despite that off, he's recovered very quickly as Mason Brooks.
Yeah.
So gaining several positions there.
Yeah, he luckily bounced back onto the track in quite a good position.
He did, yeah. So luckily for him, the grass is very dry now after the morning dew that we had. It was very slippery out there. Maximilian Aberhart now sets the fastest lap of the race. He's currently there in P4 at the moment. So we've got 2 by 2 at the moment. So as Aberhart looks to the inside, the door closed from Bradshaw. Bradshaw denying Aberhart a chance to get down the inside, and crucially, that means he's dropped off now. So he's got to be careful. He's focus up again, close that gap, work together, try and close up to these two ahead, because you don't want Spencer and Emerson Macandrew to break away. But a slight mistake there from Bradshaw, I think. Just he looked over the shoulder going into Wilkins and then just missed the exit curb there.
Yeah. Sometimes I do wonder that when they're constantly checking behind them, if it throws off their balance at all, because it's such a fast track and they're constantly having to plan for the next entrance, the next corner.
Yeah. Well, they certainly... It does distract them a little bit, yeah, because we always say whenever we talk about this, never look behind you, because that's always where you're going to end up.
Yep.
You're always going to end up going backwards if you start looking behind you, so you have to focus. Granted, a check over the shoulder to see if an inside is clear or an outside is clear, 100%, but a big look over the shoulder to look backwards, you don't want to be doing things like that.
Kean Bernard is up to P5 already.
Yes. Oh, look at the damage to that front nose cone, though.
Yeah, it's looking a little uneven.
Looking uneven is a good way to describe it, but crucially, it looks like it's been pushed up, so not down. So if anything, that it doesn't benefit him, but it means that he possibly doesn't have a nose cone penalty. If it's got pushed down, it's a nose cone, but that looks like it's been pushed up. So yeah, the bracket will have stayed attached. So he might get away with that one. So Kean Bernard under pressure now with the possible nose cone. That does look like it's dropped, unfortunately, for Buddy Hugo, I should say, but certainly he's still having a good run. He's there in P9 at the moment after getting past Ralph Rakitis there, making his way through the field. And there you can see as well, Aleki Giannone just pulling out of the slipstream just in the background there, trying to get a move done, not able to do so, staying at the back of that group of 4. Back here, though, Mason Brooks behind Kim Bernard, and you would think now that these two would try and work together now, because Bernard looking like he's got some serious pace here.
Yeah.
And the chance of him being able to close up that 3-second gap to now Theo Bradshaw, apparently, as I think Abrahart's got the move done into 3rd now. So that would certainly make it very interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Abrahart's been putting in some really fast sectors, so he's definitely got his sights set on making his way up a few more positions.
Certainly does. Leo Living seeing a warning flag, the number 77, under the eyes of the stewards. So he's got to be careful here. As looking to the inside, nice dive down the inside for Ralph Rakitis, but just missing the braking zone and running wide on the exit. He has to give the position back to Leo Livings, who retakes that position. Back here at the front, though, no change between Spencer and Emerson McAndrew. And if anything, we're seeing a somewhat carbon copy of what we saw in the Bambino final here, aren't we? We're seeing 2 drivers breaking away, and it's just going to be a fight on that last lap. So, ladies and gents, you might need to sit back and get the popcorn ready, because we're going to have to wait a few minutes before something kicks off, I think, between these two. Unless there's a chink in the armoury, unless there's a mistake by a driver or anything like that, which running wide out of turn 1 might be a mistake, and Emerson McAndrew taking full advantage of that one and goes for the lead of the race. Crucially, though, that didn't waste any time, and that's the pinnacle moment thing.
Yeah, because even with Keane Bernard and Mason Brooks having very good speed, fastest laps for Mason Brooks just there, they're still about 4 seconds off the lead.
Yeah. And that's only because they're being consistent with their lap times. Again, consistency is key in motorsport, and if you can just keep putting in those lap times time after time, you'll be fine. You know, you may not have the outright fastest lap of the race, but if you can only do that lap once and then the rest of the slow, then yes, you'll never catch. So you need to be able to maintain that pace all the way throughout. 5 minutes to go, and McAndrew and Spencer still lead the way. 1/10 of a second between the two of them. This battle here still kicking off just in the background as well. This is Keane Bernard and Mason Brooks as they do their best to try and close in on Theo Bradshaw, which I think they are actually starting to do, because there, Maximilian Aberhart has broken away from Bradshaw, and if anything, I think he's closing in on these two up ahead. The gap's 1.1. What's it going to be when they next cross the timing beam? Is it going to be less? Is it going to be less than a second? It might possibly be as they go through. They break the timing beam now as they go into the corner. It is. It's less than a second.
He definitely got a move on that last lap.
Aberhart's closing in. Yeah, he's got a wiggle on here, has Maximilian Aberhart, and he's smelling out an E plate, I think. He is eyeing up one, isn't he?
Definitely. He's putting in the fastest lap last lap. So he can definitely see that it's possible to catch up to that small train of 2. Because he's definitely left Theo Bradshaw behind now.
And doing this is impressive. You know, you've got no bump draft, you've got no slipstream, you're doing it by yourself. You know, those two, the 4 wheels, we always say, oh dear, that's gone wrong. And off the track goes Sebastian Behrman, and that's a disaster because Sebastian was running quite far up in the order. Actually, he's dropped down now to the back of the field, and he's out of this race. So hopefully he's all right. He was walking away from the kart, so that was good to see. But back at this, like we were saying, you know, 8 wheels works better than 4, you know, because you're working together, you've got the slipstream, you've got the bump draft, you're just cutting a hole for each other out of the air. And Maximilian Aberhart, he doesn't have that. So the fact that he's able to close in like this is good. While we've been talking about that, the gap has extended to over a second again on that last lap. So, you know, it's fluctuated for the time being, and another lock up there for Spencer. So again, Spencer with a very tentative setup there with the brakes. It's locking up quite easily. And he's got to be careful with that because you don't want to flat spot these tyres too much.
And although the gap to 3rd is over a second now, still not huge. He's definitely got them in his sights, and these two will definitely battle towards the final laps. So I'm sure Max Aberhart feels like he's in an okay position right now.
He does. So, but again, race is far from over between these two because, again, essentially at this point, they just become frenemies, as I like to call it. Enemies and friends. You know, I'm going to be a friend because I want to work with you to try and break away from the rest of the pack. But I'm still your enemy because I'm going to go for the lead of this race as soon as I can.
Interesting dynamic, actually, to watch the drivers work together. Yeah.
And it is an interesting dynamic because when you see the different drivers working together, when you get the teammates work together, like this, they usually do quite well. Because right now you've got Bradshaw and Kean Bernard who have now latched onto the back of each other. They'll decide amongst themselves who wants to lead this one. And Bradshaw has taken upon that, Bernard has taken upon that himself to say he's going to lead, but the two mates break the cardinal rule of motorsport. Don't hit your teammate. And both of them just did that when they went wheel to wheel at the exit of Ashby, and now Mason Brooks has closed back up. So these two, they're not going to work together. And like I say, it's a one-off. And again, they do the same down into the boot section there, and Mason Brooks goes through and splits them back up again. So Kean Bernard, who is trying to gain as many positions as he possibly can, now he's hit the wall. Now he's hit the wall, and he's going to have to fight for these next positions. Now he's going to have to fight all the way to the end of this race because there's only a minute and a half to go, plus that one lap. And Bradshaw is still holding on to fourth place for the time being. We'll have to keep a close eye on that one. Back here at the front, though, Emerson McAndrew-Urin, Spencer from Abrahart. They still battle away. No change here. Brooks hasn't taken the opportunity to gain another position here. He has stayed behind. He has stayed right there. Spencer's still not looking for the overtake either. Again, it's just basically, this is a champagne bottle. It's been shaken, shaken, shaken. We're waiting for it to pop.
Yeah.
No. Again,
Oliver Spencer just waiting for the right opportunity.
Yeah. Just sussing.
Doesn't want to go too early.
No. Because, again, well, it's a fine line in karting. You can go with like 2 laps to go and then you've got to defend for 2 laps, but then you've got to defend for 2 laps. Or you could wait until the last lap where you might not make the move and then you haven't got any more time to try again. So, you know, it's just that fine line of getting it right. If you are going to wait for the last lap, you've got to be 100% confident in yourself and the kart that it has got what it takes to get that move done. And right now, I think both of these karts have got what it takes to make those moves done. So honestly, it could go either one of these two drivers. For the favourite this weekend, it's been Emerson McAndrew-Urin with his good results over it. And then you've had Oliver Spencer, who has been the favourite of many as well. You know, the O plate in this class from this year. But as well, it's between one of these two. We just don't know who it's going to be. Timer strike 0 then as we go on to the last lap. Last boards come out on the screen. Here we go then through turn 1, Oblivion. Abrahart again with the fastest lap of the race. He is going to be in a prime opportunity as these two now start to defend. Emerson McAndrew-Urin dips to the inside. Spencer takes the normal line. He'll have to switch back here, but he's on the outside and he'll go the long way round through the kink. That's absolutely fantastic for Oliver Spencer. He gets into the lead and now Max Abrahart has closed in. It's 1, 2, 3 for the E plate here. And is the O plate going to turn into the E plate here? The Open champion could be the English champion as well in Micromax in 2023. But out of Augiers they go, down into the boot section for the final time. And again, McAndrew-Urin not going for the move to the inside here. He might go for the move for the inside here as he does go wheel to wheel. The two of them absolutely side by side and contact between the two of them. Abrahart comes through, side by side, and into the barrier goes Spencer. Abrahart's going to take it. Maximilian Abrahart for RCE will be English champion as the two collide through the final corner. And Spencer makes heavy contact with the tyre barrier. And he is out of the race. The kart damaged. His English championship fight ends at the final corner. Well, I hope he's okay, but the two, it was always going to go somewhat like that. The two were not going to give up the position. Both of them fighting for that spot. And unfortunately for Oliver Spencer, he ends it at the back of the grid in P11, broken at the side of the circuit. At the end of that one, McAndrew-Urin did cross the line in second place, some 2/10 down from Maximilian Abrahart, but your man would take it from Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Maximilian Abrahart is your English champion after 15 laps of racing for the RCE team. And, well, Maximilian Abrahart is under investigation now, potentially, for causing that one through the final corner, we're being told. So the race far far from over. That might change by the time we get to the podium. But between now and then, it is Max Abrahart who takes the win from Emerson McAndrew. Mason Brooks then finishes in 3rd place after gaining 6th position from Cian Bernard, gaining 8. Theo Bradshaw gaining 5, finishing in 5th place from Arthur Farrow. Leo Livings finishing in P7. Brilliant drive, gaining 3 places from Buddy Hugo. Ralph Rakatis finishing in 9th place from Achille Giannone, finishing in 10th place. The 2 retirements, Spencer and Sebastian Behrman, unfortunately at the side. But we'll be heading down to Parc Ferme in a short time. Ailey McFarther is down there. Ailey, over to you.
All right, we're here after the end of a very dramatic race, and I've got Max, my winner, here with me. Congratulations on your E-Plate. How was that last lap?
It was intense. It was very intense. I thought they had it until they started scrapping coming into the boot, and I saw a gap and I went for it.
Well done. You kept yourself in very good position, very fast lap times all throughout the race. Did you think that you were on for a P1, or was it a shock at the end of the race there?
It was a very big shock. I've never actually got on the podium at British, so I'm very happy.
Amazing. Congratulations. Is there anyone else you want to thank?
I want to thank my dad. I want to thank Force. I want to thank David RCE, and I want to thank Enardo and the Pallet Company.
Amazing. Enjoy your E-Plate. Congratulations. See ya. All right. Now we'll move on to our 3rd place. All right. We've got Mason Brooks here. Congratulations on your P3. Was that a surprise, or did you know that you had yourself in a good position when everything went all wrong at the start?
Surprise.
A surprise. And how was that race for you? So you managing to get into that P5 position there. How was it tackling with others on the track?
Good.
And how does it feel to race in the E-Plate Championships in the one-off race?
Good, and this is my first time in Rotax.
Amazing. How are you enjoying it?
Good, like it.
Perfect. Is there anybody else you want to thank today?
My mechanic, my mum, the engine, and my family for watching and supporting me.
Perfect. I'm sure you've got some family watching at home just now.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. Perfect.
Thank you.
See you on the podium later.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Now we've got our P2. A little bit of a race debrief between the drivers here. All right, we've got Emerson here. How was that? A little bit of a dramatic ending there, but talk us through the race and how it felt.
Yeah, I just had to push away with Ollie, and coming down to the last lap, I hit the curb in Christmas, which forced me wide. And then coming into the boot, I went up the inside. Abrahart hit me from behind, so I ran into Ollie. Then he just went through. Then Ollie and Abrahart closed in, and I had nowhere to go.
A little bit of an unfortunate ending in P2. I'm sure you were after that plate, but you had a very strong weekend and fast lap times all throughout. What was your trick to that? What was the trick for getting around Wilton Mill very fast?
Well, it's one of our home tracks, so we've done here a lot, so we're quite used to this track.
Perfect. And is there anyone else you'd like to thank today?
I'd like to thank DHR, Sam Racing Engines, Russ, Daryl, and all my family and people who supported me.
Perfect. I'm sure you've got a few watching as well. Congratulations on your P2.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, so that was our top 3 from that very dramatic race, maybe a little bit different than we expected, and I've learnt my lesson from making predictions. So I'll pass back up to commentary now, and we get ready for our next race of the afternoon.
Making predictions is a very risky thing to do, but yes, more races coming up because the Rumble in the Jungle is coming up next, Honda Cadet, but before that we will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a very dramatic Micromax E Plate final there. We turn our attention now to Honda Cadet, the GX200s, and this is their O Plate. And, well, I'll say it, you know, this is the first O Plate for Honda Cadet, the GX200 class, the new class regulations for Honda Cadet in 2023. And there, Rolly's out once again. And again, two of our drivers who are doing double duties in this one are starting on the front row, Kian Bernard and Theo Bradshaw. This time around, they may have not had it all their way in the Micromax class, but it could go all their way in the Honda Cadet class, couldn't it?
Yeah, and both of them have been driving really strong all weekend, so definitely deserving of that front row start. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yes, indeed. Kian Bernard taking the 2 wins in the qualifying heats, but only finishing second in the pre-final earlier on. So he starts on the outside row this time around. His teammate Theo Bradshaw, who had a 4th and a 2nd, won the pre-final earlier on, and that means he starts this one shotgun pole on the inside row. There he is. And yes, Bradshaw then certainly looking forward to this one. The row just behind, you see Max Today. Lots of support on the stream for Max Today as well, so do get your comments coming in. Let us know who you think is going to win. Ailey, we have learnt our lesson of not making predictions in this one. Yes, we certainly say
apologies.
The best of luck to all of our drivers out on circuit. But lots of support, more support coming in for Ralphie Branscombe in the number 96. We've got Connor Winfield support coming in as well. Connor, again, who had an interview earlier on in the weekend, saying that he said he was very confident. He said, "No, I'm going to win this E-Plate." He was very confident in his wording,
no
and I liked it. It was good. He seems very confident this weekend. Let's see what he can do from this one. And again, it is very doable. He's starting this one P8, very doable from that position. So yeah, really curious to see what he can do. The rumble in the jungle, as I like to call this, when you can hear it. Just listen, listen to the rumble. Ooh, 4-stroke, gotta love it. Grids are coming up.
They're too hot.
It's Honda Cadet, it's GX200, the race, here it is. Honda Cadet O-Plate then, the GX200s fire up and they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Theo Bradshaw and Kian Bernard on row 1, Max Today and Ollie Thompson on row 2, Ralphie Branscombe and Freddie Wall. The privateer rounds out row number 3.
On row 4, we've got Ashley Haas and Connor Winfield. Row 5 is Keane Sullivan and Jack Cope. And then row 6, we've got Ed Spain and Albie Smith.
Just further behind as well, Lewis Gilbert and Ronnie Smart on row 7. Row 8 and the final row of the grid is MZ Rosie and Ryan White. What can Ryan White do from the back of the grid? Remember, he had a dismal pre-final.
Very unfortunate.
We are expecting him to make moves here, aren't we?
Yeah, he was our pole sitter for the time quali, and he did well in the heats as well, getting a P3 in the second heat, so he'll definitely be looking to make his way through.
Certainly so. We look forward to seeing what he can do in this one. As again, some very vigorous tyre warming techniques coming in thick and fast. Another standing start, of course, for the Honda Cadets, them being 4-stroke. They don't oil up, so they can sit there on the start line and wait to get going. And yeah, you were seeing there a lot of the drivers saying, very hot. Yeah, it is warm out there. Air temperature here, 24 degrees. It is a beautiful day to go racing here at Wilton Mill. Certainly after all the weather that we've been having recently with all the rain.
Yeah, summer's come late.
Yeah, summer's come late. This is usual in the UK, ladies and gentlemen. You don't come to the UK for the summer, you come to the UK for the rain. And the tea. The tea is good.
So I've been told.
Do you not have tea?
No.
No? Why not tea?
I don't know, I'm not a fan.
Your coffee?
Pepsi Max.
Pepsi Max all the way?
Not sponsored.
Not sponsored. Other carbonated beverages are available.
I like Iron Brew as well, but not as much as Henry.
Whoa, okay. What is it with me getting paired up with people that like Iron Brew? All right,
but I'm from Scotland, so I have an excuse. Henry's is just...
It's not good. I've tried it. It's not good. I've offended
Sacrilege.
The entirety of Scotland there saying that. Here we go, though. Honda Cadet lights are coming on the screen now. 4 red lights. Lights go green. Here we go. Great start for the 99. Albie Smith, who breaks away into the middle of the pack there and gets swamped by the field, so has to be careful there, but it's a good getaway for the Project One as well. Ollie Thompson up into second place now as he sides his way up the hill now in towards Christmas Corner. They go for the first time, side by side in the mid-pack there. They're 3 wide, getting squeezed there in the midfield, but everyone gets through. It's a nice, clean start for Honda Cadet. Back down the inside there again. Here comes Theo Bradshaw looking to the inside. Does he get it as one of the carts going wide? That looks like it was Ollie Thompson, the 18. It was Ollie Thompson, who had a brilliant start, goes wide at the exit of Ashby and now tumbles down the order. So out they go. It is still, by the looks of it, Kean Bernard who leads the way, I think, as they make their way down. It is Kean Bernard who leads the way from the 43 of Bradshaw, who's there in third place now. And it looks like it's another zip cart there that's going through. I'll have to try and find out who that is when they cross the line, because they cross the line and it is Ashley Haas who's there in third place from Branscombe, who's got himself up to fourth. Ollie Thompson there in fifth place from Kean Sullivan, Jack Hope, Albie Smith and Connor Winfield there in ninth place. Ryan White already up into P10. Brilliant start for Ryan White.
A lot of movement in the midfield, and then Ashley Haas up to P3. That's up 4 positions.
Yeah.
We've also got Jack Cope up 3 positions and Albie Smith up 4. And then Ryan White already, as you said, up 6 positions.
Yeah, fabulous
to P10.
Start. Yeah, fabulous start to his race, isn't it? So Honda Cadet's looking very, very good here. Battles happening here right now. This is Ralphie Branscombe in fourth place, who at the moment is battling with Ashley Haas, who's having a fabulous start to this race. It was battling earlier on, wasn't it, in the pre-final that we saw. They're having a good little scrap midway down the field, but runs wide, and Branscombe goes up into a podium spot here. So the number 96, Ralphie Branscombe, looking very, very quick here in this final, and keep a very close eye on him. Ollie Thompson, who's recovered well, is back there in P4. As, well, Max today, he's not had a good start there. I've just noticed, because he's got the fastest lap of the race. The purple popped up on the screen. Max today, unfortunately, has dropped down to P14. That's a terrible start, but hopefully he recovers back well. He's setting fastest lap as now Ollie Thompson is back on the charge and moves up into the podium spots and says, think to Ralphie, let's go, let's try close that gap back up. And hopefully Ralphie will listen to that advice, because it is good advice. You know, if someone is quicker than you, you latch onto the back. And there's another Project One who spun. And who's that that's gone round? It's Ronnie Smart. Yeah, Smart not having a good final this one. He's right at the back of the grid now.
Ollie Thompson taking that P3 from Branscombe. Decided not to go with the strategy of tagging along behind him.
No. I mean, again, that can happen.
Yeah.
You know, it's, you know, a lot of people say that, you know, yeah, you can fight for position all you want, but I feel like I'm faster than you. You feel like you're faster than me. Fine, let's scrap it out and see who's fastest at the end of it.
Yeah.
And in that time, they could lose time, and round and 2 carts off. The 27 goes round, and another kart there, unfortunately falling down the order. I think it's the 85 of Jack Cope, who unfortunately has come to a stop at Christmas Corner. And looks to me like he's not in the bestest of comfort out there, so hopefully he is okay. But unfortunately, a bit of a coming together there. He had a cart go right up his back there, essentially, into the Christmas Corner. So hopefully he's all right. Marshall's in attendance very quickly. Back to the front here, though. This is still the battle for third place. And a red flag has come out now. So red flag's been called. The first red flag of the weekend due to an incident at Christmas Corner. So there will be a short break now. So we will hope that those 2 drivers are okay after that collision there. So the gap now, Kean Bernard was leading the way. Now, how far into that race were we? We were only a few laps in. So I suspect they will be stopped going into the boot section. They'll be gridded up, and then we might go for a full race restart, or they will start it with a delayed time. So medics will make their way up to Christmas Corner to make sure all is okay. But yeah, certainly never nice to get a red flag. The first red flag of the weekend as well, so we do hope there that our drivers are okay. I believe Jack Cope, the driver involved up there, and yeah, having a spinning with another driver. So with 8.5 minutes to go plus 1 lap, red flag has been called. I think we'll take a short break. We'll be back in a few moments' time with seeing what happens. So in the meantime, we'll leave you with some of the interviews that happened over the course of the weekend. TKM Extreme, Wilton Mill,
racing, karting, Adam Sparrow. Mate, welcome back to karting. You've disappeared, you abandoned us to go racing some Mazda MX-5s, but you're doing all right in that, aren't you?
Yeah, doing quite well, leading the championship with 2 rounds to go. We've got Donington and Silverstone left to go with that, so really enjoying that. Got a couple of wins on my belt, so that's going quite well.
Cool. That's enough about that, because we're here karting this weekend. TKM Extreme, Wilton Mill, penultimate round as well. Only Rowra left, I'm pretty sure, if I'm right in saying. Mate, this is going to be a good weekend. Wilton and TKMs, they always have a interesting combination, don't they?
Yeah, so I think there won't be much to choose between us looking at practice times. There's nothing between us in the lap times, to be honest. And yeah, hopefully we've struggled a little bit with setup yesterday, so hopefully we can sort that out. But I think I'll be in the fight.
Yeah, that's what you need. And there's some good names in TKM Extreme, isn't there, this year? And this weekend, I mean, you've got so many seeded drivers. You're not seeded number this year, but still, you're a rapid driver and you're always up there. And that final is going to be the race, isn't it, to watch this weekend?
All right, we could see Ronnie Smart getting up and out of his cart just there. So it appears that he is okay to go. Not Ronnie Smart, sorry.
So yeah, it was Jack Cope up at
Jack
Chris's
Cope.
corner, yes. But right, okay. So a word then of what is going to be happening. So I popped into timing and I could hear the radio chatting. I had a good chat with the guys in the organisation team. So there is going to be a rolling lap restart. So they're going to do one full rolling lap to calm all the drivers down under full course yellow conditions. They're then going to get to the line and it will be a single file rolling restart into the race in the order that they cross the line at the end of lap number 3. So that's what you're seeing now, is you're seeing the drivers being put into the order that they were in at the end of lap number 3.
Yeah.
And yes, it will be a single file rolling restart after one full lap under full course yellow conditions. So that is how it will restart. So if you have just joined us, welcome. You have joined us at a brief interlude red flag period in the Honda Cadet O Plate final. Before the red flag came out, it was Keane Bernard who was leading the way from Theo Bradshaw. And if anything, this restart, it brings everyone together again now, doesn't it? So we were seeing those gaps starting to form. You were seeing those races starting to get involved in, you know, here, there and everywhere. Now you're going to have the full group next to each other again. So essentially, it's another chance for a lot of these drivers to have a better start.
A little bit of an evening of the field.
Yes. But crucially, this time around, it's not a standing start. It's actually a single file rolling start that they've got. So you're just going to have to be on the ball here of, you know, where you can get going, where to get back on the power, everything like that, and get it sorted out. So I think they've given a green light to the mechanics to go out to the circuit now to help fire up the karts, because of course you don't want these overheating stationary on the grid, and plus they don't have the largest of fuel tanks, so these drivers will have to make sure that they maintain fuel, so they'll probably turn them off very quickly. So the mechanics will make their way back onto the grid to help fire up the karts, and they then will be very promptly told to get off the track.
Yeah.
So yes,
hurdle the fence again.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it is a well-known sport of mechanic fence hurdling. It's
that should be our next challenge.
Yeah, exactly. What, hurdle a fence?
Yeah.
I don't want to fall on my face, thanks.
That's good TV though.
What, me falling?
That's what the people want to see.
What, me falling on my face?
Yeah.
Thanks for that. You've fitted in just nicely here, haven't you? Perfect. Well, certainly not the way these drivers would have wanted it, but again, a restart effectively for these drivers. Not a full restart. Again, they had done 3 laps, so it's not a full race restart, but it is a... they'll have 1 lap under full course yellow conditions to calm themselves down, get everything back up to temperature, and then we go back to green flag conditions after a single file rolling start. There is Keane Bernard, the driver who was leading the way before the red flag, as the yellow flags drop and we get the first of the cool down laps underway. Just Just get everything back up to temperature, get everyone nice and steady, ready to go racing again. So, go see on this one. Again, this is the O Plate. For anyone joining us, this is not a championship round. This is a one-off championship event. So the O Plate winner at the end of this one becomes the Open champion for Honda Cadet. And again, it could be any one of these drivers. We just can't call it, can we? Honda Cadets are super competitive. Honda Cadets back in the day when they were running on the GX 160s, they would have a grid of 36. It'd be a full grid all the time. And I think my favourite showing of Honda Cadets was Kart Masters at PF International. It was the Grand Prix final, and there were 20 karts battling for first place. There were 20 karts within 3 seconds of each other. It was incredible.
I would like to be the timing judge on that one when they all cross the line.
Oh, no. You wouldn't want to be Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing after that one, because any one of those transponders that failed, it's like, oh my goodness. There'd be a lot of work to try and fix it. Here we go then. Warm-up lap completed. They should be getting the green flag this time around for a single file rolling start. Who's going to get the jump away then as they make their way round the final corner? It's a good getaway then from Kian Bernard, who does get the jump, but Bradshaw tries to follow as well. Remember, tyres are going to be cold from these drivers being stationary for a very long time, so they're going to have to be careful as they go through, but it's a nice clean start, and under pressure down the inside, here comes Ashley Haas on Kian Sullivan and gets the move done straight away, wasting no time there. That's taking full advantage of the situation, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Kian Bernard, like we said, he's had a really good weekend, so used to being out in front, and he appears to be quite comfortable pulling away from Bradshaw slightly. But of course, the top 5 is still very, very close. And we can see that Branscombe is starting to pull away slightly from the pack behind him, which is led by Ashley Haas.
Yeah. And right now, where's the Ryan White update? The number 47, who started at the back of the grid after the retirement.
9 positions.
9 positions there,
Not
P7. So, yeah, the number 47 having a very good run at the moment. Keep a close eye on that one. Branscombe's still there in P4. This is Ashley Haas, Sullivan, White, then Smith. White's in this group. So he's going to want to go for the move sooner rather than later. Down the inside, there he goes. Ryan White up now into P6. So making another move. But yeah, as soon as if he gets to the front of this pack now, because now there's a bit of a gap now between himself and Ashley Haas, who's managed to break away now from the chasing pack, that's a lot of empty real estate between themselves and the front leading 4 karts, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, what's your plan there? What would you say? You're Ryan White. You're there in P6.
He's already moved up another position as we were talking. So.
Yes. So you know, what's your plan of attack here if you're a driver?
Well, he looks like he feels like he can lead this pack at the very least, and then try and take off and catch the front group.
He now leads it. He runs a little bit wide and.
But holds on.
He does. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he will have his sights set on catching up to the back of Ryan Branscombe now and closing that gap a little bit. Whether Ashley Haas is able to stick along the back of Ryan White, we will see.
The only thing that he's got going for him is the fact that...
the only thing he's got going for him.
What? No, that's not a harsh statement. No, I hadn't finished my statement there. You cut me off. The only thing he's got going for him is that his tyres, I think, will be in better nick. Because of I think he retired, didn't he, earlier on? Or,
yeah.
Yes, so he retired, so he used his tyres a lot less than what these other drivers did.
Yeah.
So they're on like 8 laps more used tyres, which is a big benefit that he's got. So, you know, that's why you can see now he's starting to break away from the pack behind. He's got the fresher tyres, he's able to push that kart just that little bit more. So he might have a chance here. 4.5 minutes to go, though, plus that 1 lap time very quickly running out, but he's up to P5. He's got a gap of 2 seconds to try and close to Branscombe. That's a tall order on your own, isn't it?
Yes, but as you said, with the tyres and just the speed that he's had all weekend, I don't think it's impossible at all. No. He's already got it down to 1.45, so...
There you go.
Closing the gap.
Closing the gap. We'll keep an eye on it. 4 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. Update further down the field then. Bernard still leading from Bradshaw. Then it's Thompson, Branscombe. Then it's now Ryan White from Ashley Haas, Kian Sullivan from Connor Winfield. Albie Smith still there in 9th place. Max Today has moved up back into 10th place now on the recovery drive. Fred Wall is there in 11th place from Ronnie Smart. Lewis Gilbert, MD Rosie, and Ed Spain. Currently still running out on track. Jack Hope still the retirement out on circuit. Hopefully is okay from that red flag incident. But eyes on this battle here, and again, no major changes there as drivers still squabbling in that mid-pack now as looking to the inside. You've got to be careful. Connor Winfield getting attacked there by Max Today, and Max Today sending it down the inside, so good move for Max.
He's had 3 positions in this lap, I think, so
yeah,
he's doing a good recovery drive, but obviously had a very rough start.
Yeah, rough start, but certainly fighting back now in this later stages. Bradshaw now, fastest lap of the race, there in 2nd place. He's closed that gap back up again. It's now 0.2 of a second, and if anything, like I always say, 0.2 is lunge distance.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
See. I would agree.
You'd agree?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
You're the expert.
Am I? I'd say I'm slightly knowledgeable. I wouldn't call myself an expert, but there we go. Yeah, you can see that now. Visually, it's closed right in. So, yeah, these two now, again, they're most likely going to work together until the last couple of laps. But remember, that's a bit of a gap he's still got to close up there. This is not going all the way of Bradshaw. This is going the way of Cian Bernard, who, of course, Cian, who is the GP plate in Micro, he is, and he's looking to get another seeded number in Honda Cadet. So that's obviously, that's quite a tally, isn't it, that you get, you know, seeded numbers in different classes. That's good going, that is, in the world of karting.
Yeah, he's had a really consistently good performance in every session that we've seen him in, just setting the fastest lap as well. So I'm sure he'll be hoping for the plate today.
Certainly would be, but I suspect they are going to fight for it, as they are still fighting for it down here. Ashley Haas getting under pressure from Cian Sullivan there. Sullivan not getting the full move out of Ashby. As our driver still staying line astern, as Connor Winfield again doing what he needs to do here, waiting for that perfect opportunity to send it down the inside, and he's got a sticker on his engine that says "send it." Yep. So you know, he knows what he needs to do.
Ryan White struggled to catch up to the front group of Ryan Branscombe. That gap's gotten a little bit bigger now.
Yeah, 4 seconds, but he's breaking away from this pack. But subsequently, they're breaking away while he's driving away from that pack. But it's all just opening up now, isn't it? So yeah, I mean, you've got to give it. I mean, I'd give drive of the day. I know there's not for these drivers, but you know, I'd give it there to Ryan White, because that is certainly a drive he's had after that retirement through the field, but not able to fully close up the gap. It's certainly a very good effort that he has had over the course of this weekend, has Ryan White, but still the rest of this field being very, very strong. Cian Bernard once again setting the fastest lap of the race, and he is opening that gap just that fraction more between himself and Theo Bradshaw. Now half a second is that gap. Ollie Thompson still there in 3rd place. He's some 1.9 seconds off the back of this one. And I've got to say, I think Max Today is closing in on Ryan White. I don't think the battle for P5 is just over just yet. There they are. Ryan White just leading that one. There is Max Today. There's the rest of the field just going through the shot now. Ashley Haas, Cian Sullivan, Connor Winfield, Albie Smith, Ronnie Smart, as well as Fred Wall, Lewis Gilbert, Ed Spain is side by side here, as this is now the battle for 3rd place. Branscombe to the inside, and he's looking for a podium spot here, and he's got that podium spot now up into P3. But Ollie Thompson's going to retaliate as he goes back down the inside here, side by side through the final corner. You've got to be careful, running very wide onto the marbles there. And, well, Branscombe holds onto it as they go on to the final lap, but they've got to be careful. Now Ollie's going to have the slipstream here up into Christmas corner. Branscombe's going to take the tight line. He then cuts back across after he sees that Thompson isn't going to follow. They've closed back up again. The battle of the front, that's not raging on. There's 7/10 between them. Cian Bernard looks very comfortable, but the battle for 3rd still rages. Branscombe holding on to it, but runs wide, and now he's under pressure. Side by side, Thompson on the outside. He's going to try and switch back if he can try and get the move down the inside here. He can't. Again, it gets cut off. Branscombe closes that door and says no to Ollie Thompson, who tries to get 3rd place, but at the front here, Cian Bernard, who's got no pressure whatsoever. It was a GP plate in Micromax in Kart Masters. It's an O plate in Honda Cadet at Wilton Mill. A fabulous result for Kian Bernard for the Zip Factory team. He takes the win and he becomes the Open champion. Theo Bradshaw takes second. Ralphie Branscombe at the end of that one finishes in P3. From Ollie Thompson, Ryan White recovers to P5 after starting at the back of the grid. From Max Today, who finishes in P6 after a pretty shaky start. He makes his way back through the field, but there on your screen, Kian Bernard at the end of 14 laps of racing, the driver from South Africa. A fantastic result. He takes the win from Theo Bradshaw, Ralphie Branscombe, Ollie Thompson from Ryan White, Max Today from Cian Sullivan, Ashley Haas from Connor Winfield, Albie Smith from Freddie Wall, Ronnie Smarts from Lewis Gilbert, Ed Spain finishing in P14. Emsy Rosie and Jack Cope round out the 16 kart field. Jack Cope the only retirement of the race, but a solid drive from our Honda Cadet GX200, and another seeded driver is crowned here at Wilton Mill. And they all make their way back into Parc Ferme. There you can see Cian Sullivan going through into the Weybridge area. Again, they take one or two random drivers. 99 going through, all good for Albie Smith. And the rest of the field, so looking like nose cones, all good there for our drivers, which is fabulous to see. And into Parc Ferme there goes Ed Spain, as well as through goes the number 44, Esme Rosie. So a brilliant run then for Honda Cadet GX200. The O plate completed in 2023, and it goes the way of Kian Bernard, who takes the win on that one, gaining one position. He started second on that one. He gains past his teammate Theo Bradshaw, who finishes in second place. But we're ready down in Parc Ferme. Ailey, it's over to you.
I'm here with Cian Bernard, who's the winner of our Honda Cadet O-Plate race. Cian, tell me how you're feeling after that one.
Very happy. With the micro, not so happy, obviously, starting last, getting a disqualification in the race before. But other than that, at least I won this, so I'm really happy.
And you mentioned you're doing double duties. It's quite a quick turnaround between the Micromax and the Honda Cadet. How do you clear your head and get ready for this race?
Well, I'm fine with fitness. I'm just like, I'm so thirsty right now because the heat. But yeah, other than that, I'm fine. So.
Yeah, it's a very hot day, so well done. You're doing a good job. Tell us a little bit about the last lap. And you had Theo very close behind you. How was that?
Well, I just focus on just winning, just pushing as hard as I can every single lap, just focusing, get ahead, and just basically just be consistent and beat my best lap times every single lap. So.
Amazing. Well, it was a very well-deserved win after a consistent weekend. Do you have anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the whole of Zipkart for this weekend, my brother for the mechanicking for the micro, my dad for mechanicking for the Honda, Beanie, Earl and Luke, and RPM, and yeah, I think that's it, yeah.
Perfect. Well, congratulations and enjoy the plate to add to your collection.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you there to our Honda Cadet winner on that one, Cian Bernard, who seemed to thank the entire world at the end of that one. But nevertheless, we move on to Minimax 950. Jacob Ashcroft, the favourite going into this one. He starts his one on pole position. Will Green starting alongside Finley Lyons, another one of the Zip Factory kart teams. Can he replicate what his teammates have just done in the Honda Cadets? Charlie Wolfett, he starts alongside Charles Kitely and Zach Starbuck. They go from row 3. Row number 4 sees Thomas Hill and Katie Donaldson. Elia Velico goes from row 5 with Logan Lauder alongside. Stanley Clark and Ella Lucia round out row number 6. Thomas Butcher and John Richardson, they go from the 7th row with Harris Ali starting at the back of the grid. What can Richardson do? Quick driver, unfortunately did not have the pre-final he wanted. He starts this one nearer the back of the grid. Certainly looking forward to this one though. Jacob Ashcroft has been the one to beat. He put it pole in qualifying, 2 heat wins, and won the pre-final. Can he do it again in this final and come away with the Minimax E Plate? It's certainly been good results in previous years in the E Plate for Minimax. They've certainly had a good one, but we go green flag and racing, and it is a good start from the entire field. Everyone getting through, and a good run up into Christmas corner. Bit of side-by-side, 3 wide there as they all try and make it to the apex. Bit of jostling in the background there, the 1-3-2 getting punched out wide a little bit there. Gets back into the field. John Richardson fighting his way through the field there and doing exactly what he needs to do. Position the kart in a good spot, but he is still fighting his way through that back of that field, and a spin, and round goes the 134, and that's Velico who goes off the circuit. Ilya Velico, unfortunately, getting kicked out of the field and into the grassy area, recovers back, but all the way now back at the back of the field. That is an absolute disaster. 3 wide and sandwich, and another rotation. Round goes the 145 of Thomas Butcher, the privateer, also to the back of the grid and out of this race. He'll have to recover all the way back, and when that happens, you know it's race over. Previous winners in this one, Minimax, Owen Byer, Oakley Pryor as well, 2016, 2014 and 15 for the E-Plate. There's not been many E-Plates actually going around for Rotax, but certainly there has been some previous winners in this one. Who will be it in this time around? And right now it's looking like it's going the way of Jacob Ashcroft in this one, because he's certainly looking very, very quick out there, breaking away nearly half a second already from the rest of the field, as down the inside there goes Charlie Wolfit, getting that move done on Stanley Clark. Clark having a much better start to this race. Had a bit of a disaster in the pre-final earlier on, getting kicked onto the grass, but this time around no such things happening, and he's looking much, much stronger as he's battling away with John Richardson there, and Richardson getting through as well. So John Richardson up into P8. Ailey joining me back into the commentary box.
Give me a second to catch my breath.
No, you're fine.
Run from park for me.
There's no time to catch your breath in this one. It's straight into it. But yeah, certainly it was nice to chat to our racer on that one. It was a shame that he'd like to thank the entire world, though, at the end of that one.
Yeah, I don't know if you got the 3rd place, but he also had some pointing demonstration for his sponsors, which I thought was very impressive.
Oh, excellent.
The children are well media trained these days.
They are very good. Oh, it's all kicking off here though still, as once again they're side by side and through. This is Logan Lauder, I believe, or Casey Donaldson actually. Casey Donaldson getting the move done actually on Stanley Clark. So Clark now back down into 10th place as Jacob Ashcroft sets the fastest lap of the race as we watch this battle here. Now, crucially, both Stanley Clark and Casey Donaldson communicated at the very same time there, saying, right, you work with me, yes, I'll work with you. So hopefully they'll work together. Side by side here, down the inside, the 185 of Zach Starbuck and Thomas Hill going wheel to wheel, the 2 Zip Factory Kart teammates who certainly had a very interesting moment earlier on in the weekend, and again doing the same here, battling away. Charlie Wolfit right behind. So Wolfit going to take full advantage of this if these two start scrapping with each other. So the 2 Zip Kart Factory team drivers working very well. They're in 4th and 5th place at the moment as well. Or 5th and 6th place, I should say. There is Charles Kitely, who's in 4th place in the 164. He's broken away from the rest of this field. Vinny Lyons still there in 3rd place as well. He's about 0.3 of a second off the back of Will Green as they are still battling away here. Down the inside, Zach Starbuck gets it. Wolfit goes through as well. And Thomas Hill gets demoted down into P7 now. So again, a little bit of time left in this race. You can fight back. It's just now, if that happens, focus, get into it, get on it, and get it done.
And just behind that group as well, there's John Richardson. He's had a very good start to the race, it looks like. Up 6 positions to P8.
Very, very good run for him as Finley Lyons now sets the fastest lap of the race, 48.29. He is starting to wheel in Will Green, and there it is on your screen. This is the battle for 2nd place now. So Will Green doing what he needs to do. He's 1.2 seconds off, though, from your man who's leading, Jacob Ashcroft. So really, well, I mean, it falls down really to what these drivers want to do. Does Lyons want to go for the attack here, or does he want to push? No, he's going to go for the attack after a small error there for Will Green. And now Finley Lyons says to Will Green, right, let's focus, let's go. So Will Green follow the instruction there from Lines, and will they work together, or will Green attack again? Will Green. There you go. Well. There we go. There's so many wills in this one. But there we go. It's tongue twister is commentator work, isn't it?
Yeah,
it
definitely.
Is. It is, yeah. But you get good at it after a while. I'm still bad at it, but it'll take a while more. But, oh, I thought they'd gone off the track there. No, it was just the camera angle. Oh, God, blimey. There we go. Heart and mouth moment there.
Blimey.
I know. What? What's wrong with me saying core blimey?
So English.
Sorry, that's where I'm from. But
Just took me off guard.
Took you off guard. There we go. What would you say in Scotland?
I don't know, but definitely not core blimey.
Core blimey. Core blimey, governor.
No, definitely not.
There we go. But 6.5 minutes to go, and still Ashcroft just... Ashcroft's been untouchable this weekend, hasn't he? It's been a stellar performance from him. He's 1.8 seconds clear here.
Clean sweep.
Clean.
P1 and
every... Well, knock on wood. Not clean sweep. Yeah, he's got 6 minutes to go yet. It's not a clean sweep just yet.
Another fastest lap, though. 48.11.
He's doing well.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. Same as these two drivers here, Finney Lines and Will Green. Got to say, that gap's not closing with these two here. And if anything, I would think Charles Kitely is actually starting to close in on these two as well. So we could have a battle here on our hands for second place very soon, because these two also closing in. Zach Starbuck and Charlie Wolfett, they have dropped Thomas Hill. Thomas Hill has fallen down the order a little bit. There he is. He's not lost any positions, but he's still there. The gap behind him is still very big, and that battle's still going on. That's John Richardson and Katie Donaldson, who are going wheel to wheel. And still no change there. Lines is now starting to drop Will Green here. Now, can Lines close this gap? It's 1.9 seconds. Will he be able to drop that to 1.8? It fractionally went down there.
Yeah.
But again, at that pace, he's not going to close it within 5 minutes, is he?
No, and they're almost, completely evenly matched on sector times. So there's really not much between Lines and Green at all.
No, that's the damning thing, isn't it, about racing? You just think, I'm trying my hardest, but I'm just matching the pace. I'm not beating it. I'm not slower than it. It's not a bad thing. You're on the pace. That's a good thing. But, it's the same across the board there. Now, they have closed in a fractionally to Jacob Ashcroft there. It's dropped down to 1.8. It's still not a big jump, but it's still a 10th. So we'll keep a close eye on that one as this one carries on. And the only good thing that Ashcroft's got is that he's on his own. He knows that he doesn't have the pressure of anyone trying to attack him.
He can just focus on his lines.
Yeah.
Putting in clearly the fastest laps.
Yeah, exactly
so he's feeling good out there.
Last lap for him, 48.39, 48.31 for Finney Line. So he was fractionally faster. Sector 1 on that last lap. Again, Ashcroft slightly faster through Sector 1, and then Finney Lines faster through Sector 2. Again, they're just matching each other's pace. They're not able to just close it up just that fraction too much. So it's a bit of a stalemate that we've got at the moment here, and with the decent start that Jacob Ashcroft got, essentially it's just drive to the end, really, in this one and hope for the best. And he's doing just that. Yeah. So still Ashcroft from Finney Lines, from Green, Kitely, Starbuck, Wolfett, Hill. Then it's Richardson, Donaldson. Clark's just gone up into 9th place. Lauder's gone through as well. So Katie Donaldson's just dropped down actually to P13. Where's Katie Donaldson got? She's tumbling down the order now. Has she stopped on circuit somewhere?
Retiring, potentially.
Well, she's crossed the line now in P14.
Okay.
So, not sure what's happened there to Katie Donaldson. But hopefully all is well, and she's still going out on track. 3 minutes to go. The race leader, Jacob Ashcroft, driving away. The battle for second and third still raging on. This battle here for 4th place. And now it is Charles Kitely under pressure. Down the inside, Starbuck goes, Wolfett follows. No time wasted there whatsoever. And look at the gap they've opened up already. Those two are inseparable.
Yeah.
They are on a charge right now. I think we are going to have a very close fight here for the podium spots, because Zach Starbuck and Charlie Wolfett have latched onto each other. They have found some serious pace out there.
And that Zach Starbuck's had a lot of experience of moving through the field and had a really strong pre-final as well. So they will be hoping, like, there's not much gap between that group there for P4 and also P3.
Yeah, so that is Gridman Sam. He's one of our officially licensed marshalling team. Does a lot of the marshalling at Bolton for the British Kart Championships, as well as other places as well. So good to see him here, watching the racing and supporting the drivers here at Wilton Mill. So
it's a nice day for it.
It is. It is. It is a family day out here at Wilton Mill. Beautiful day. It is an open venue. You can come down, grab a drink at the cafe, and yeah, do all that and watch some seriously good racing. And there is still some good racing coming up, because this is only the 4th final of the day. We still have 4 more finals to go, and it's all the adult drivers next. Well, the juniors and the seniors coming up.
Well, they've got
next.
mustaches. So
they've got mustaches, but,
they're adults.
and they mustache. There we go. Nice photos there. Good old Gridman Sam. There we go. He's stolen his job. So there we go. This is the job that Gridman Sam usually does. Good to see. Hello. Right, back to the racing. 1 minute to go, plus 1 lap, and it is still Ashcroft who leads the way, now by 2.4 seconds from Finley Lines. Will Green still there. That battle's still not over. Far from over, I can guarantee you that. This one here, though, this is piquing me interest just a little bit. This is Zach Starbuck and Charlie Wolfett, who have seriously closed that gap up to those two ahead. We are looking at a 4-kart battle here for second place very, very soon. 40 seconds to go. Look at them closing in. Certainly excited to see what happens here. At what point do you think they're going to close? Do you think they're actually going to close? Do you reckon we're going to see a battle, or do you think they're just going to get within touching distance?
I think Finley Lines and Will Green have looked very good this race. I think they'll be...
Think they'll be okay?
Potentially able to hold on to those podium spots. Potentially, maybe.
Potentially, maybe. There we
Perhaps.
go. Key words there. Key words. Everything's provisional.
Yeah.
But still, 10 seconds to go on the board. Ashcroft still provisionally looking absolutely fantastic. So there we go. Finley Line still there in second place from Will Green. There we go. Look at Zach Starbuck. That driving style there says everything you need to know about a driver who's determined to gain as many positions and wants a podium. Now, where did Zach Starbuck start in this race? He started 6th place, so he's gained a couple of positions so far in this one. He is eyeing up a podium. He's certainly doing that as we go on to the last lap now. Jacob Ashcroft clear, 2.8 seconds from the rest of the field. Finley Line still holding on to that one. It's still Thomas Butcher at the back of the grid. Katie Donaldson still there in 14th from Harris Alley in 13th. John Richardson, unfortunately, has dropped down to P11 now. Has just got past Ella Lucia, who's there in 12th place. Ilya Veliko, who is there in 10th place after that spin earlier on. Logan Lauder from Stanley Clark and Thomas Hill, but eyes on this battle. Jacob Ashcroft is clear. Who's going to come second place? Finley Lines will go defensive into that section there, as down the inside again. They battle there as well across the line. Ashcroft's going to take the win. Finley Lines get squeezed out wide, and it's going to be a run to the line. Who's going to take it? Well, it's absolute dead heat for second place. Finley Lines and Will Green, 4.01 seconds back from Jacob Ashcroft. They are identical across the line. That is a photo finish and a half. We'll have to get the confirmation from Ian Rogers in timing who got that one across the line. But Jacob Ashcroft, a dominant performance this weekend. You cannot take anything away from him here at Wilton Mill. The Minimax 950 E Plate champion, the English champion, Jacob Ashcroft, pole in qualifying, 2 heat wins, a win in the pre-final and a win in the final. An absolute clean sweep for the Dan Holland Racing driver, Jacob Ashcroft, who decimates the rest of the field here at Wilton Mill. Finley Lines does take second place. The confirmation comes through. It was Finley Lines who takes second place by 100ths of a second, if not even less, from Will Green. Charlie Wolfett finishes in 4th place from Zach Starbuck. Charles Kitely and Thomas Hill, Stanley Clark, Logan Lauder, Ilya Veliko and Ella Lucia, Harris Alley and Katie Donaldson. John Richardson finishes in P14 out on circuit. Thomas Butcher rounds out the field, P15. A brilliant result for Minimax and a calm final for them, but plenty more races to go. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be chatting to our race winners in that one before we head off to Junior TKM, the next race of the weekend. Before we head to TKM Extreme, then to Junior Rotax, and then to round out the day, Senior Rotax for their E Plate finals. The next finals that are coming up, though, are championship races, but between now and then, we're going to go down to Parc Fermé, and it's over to Ailey down there.
All right, I'm down here in Parc Fermé. That was a very close finish for second place, but here we've got our very confident winner, Jacob Ashcroft. How was that for you? You looked very confident.
It was a good race. I had a big gap in a few laps, and I just had my head down to keep the gap and make sure Finley and Will couldn't catch me.
Amazing, and you've had such a good weekend all throughout. What do you think the trick is? Do you enjoy driving around Wilton Mill?
I don't know. I've done a lot of laps around here. It's a really good track for me, and I really like the track as well.
And what was your secret today to getting off to a good start? Because you were confidently out there in P1 from the very beginning.
Yeah, I had a good start in a lot of the races, and I came across at the start to stop Will from jumping me into turn 2, and then I looked to see if I had to defend for Christmas corner, and from there I just got my head down.
Perfect. And is there anyone else you'd like to thank today?
My mum, my dad, the whole of DHR, and Time Racing Engines for the power.
All right, congratulations. See you on the podium. All right, I've got Finley Lines here. Congratulations, Finley. That was a very close finish at the end there. Just tell us about how that last lap was and how it was following along P3.
Yeah, I'm really chuffed about P2. I really enjoyed it.
Amazing. And how was the racing throughout? We saw that you were battling between P2 and P3. You weren't quite able to catch up to Jacob. Was there anything you think you could have done to push forward, or you're at your max today?
I think that was the best I do. The kart was mint. Just everything was sweet. Just couldn't get that E plate.
Amazing. Well, you came close and it was still a very good race, so congratulations. Is there anyone else you'd like to thank today?
I want to thank Zipcar. I want to thank my mechanic Jem, my mum and dad for bringing me here, and yeah, all my sponsors.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and congratulations again. See you later. All right, we've got Will Green here. How was that? Very close finish. I'm sure you were hoping that you could finish a little bit further forward, but you did a very good job nonetheless. How was that last lap battle?
It was intense. He had a bit of a gap going into the last lap, so I knew I had to try and make that gap a bit smaller so I could do a move. Yeah, it was very intense.
Was there any point where you thought about trying to sneak past any moves you considered, or parts of the track where you like to try and overtake?
Boot move is one of my favourite places because you can kind of screw them over a bit and have a bigger gap after you've overtook them.
Amazing. And how are you feeling about your weekend overall? Happy to walk away with P3?
Yeah, it's been a decent weekend. Been consistent at the front, so it's been pretty good.
Perfect. Well, congratulations. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Kart Republic, Danny Sweeney, everyone in Argenti Motorsport, my mechanic James, and my mum and sister for supporting me.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations again. That was our top 3 for that race, and I'll pass back up to commentary for the rest of our races this afternoon.
Hi, I'm commentary. There we go. No, I'm kidding. Yes, indeed. Very close final from that one. We actually got sent a picture from Ian Rogers in timing of that photo finish. I've got to say, it was very close. But, yeah, definitely the right call there. A whisker of a finish across the line. We'll hopefully get to show you that one on the broadcast just so you can see how close that was as well. Like we were saying, Minimax then done. We now turn our attention to Junior TKM. And certainly looking forward to this one. I believe we've actually got the picture. Can we see that photo finish across the line? There it is. Look how close that is. That is how much timing could see out of that one. A whisker. It was like an inch across the line, but Finley Lines does take it across the line. Absolutely fabulous photo there. That is the sort of data and equipment that these guys have got to make sure that they can see what's going on as they may be described as massive plane flying over the circle. Wow, look at that. Is that a Lancaster bomber? It is indeed. Oh, there we go. I've just turned into a child. That's fantastic. There we go, flying right over the circuit. That took the attention away from anything motorsport related whatsoever. Everyone just looked up at the sky there. I can't even doubt it. Straight over the circuit. We planned that. It was the flyover for the junior TKM race. It was planned. We promise. There we go. But like we were saying, turn our attention to Junior TKM Race 28. This is a championship race now that we've got. This is not a one-off, so these drivers are fighting for championship points for their season. It is their penultimate round in the championship, and for right now, it's been a very, very close one. Now, Yihan Kalachan was leading the championship standings going into this weekend. Not sure if it stayed that way, because it was very close between himself and Aidan Mitchell. And Aidan Mitchell put it on pole in the pre-final, so he's certainly got a good smattering of points out in that one. So looking forward to that one. Kathy Watson joins us on the live chat as well. Says, hi, Anthony. Please can you say hello to John Watson in the steward's office and to Shay Watson in timing. Love, Kathy Watson. There we go. Kathy, there you go. There's your shout-out. If anyone else has any shout-outs, please do get them out. It's £5 a go, Kathy. The bill is in the post for you. Thank you.
Of you.
Sorry, you've got to unmute your microphone.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
I've been running laps, so...
You're running laps?
I need a second to...
No, that's fine.
Gather my thoughts.
That's fine. You gather your thoughts, and we'll talk about the drivers out in this one, because it certainly was a good day for a lot of the drivers. Aidan Mitchell taking a race win in second, qualified second over the course of this weekend. Yihan Kalachan having a win in his second race, but Kalachan not having the result he wanted in the pre-final. He starts this one P5 in the number 4. There he is on your screen now, in the orange helmet for the on the ARC chassis. Good to see. Now he's got Monty Braithwaite just behind. He's got Harry Blore just in front as well. Now Blore, very lucky was Harry Blore. Yeah. Can confirm he went down to 3rd place.
Not bad at all.
Not bad. After him and Leah Robinson were joined. Well, so Harry Blore won the pre-final. He had the 5-second time penalty, and Leo Robinson finished exactly 5 seconds behind in 3rd place, and we wondered, oh, where's he going to finish? He went behind him, which is understandable. Yeah. So, yes, Blore starting this one still in an impressive P3. There, though, Aidan Mitchell, who's starting this one on pole position. The precision racing driver certainly has had a good weekend, and I'm a big fan of his helmet style there. It's like it's matte, it's a bit shiny in there glittery as well, a bit glittery. He's got my favourite thing in the world. Do you know what my favourite thing in the world is?
Tell me.
An iridium visor.
How do you say that again?
Iridium.
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 Every day is a school day.
Every day is a school day. A lot of the drivers wearing the iridium visors.
It looks good in the sun.
Yes. David Klassen, it's ARC letters, not Noah's Ark. Thank you, David Klassen / Ashley Klassen, who is probably the person who is typing on David's account on that one. There is the number 43, Daniela Sutton. This is her last year in the British Kart Championships. Sad to see her go, but she's certainly had a good run in her karting career. She did the Daniel Ricciardo series in the previous years as well. Now coming into this one, and yeah, good to see what she can do in this one. But she's been dabbling in the world of cars as well, hasn't she?
She's had a few goes in different motorsport series and experiences. So exciting to see what she does next.
Is indeed. And coming up next is Junior TKM. Here's the grid. Here we go then, Junior TKM final time. Who's going to come away with those 65 championship points? Could it be Aidan Mitchell or Leo Brown who start this one on the front row? Harry Blore or Willoughby Steele, who had a good run in that pre-final to get back up into a good starting spot there of P4. Yihan Kalachan, the championship leader, he starts on the 3rd row of the grid with Daniela Sutton alongside.
On row 4, we've got Monty Braithwaite and then Patrick Leaf. On row 5, we've got William Bryan and Jack Stewart. Row 6 is Harrison Morrow and Jake Humphrey.
Running over the top 12 and the 13 drivers, Daniel Samir, who rounds out the back of the grid. And Cross-Eyed Lion says that green colour is lit. There we go. The number 57, Jack Stewart, not leaving the pit lane. Something not well with Wagon, and Wagon does not roll. Oh, it is rolling. He's just got to start from the back of the grid. So, yeah, that'll not be what he wants, because he'll have stone-cold tyres. Yeah. So, yeah, hopefully get that sorted out. They're going round again. Now, that's lucky for Jack Stewart. Does he get released? He does. So can he get back into his original starting spot and with a warm set of tyres? He got away with that one there.
Making the best of a worst case scenario.
He got away with that one then. He can gain those positions because he's starting a little further back. He's starting P10, so he only needs to get past 3 or 4 drivers to get into a starting spot. So did you see the photo finish?
Wow.
Ian Rogers in timing.
That's
so,
a true photo finish.
That is a true photo finish. It was absolutely fantastic. What, sorry?
The mouse is perfectly placed right on front of the nose.
Yeah, you can blame Ian Rogers for that, for putting the mouse in the way. But very much a photo finish. It was very good. That's the sort of technological equipment that we've got here this weekend. Only the best. Only the best.
Olympic standard.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. The same standard of equipment that they use in the Olympics. So there you go. You were only joking when you said that.
I wasn't.
Yeah, you were.
No, I wasn't. I learned last weekend at Lark Hall. I listened to Henry Spiel
did you?
about the Olympic cameras.
Now that's not a good start, and that's another false start there. And I'm gonna say, I think that was Daniela Sutton there, just clipping that inside curb and trying to get on loud pedal straight away, and unfortunately just kicked her out onto the other side of the track. So that's why you can't accelerate too early. You have to wait for that yellow line. You have to wait until the majority of the grid are round in a straight line. So
tough rolling start.
Yeah. So everyone, woosah. Calm. It's only the final. It's only a championship. It's only the penultimate round of the championship. It's only going down to the wire, you know. Everyone just calm down, just that little bit. And even the marshal at the side of the circuit there saying, right, well, yeah, there you go. That's a very good.
Still.
That's a very good shot there of just saying, come on, what are you doing? It's like why is everyone reminding me of Dan Ashton these days? It's like that seems to be the Dan Ashton move. That round the final corner, ease it back. It's another very early go, but they do get the green light, and it's a great start for Mitchell. Mitchell gets away, and his teammate follows as well. Bloor up into second, and the two of them line astern, now trying to drive from the rest of the field. Yihan Kalachern is there in P3. How on earth did he do that? That outside row, or the inside row going into turn 1, was rapid, and he's going for the race lead. Well, he can't get the race lead. He stays there in second.
Not a bad start at all.
Not a bad start at all. There is Leo Robinson going through. He's trying to find a way through the field now. He is trying to find it, and he does not find it. He stays there in his position. He's right behind Yihan Kalachern. They're at the moment side by side in the background there as the number 10 and the 57 go side by side. That's Jack Stewart and Jake Humphrey. Going side by side across the line they go. It's Mitchell from Bloor, Kalachern from Robinson, Steele from Braithwaite, Sutton from Bryant, Samir is up into 9th place from Harrison Morrow, Patrick Leaf, Humphrey and Stewart. The entire field at the moment still line astern though, but right now Kalachern doing what he can to try and reclaim any form of this championship lead that he was slowly starting to lose over the form of this weekend.
Yeah, he's had a bit of an up and down weekend. P3 in time quali, and then P5, and then winning one of the heats. So he'll definitely be looking to reclaim a few more championship points in this one.
65 for a race win, going down from there. So looking forward to that one. But Aidan Mitchell is doing exactly what he needs to do. I've got the piece of paper with me somewhere with the championship standings. I don't know where though, so entertain amongst yourselves until I find that piece of paper, which I can't find. So there
Harry
we go.
Bloor's just taken lead there, and fastest lap is Yihan Kalachern.
Nice.
So he is gesturing to Leo Robinson that they are going to go ahead together and catch up to the back of Aidan Mitchell, who's in P2. So a very close top 5, top 6 even, rounded out by Braithwaite.
Good. There we go. So still the race goes on, and nice shot there as they always pass. Very close still in that mid-pack. Any one of these drivers getting a penalty, they find themselves going way down the field. Bloor now with the fastest lap of the race. He is closing in. Or he's taken the lead of this one. Yeah, he's driving away from it. So, yeah, now clear by 0.3 of a second. So, despite that coming together earlier on with, the penalty and it all going not his way, now in the final, all is well. And that's the important one, isn't it? And for for Harry Bloor. Would this be his first final win if he could get it?
I think he saw how hard he had to battle through in the pre-final. He did a very good job, but it was definitely no small feat. So he'll be looking for an uneventful race to P1, I'm sure, in this final.
Yes, uneventful race is what every single one of these drivers and their relatives would like to see as well. Yeah, that is always a nice race we want to see. Nice, very close-up shot there. Aiden Mitchell latching onto the back of his teammate Harry Bloor here. They're not splitting up here, are they?
No.
They're staying line astern, and a little wide there from Mitchell. Slightly overdriving the cut there in towards the Ashby hairpin, so just needs to bring it back a little bit, get it back into focus and latch onto his teammate. He's tucked into the steering wheel. Calichurn still under pressure from Robinson. Steele still doing a good job. Willoughby Steele, the O plate in the junior TKM category. Still having a much better run this time around. It's been not the best. It's been an up and down weekend in the qualifying heat, but certainly making up for it in this final.
When it matters, pre-final and final, he seems to be doing well, making his way through the field. But he'll be hoping for better than P5 today, definitely, because he's shown that he's got the pace and that he can get past lots of drivers on the field.
100%, 100%. So let's just see what he can do. Right, I'm going to bring up the championship standings in a moment, so do bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to see if Harry Bloor has won a final so far this year. One would say with my vast knowledge of racing, I would know, but certainly I do not know. Junior TKM, Mr. Bloor, he has not won a final yet this year, so this could be his first then. So career first, maybe, in Junior TKM, not too sure, or British Kart Championships 2023 first final win for Aiden Mitchell. He himself has also not won a final either. So both of these drivers have not won a final. So that would be crucial for one of these drivers if they can get away with one of those. Calichurn has won finals so far this year. Leo Robinson also has not, so undefeated a little bit is Yihan Calichurn in the finals. He has won every final so far this year.
Yeah, I would say this weekend, luck maybe has not been on his side so much.
No.
But still not in a bad position in P3 and doing his best to hold on to the back of Aiden Mitchell there. A 1 second gap between them. But he does have Willoughby Steele right on his tail of what is quite a big train of drivers now.
It's a very big train of drivers. Yeah, that's a very good observation you breathe there. So, yes, Calichurn under some immense pressure here from the drivers behind. Steele, Robinson, Braithwaite, Bryant, Sutton, Leaf, Samir, Humphrey, Stewart and Morrow still line astern. These two, though, still leading the way. Bloor and Mitchell, 8.5 minutes to go plus 1 lap. And again, all calm on the Western Frontier in Junior TKM for the time being. This is identical to what we saw over the course of the weekend, isn't it? With, you know, it's just, it stays the same.
Well, this was the class where we had the very consistent results in the heats.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, you are right, isn't it? Yeah, we had drivers who, these had that one, this had that one, as Willoughby Steele now moves up into 3rd place, gets the move done on Yihan Calichurn, and now drops back into that one. So still a good result. It was a large fight for all of these drivers over the course of this weekend, but still, Willoughby Steele doing exactly what he needs to do now. And, you know, Steele is a quick driver, knows how to do it because he's got the O plate. So, you know.
It's a testament to his mindset as well. I think that he can go from dead last or right at the back of the grid, and he's still got his sights set on the win because he knows that he's fast enough. So up to P3 with 7.5 minutes to go. Definitely good improvement from Willoughby Steele.
Side by side, down the inside, Braithwaite and William Bright going side by side there. Leo Robinson going down, so Braithwaite up into P5, and Robinson fights back, and wide goes the number 12 of Braithwaite. Braithwaite now under pressure from William Bright, who was battling away for 2nd place earlier on in this weekend, and now sees himself fighting to stay within the top 10. And he is now in P6. Braithwaite now down into P8. Daniela Sutton up into P7. So still good battles happening in that mid-pack. But with that, that is kind of broken up that field now just that little bit. And crucially now, you've not got drivers who are working with each other here.
Yeah.
These two here are working with each other. Willoughby Steele and Yehan Kalachern, they have, I think, decided to combine forces.
A little bit over a second to catch up to the back of Aiden Mitchell.
But 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah,
plenty
they've definitely
of time.
got the pace to do it.
Oh yeah, 100% plenty of time. What are their sector times looking at?
About 15.5 for Harry Bloor and 15.4 for Aiden Mitchell, 15.4 as well for Willoughby Steele, and then 15.35 for Yehan Kalachern. So the back of that pack is faster than the leader.
Right.
Theoretically, they should be able to catch up.
Yep. One would hope so. So as they make their way through Christmas Corner, keeping a very close eye on this one. Big check of the shoulder there for Ian. Just saying what's going on behind, nothing much. So can focus on what's going on in front. Right now, Mitchell still closing in. Nice shot there again as they dive their way into the Ashby hairpin. It is a good circuit, this Wilton Mill. Very demanding on the driver. It is a favourite amongst many, I think, in the karting community. I mean, it's your first time here. How have you been finding it? I mean,
I get the sense that a lot of them feel very comfortable here.
Yeah.
So they're happy to be here for the Open Championships as well as the regular championships in KTM. So, sorry, TKM.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'll forgive you for that because I did that once. I did that once.
TKM.
Yeah, TKM or not KTM.
Yeah.
No.
But yeah, they're very comfortable around this track, and a lot of them know it well. So it gives them a chance to work on things like their setup, their driving styles, and obviously getting those points that they need in this kind of business end of the season.
So what kart tracks have you been to now?
Just Lark Hall.
Just Lark Hall and now Wilton Mill. So you're adding them to your list.
Yeah.
So there
Collecting
we go.
them.
You're collecting them, yes. I was the exact same when I first started. I was collecting kart circuits. So I've got a little wall.
And how does Wilton Mill compare?
Wilton Mill compared to other kart circuits?
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely up there as one of the circuits. It's fast, it's demanding, but it's a drama causer, is this track. Down the inside, nice change there. William Bright getting past Leah Robinson, now moving up into P5. And now he's on the charge towards Yehan Kalachern and Willoughby Steele, who have broken away quite substantially. There they are, well up in front. Bloor again, another fastest lap on that last lap. Bloor still leading the way, but Bright now losing that one again as Daniela Sutton getting the move done and does get the move done. And once again, just William Bright struggling at that boot section. It's that penultimate corner, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's been his Achilles heel all weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, and you do find, I think, a lot of the drivers will have a sector of the track that they're particularly strong in. That's why you'll feel they're making gains on the driver in front of them, but it'll drop back again when they get to that sector, potentially the boot, sector 3, that they're not so keen on, or they can't quite get the right exit. And it makes it that much harder for them to catch up to the driver in front. That was a little bit of a grass touch there, but no dramas.
No dramas so far, but there's still 3.5 minutes to go, and I suspect we are yet to see the main battle start to ensue at the moment because everyone wants championship points. And talking of championship points, I wonder if the disembodied voice in my head could bring up the virtual championship standings for the ladies and gentlemen at home, because it is the penultimate round, and I've got to say the championship looking very close here as well. Yehan Kalachern just very calmly drives past Willoughby Steele there, going up into Christmas Corner. Now, I didn't see a mistake there from Willoughby Steele, and that just looked like Yehan just had pure waft there to get past Willoughby Steele.
Another technical term.
Another technical term, waft. Yeah. Wow, we will do our best to bring up the championship standings for the time being. We're struggling at the moment, so we'll aim to bring that to you. But I can say Yehan Kalachern is leading the way with 745 championship points. Aiden Mitchell still second with 728. Leah Robinson third with 711. So the gap comes down even more between the two protagonists for the lead of the championship. But crucially, Kalachern still leads it. So gaining that extra position there certainly benefits him with trying to maintain that top spot there as they make their way down once more into the Ashby hairpin. Off camber, downhill, tricky braking zone, very easy to run wide. And yeah, you just got to be careful with that one. So less than 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. And there is on your screen, Leo Robinson under pressure from Daniela Sutton. Sutton all over that rear bumper now, potentially looking to go for a move here. Yeah. Not close enough.
She's done a good job, though, to get back up into her P6 position.
Yes, yes, she has. And yeah, certainly doing a good job there. And again, there, just the number 12 of Monty Braithwaite, whose rear number plate has gone slightly askew. Yeah. So it's a bit difficult to spot him. But he is still there just behind those two. They are still battling. Tim Wilson Motorsport trio battling away.
I would say the battle for third, considering the weekend that Willoughby's had and the championship standings, is probably just as tense as the battle for first and second.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
They will definitely go elbows out in the last few laps.
100%. And again, well, you say that. Well, I mean, Willoughby Seal is battling for the championship, 4th in the championship standings at the moment. So, you know, Willoughby Seal is a driver that needs championship points. You know, you always get a seeded number. The top 10 get a seeded number at the end of the championship. And, you know, to get the lower the number, the better, obviously. And if you can get away with the top 3 in that one, it's good. It also means you get a ticket to the awards night and you get a nice big championship trophy at the end of it as well.
Nice.
Always nice.
Yeah.
So we'll be aiming for that one 100%.
Yeah, so we've got Harry Bloor still confident lead, setting the fastest lap with Ada Mitchell following 0.6 behind, so they are very close. However, they have managed to pull away from P3, which is Yehan Calichurn, followed closely by Willoughby Steele. And they have also managed to pull away a little bit of a gap to Leah Robinson in P5. They've done a good job to build that gap up. Was once very close between that 3rd and 6th position.
Yes, they have. So, once again, they will try and find what they can do. But eyes are going to be on this battle here with Harry Bloor, well, seemingly driving away from his teammate here, Aidan Mitchell. Mitchell was looking like the favourite going into this weekend after qualifying 2nd and a race win and a P2. Jan Calichurn also taking a race win in his 2nd heat, but he can only best a 3rd place spot here at the moment. There is still another lap and a half to go in this one, as they will see the last lap board this time around. But Bloor from Mitchell, Ian Calichurn under pressure from Willoughby Steele. This is where the battle's going to be, because Willoughby Steele is going to go for the move if given the opportunity, as well as the battle further behind. Leah Robinson and Daniela Sutton, who are still battling for their position as well. Here, though, the battle at the front, it looks like, well, it's going to be a precision racing 1-2 at this rate, with Harry Bloor and Aidan Mitchell seemingly absolutely flying here at Wilton Mill for event 8. Of the championship here for Junior TKM. An absolutely sterling round for both drivers, despite mishaps with penalties, but both of them getting away. And there's been a coming to, I think, Willoughby Steele here, and Steele's dropped back from Yehan Calichurn, and I saw hand gestures there, and not happy at all is Willoughby Steele. And a hand up again saying, what was that? So we didn't see it, so I don't know what he's complaining about, but Bloor and Mitchell are going to take the checkered flag. There it is across the line. Harry Bloor, his 1st championship final win, and he takes it. Aidan Mitchell just missing out on it by 0.8 of a second. He finishes 2nd place from Yehan Calichurn. Willoughby Steele takes 4th. A brilliant result from Daniela Sutton, who finishes an impressive P5 after gaining a position. Leah Robinson dropping and finishing into P6 after losing 4 positions from William Bright. Monty Braithwaite from Patrick Leaf. They round out the top 9 from Jake Humphrey, rounding out the top 10. Daniel Samir, Jack Stewart and Harrison Morrow round out the field. But there on your screen, Harry Bloor for Precision Racing. He takes the final win, and this time around, without controversy, he will enjoy that one as he gains 65 championship points and a nice spot on the top of that podium later on. Looking forward to seeing that podium presentation. But there, Junior TKM race 28, the final. Harry Bloor taking the win. A Precision Racing 1-2 here at Wilton Mill, with Aidan Mitchell finishing in 2nd place. And championship leader Yehan Calichurn holds on to his championship lead. But with that win, Harry Bloor pushes himself up to 5th in the championship standings now, surpassing Patrick Leaf, and surpassing Jake Humphrey. They drop down to 6th and 7th on circuit. So Blorn now with 679 points. Goes in very closely behind Willoughby Steele with the 698 championship points as they go into the final round. We'll be ready down there in Parc Ferme, so we'll head down there to Ailey. Over to you.
So we're here in Parc Ferme after that race, and we're going to multitask dodging karts and wrangling our race winner, Harry Bloor. Hello, how was that? It's your first win, if I'm right. Talk us through a bit about the last lap and if you're confident holding on to that P1.
I mean, last lap I was just scared, honestly. I thought someone would come behind me and do it, but I only realised, I think, to the end I was by myself, so I was really happy, and it's my first win. I did get a second place at GIG, but I've been wanting to get a first place this year.
And it was definitely hard fought having to make your way through a couple of positions in the pre-final. What was the trick to that, and do you enjoy driving around Wilton Mill? You find there's a lot of opportunities?
Yeah, this is definitely my favourite track, and it's the closest one to me. I mean, I've been doing this track for maybe 2 years now, and I thought I had an advantage over everyone else. So, yeah, it's my favourite track, and I thought, you know, is that most people don't have that good advantage sometimes. So it's always good to practice on the tracks you're good at. So.
Amazing. Well, you made the most of it. Was there anyone else you'd like to thank for your first win?
Well, I've got to thank my mechanic Carl over there, Jake, who's there, the team Precision Racing, my dad, my mum, my brother, my friends, especially my teammates as well. I couldn't have done it without them. So, yeah.
Amazing. Thanks so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we've got our second place here, Aidan Mitchell. Again, dodging. All right, how was that? Maybe a little bit frustrating to come away in P2 because you were able to hold on to the lead quite well, but a very solid race.
Yeah, Harry was really quick, and obviously 1-2 for precision, so yeah, it could have been worse.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of teamwork there. What do you think was the secret to pulling away from P3?
Harry was ballistic all weekend, and he came through from last to first in pre-final, so I knew he was going to be quick. Just couldn't hang on to him, so a little bit frustrating, but yeah, I'm happy with P2, and it's good for the championship.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. Who would you like to thank today?
Precision, my parents, my grandparents are watching every race, Haynes Watts, MB Electric Vehicles. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Congratulations. All right, and on to P3. How was that? Happy with P3? Feel like you've made the most out of the weekend?
Yeah, I'm happy with P3. I mean, it was quite competitive in the final. I didn't expect the gap to be that big because in the heats it was quite close, so yeah.
And how was that last lap? Was there a moment where you felt like you could go for a little bit further, or you feel like you really maximised?
I think I actually maximised, but then the O plate behind me actually dropped off, so I actually felt quite relaxed towards the end.
And you're still feeling quite relaxed in terms of the championships, feeling confident?
Yeah, I think I've got a little bit of a lead, but I'll see what happens at Rawa, yeah.
Perfect. Who would you like to thank this weekend?
Class and Motorsport, Ashley and Dave, my parents, and David Story, and Joe Fowler.
Perfect. Well, congratulations on P3. All right, that was our top three. Now on to the next race, back in commentary.
Thank you very much. So just for confirmation, Jan Calichone uses an ARC chassis, not an ARC chassis. There you go, Dave. Hopefully that makes you happy. But there we go. I got told off. But no, good stuff there for Junior TKM. TKM Extreme, they will be coming up next. Stay with us because we're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. 3 races to go, and the next one out on track is TKM Extreme. And, well, there has been developments in the TKM Extreme paddock over the course of this weekend. And my biggest question that I've got, well, I think it's already been slightly answered because I'm looking at the grid here and I am missing a driver. The number 1 kart, Chris Whilton, is not on the grid. The driver who was pole in qualifying, won both the qualifying heats and the pre-final, has been, I think, excluded from the weekend, actually, for technical infringements with the kart, which is a huge dramatic piece there. So there you will see the number 6, Charlie King, who starts this one on pole position. Now, Charlie said to me at the start of this weekend, Anthony, can you do one thing and one thing for me only? And that is say, Henry Burdett, Charlie King misses you. Charlie, this is your chance. Wave at the camera and show your love for Henry Burdett. There we go. Thank you very much. Cool. Yes, Henry, I'm sure is watching along at home, but yeah, he is getting ready for his race as mechanics get the green light to clear the grid, and we get going ready for TKM Extreme. We'll have the grid very, very shortly. Lee Whittingham, though, starts alongside on that front row. Lee Whittingham also having a very good weekend. Qualifying did go all his way. Qualified P9, but had a 4th and a 2nd, and then finished, I think, 3rd on track, now being promoted up to 2nd here. So be curious to see what Lee Whittingham can do in this one, because once again, it is close in the championship fight. Charlie King and Alfie Garford more or less joint on points. There's 2 points between them going into this round. Lee Whittingham, there on your screen, is 3rd in the championship standings. He is 25 or so points, 27 points behind these two with 1 round to go. Grids are ready, so we will get ready for TKM Extreme. It's coming up next. Engines fire up and the final gets underway for TKM Extreme. Here's how they line up. Charlie King and Lee Whittingham, they go from the front row. Oliver Bowen and Kean Bennett, they go from row 2. Harvey Roth, the O Plate, and Kai Springfield, they round out the 3rd row.
On row 4, we've got Alfie Garford and Spencer Lane. Row 5 is Adam Sparrow and Alvin Chu. And row 6, we've got Liv Jenkins and Ashton Cox.
A little further back, you see Luke Jarman and Andrew Platt on the 7th row of the grid. Row 8 sees Jessica Fitzhall. It's her first time here this weekend in her kart, in everything's brand new, and she starts this one P15. Joe Cheek, who's had a not the greatest weekend, he starts this one 16th. What can he do from the back of the grid, with Michael Cornell starting alongside, driver who saw a black flag in the pre-final after ignoring the technical flags. Yeah. You can't be ignoring those meatball flags.
Not at all.
You can't be ignoring those meatball flags.
Got to listen to the boss.
Indeed, indeed. And he didn't, and he ended up at stone dead last in this one. So, yeah, a bit of work that Michael Cornell's got ahead of him this weekend and in this race. Oof, got a bit close there for comfort in the background there. Everyone just trying to find a piece of track to themselves. Here we go then. Looking forward to seeing what happens in this one. Through the blue mist they go. Lights go green. Here we go then. TKM Extreme final. And Lee Whittingham gets shoved out wide there by Charlie King. Absolutely decimates him going in towards turn 1 and says, no, you don't. Back to 2nd place you go, as now a huge lock-up and a huge mistake there. Off the track, Oliver Bowen, completely self-inflicted, and he's off the circuit. He was committed under braking, and the back just stepped out. And now it's all kicking off further up in the field as well, as they're all trying to go through. There you can see Joe Cheek going through. Cheeky has been dubbed by the team, and he's still at the back of the grid on this one. He's not been able to find a way through. There is Oliver Bowen, who's now back onto the circuit, but his tyres will be stone cold, engine will be covered in grass, and he's going to have to try and clear that off, and he's nearly a lap down already.
Yeah, definitely elbows out in that start. There were no holding back.
Oof. Bit of a bump there for Charlie King. That wasn't the best exit out of the first corner. Lee Whittingham will have a run here. Not close enough for an attack going into there as they go through the grass. That was very handily put there by Oliver Bowen, previous lap before. And King now under pressure for this one. Remember, King leads the championship. Right now, he would maintain that championship lead by now 14 points from Alfie Garford. Now Garford's there. And that's off the track. And is that Jessica Fitzhall? I think it is.
Yeah.
Yep, Jessica Fitzhall out of the race, and that's at the Ashby hairpin. So she's become a meme with that one. She's
parked up. She's
sunbathing.
sunbathing.
She's sunbathing on the tyre wall at the Ashby hairpin. There we go.
Not how she would have wanted to start, I'm sure, but
no.
Making the most.
Making the most of a good day in a full race suit and a helmet.
Yeah.
Don't think working on the tan. Maybe on just a small bit of the face.
Yeah.
There we go. But still, shame to see that at the end of the final. Not nice what you want to see. 13 minutes to go plus 1 lap. Still, the battle rages on as Spatters dives it down the inside, gets past the 97 of Kai Springfield, moves up into P6. And your top 4 very, very close here. So King from Whittingham, Roth and Garford. Now, Harvey Roth now looking to the inside there. That's a bold move there from Harvey Roth. And, well, Garford takes full advantage, goes to the outside. Rothman puts his hand up in the air.
What was that?
Well, I mean, from our angle, I can't see how big the gap was from there, but Roth clearly unhappy with Whittingham there closing the door. And now Garford looking like he was going to go for the move there into Christmas Corner, thinks against it, stays back in P3. Kian Bennett started to close in now. Spatters has started to close in. This is all starting to kick off. And crucially, that's just ever so slightly released Charlie King into the lead of this race. And it's helped out that on that last lap, he set the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah. I wouldn't say he's building too much of a lead. They're still looking at the back of him, Lee Whittingham, but he's looking confident out there. And like you say, fastest lap. So definitely off to a good start for Charlie King with that inherited pole position.
It certainly is indeed. Look, it's an inherited pole position. He worked hard for that.
Of course.
Worked hard for that. There we go. I've got you back, Charlie. Lee Whittingham, though, certainly working. Sorry. Just throwing you under the bus there with the
creating
drivers.
enemies for me.
I am, yeah. I do that very well. Lee Whittingham there in second place, though, still looking very, very strong. But not going for the move just yet. Garford there in third place. This is helping him out a little bit now because that's opened it up just that little bit more in the championship standings. Now 711 from 724 for King. So just a fraction closer. He needs to really needs to try and get past him as much as he possibly can because there's only 2... well, no, actually, that's a lie. That was results from previous further back. So, yeah, he needs to gain a couple more positions in that one. There we go. So, championships are very close for the front of them, but King still leads it just ever so fractionally. King checks over the shoulder. So does Whittingham. Garford not going for the move just yet. And right now, Kian Bennett in the number 44. I would say Kian Bennett's in the best spot here.
Yeah.
He's there in P5.
They're a little too close for comfort. I would say that top 4.
Yeah. They're too close to comfort. If anything happens, he's got a good reactionary distance away to be able to deal with anything that happens, and he can just scythe his way through. So he's in a good spot there. If I was Kian Bennett, I would just, I'd keep just a gentle distance away, but stay within touching distance, especially you possibly can. Sparrow still there in 6th place from Kai Springfield. Spencer Lane there in 8th place. Liv Jenkins making moves up at 2 positions into P9. Same from Ashton Cox, from Luke Jarman as well. Joe Cheek is now up into P10. He's got past both Ashton Cox and Luke Jarman. As looking to the inside there was Garford, not making the move done just as of yet. Andrew Platt up into 13th place from Michael Cornell. Alvin Chu and Oliver Bowen, they've dropped down several positions. Jessica Fitzhall out of the race. This battle, though, still raging on. It's starting to kick off. This is an early start of this race to try and battle. And Whittingham getting squeezed out wide there. And both Garford and Harvey Roth moving up into 2nd and 3rd place. Good timing from the drivers, but they've got to be careful because Kian Bennett's closed in now.
Yeah, you could see Alfie Garford there as well, gesturing to pull along and join up with the lead of Charlie King. He's not wanting to get in any scraps at the moment.
No, he certainly isn't. Again, just putting down to the carb there, and Roth pulls out of the slipstream and goes to the inside. Whittingham follows as well. Tyre smoke comes off the 2 of them. Very close moment there, because when a tyre makes contact with another tyre, and we've seen it at Christmas Corner in the TKM Extreme class before, it can go wrong very, very quickly. We've seen it when rims have touched each other as well through there. You get the sparks come off the rims, but when a tyre makes contact with another tyre, it just pings, and then, it all goes wrong. So you don't want to see that. So seeing tyre smoke is very, it's the elbows are very much out in this one.
Yeah, racing very close in every sense. the overtakes have been side by side as well.
Oh yes, Kai Springfield there, you can see that's right behind Adam Sparrow. He's to very close out on circuit, and just keeping a very close eye on them. And again, you can see the little effects that the drivers are doing to the karts to help benefit them. 8.5 minutes to go. Back at the front, King still leads from Roth. Those two still line astern. And I've got to say, out of all the paddocks in the British Kart Championships paddock, I would say that the TKM Extreme and the Junior TKM is probably the most close-knit group of drivers out there. They're all a friendly bunch.
Why do you think that is?
Because, I don't know.
The size or the people?
No.
You've got a soft spot for them?
What, for me?
For the TKM?
For the TKM? No, it's just, no. I just think that every time you see them, they're always laughing and joking with each other. Whereas everyone else, they're always at each other's throat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but no.
Impressive that off the track they can let it all go.
Relax, and chill. And the paddock here in the British Kart Championship is a friendly place to be at the best of times. And Harvey Roth dives to the inside there and gets up into the race lead. Garford gets him to second and crucially ahead of his championship rival. Charlie King now down into third place. What does that do for the championship standings? We'll find out when they cross the line next. But certainly this is good for Alfie Garford. And Whittingham there in fourth place.
Kean Bennett still really holding on to the back of this group.
Yeah. So still a very good fight there. Again, reports that Michael Cornell, yes, on our live timing, has retired from the race. In terms of the championship standings, there's still a few points between them, but it's Charlie King with 719, Alfie Garford with 713 going into the penultimate round of the championship. So it's still very, very close. If King drops another position, it will be even closer. So King is on the back foot here now, as Garford certainly looking much, much stronger in this final, has latched on to the back of Harvey Roth, and we'll apologise for the timing graphic. It's a little bit wrong at the moment, so we'll see if we can get the guys to update that for you. But if you do head to Motorsport Timing, you can see the live timing that we have got here in the commentary box as well. So we'll try and get that one sorted out for you. But Harvey Roth leads the way from Alfie Garford, as Garford now pulls out of the slipstream and goes for the race lead. Charlie King cannot follow, and now Garford leads the way. Now what does that do to the championship points? I think that extends it just, or closes that gap just that fraction more now, and that would certainly make it still very close going to the final round at Rowrah. And Rowrah is what a place for a championship decider to be at, because that is a circuit, and you've not been to that one yet, have you?
No.
Put it this way, it's in the middle of a quarry.
Lovely.
You're surrounded by cliffs and mountains. There's a lake. Very undulating. It's a very fast circuit. And was that Lee Whittingham pointing down at something there? It looked like he was pointing at one of his pedals there, maybe. Not too sure. King communicating with him as, yes, Harvey Roth goes back down the inside, bringing everyone close together again. There's still a long time to go in this race. There is still 5 minutes left of this race, and they are all scrapping. The top 5 line astern here. I'm curious as to when Adam Sparrow, Kai Springfield are going to close in, because they're only just there behind. They will close in if this turns into a 5-cut battle for the race lead.
Yeah, and as you say, Kean Bennett sitting back and watching all of this unfold. But he's clearly got the pace to keep up with them, so he'll be hoping that they get a little bit of a move on, because he's got Adam Sparrow right behind him.
King down into fourth place now as they cross over the start-finish line. The championship standings now separated once again by 2 points. Charlie King, 718. Alfie Garford, 716. But remember, they've still got one more round, so it makes it very close in that one. Look at these guys battling here. So, so close between the TKM Extreme drivers. And so far, it's been pretty clean. I'll touch wood for this one, because we know what they get like at the end of a race. We know what they like to do. It gets a bit feisty for them, but right now they're all behaving, which is good to see. Still Garford that leads this one, from Roth, from Whittingham, from King, from Bennett, still there in P5. The rest of the field behind. Spencer Lane is up into 6th place now from Kai Springfield. Those two are battling away. Springfield back in front of Spencer Lane. Sparrow there in 8th place from Joe Cheek, who's up 7 positions into P9. He's having a good run from Jarman, from Liv Jakins, Ashton Cox, Andrew Platt, Alvin Chu, from Oliver Bowen, still the top 15. Michael Cornell and Jessica Fitzhall out of the race. 3.5 minutes to go as we continue to watch this battle for the race lead. And hey, I've got to say, I think there Lee Whittingham's front nose has dropped. Look at it. It's bouncing up and down. Can you see that? That bracket has come off. So I think then at the end of this race, Lee Whittingham may be seeing a 5-second post-race time penalty for a front fairing.
And with a grid so close, a 5-second time penalty will move him right down to P...
I would look at this one, so I think that would drop him down to around P5 still. Yep. So yes, still a good one. So yeah, the timing board there on your screen still not up to date. So please do not pay attention to that one for the time being. We'll keep you updated. It's still Garford leading from Harvey Roth, Lee Whittingham, Charlie King, Kean Bennett. And at the moment there, Lee Whittingham, big question mark over that front nose as it is dropping and drooping all the way around this lap. Now, they won't pull him in for that because it's not a technical flag, but he would get that post-race penalty at the end. If it is dropped, I mean, I could be wrong, could just be loose and it might not be dropped. So, yeah, provisionally. Still, the battle rages on, though. Garford and Roth still line astern, and Garford again checking over the shoulder. Is Roth going to go for the move? Yes, he is. He's going to pull out the slipstream now, and he's going to go for it. 2 minutes to go in this race, and again, Whittingham just getting that front nose, clouting that front nose just as he closes in. He's got to try and go for the moves here now. Lee Whittingham needs to take the lead of this race, and he needs to try and pull a gap, but that is nigh on impossible, really, at this moment in time. I think he would only drop back to the back of this group of 5, so it might not be too bad, but if they start scrapping, to which they are, as Garford sends it down the inside, and Harvey Roth goes off the circuit, he rejoins, and now Whittingham goes through. That's exactly what Lee Whittingham needed, and now he needs to try and pull away from the rest of the field. With that front nose with a question mark, he needs to break away as far as he possibly can to try and gain as many places as he possibly can. He leads the way, but Garford fights back for the race lead now, and Harvey Roth back into P5 once again. The driver side by side refuses to give any room for racing. Well, not any room for racing, that's the wrong words. He gives any, well, no quarter given. If he's holding a position, he will make sure the car stays there. He will never give up a position if he feels like he's got the line. And again, it's just come back to bite him a little bit there as he gets squeezed onto the grass. So Harvey Roth trying his best now to try and close up back into this fight, and he has done that. He's back up into 3rd place, and he's right behind Lee Whittingham. So this race still far from over. Bennett's now found himself in this pack now. He's not behind it, he's in it. So now it's still starting to heat up. There's 40 seconds left on the board, and it's Garford, Whittingham, Roth, Bennett and King now, your top 5. Spencer Lane still there in P6. Very, very close between this one. Again, it's hard to call, but right now, if Roth can see that nose cone, I suspect he's just going to stay there in P3, but I doubt it. I reckon he's going to want to go for the move here if he can. So down they go through Osiers in towards the boot section for not the penultimate time. There's still 13 seconds left on the board. They might get an extra lap in here. 8 seconds to go. It's going to be a run to the line here, really. 2 seconds, 1 second. They cross the line. They do. They get an extra lap in by a second. These drivers will have to fight for one more extra lap, and Garford is under some immense pressure here from Whittingham. Roth is just waiting for the opportunity to send it back down the inside, and he's going to do it here at Ashby. Looks to the inside of Lee Whittingham and goes over the top, and both of them are off, and Harvey Roth is furious at Lee Whittingham there, and Lee Whittingham equally as furious back, and both of them off the circuit. So Lee Whittingham's chance there of trying to get anywhere near the top, even with that nose cone, has just fallen out of play. The same for Roth. It's just not going his way this weekend here at Wilton Mill. But for the drivers up front, for Garford, it's working perfectly. He's now clear by nearly a second from Charlie King, and King now has just been gifted back a commanding championship lead once more. 721 from 716 for Alfie Garford. So going into the final round at Rowrah, it will be Charlie King leading the championship by quite a few points. But right now, Garford doing what he needs to do as we wait for the last lap board. This is a little further back in the field. This is Adam Sparrow battling with Spencer Lane and Kai Springfield as Roth now tries to make his way back through the field. Down the inside, Kai Springfield trying to get the move done through Osiers. I don't think he managed to get it done. Back here at the front, though, as we go on to the final lap. As under investigation now is Harvey Roth, and they've actually thrown the checkered. The checkered flag has gone out. So the last lap board, it didn't come up on my screen, but apparently it did for the drivers. So Garford took the checkered flag. Charlie King finishes second from Kean Bennett. A very close race, but Alfie Garford, what a drive that was. 6 places gained. He started this one P7 out on track, and he came through that field to take the race win. Garford takes it from Charlie King. From Kean Bennett, Sparrow finishes in 4th place after gaining 5 places from Spencer Lane. Kai Springfield finishes in P6 from Luke Jarman. Joe Cheek finishes in 8th place from Lee Whittingham. Unfortunately, the end of that one dropping down to P9. Liv Jakins rounds out the top 10. An impressive result for Olivia Jakins, finishing in the top 10. 1 position gained from Harvey Roth, unfortunately dropping down to P11 at the end of that one. Ashton Cox from Andrew Platt. Alvin Chu from Oliver Bowen finishing in the top 15. Michael Connell and Jessica Fitzhall, the retirements. And we wait now for the nose cones. Charlie King is good, and it looks like Kean Bennett is good. I believe Alf Garfield was good. Adam Sparrow next to come through. And is Spadders all good? He gets a thumbs up. He's fine. Now, this is the number 11 of Spencer Lane. That one looks good to me. And Dave Hillary confirms it is just that. Kai Springfield goes through. He's all fine. Here is Luke Jarman going through. He's all fine as well. Joe Cheek, he had a great run, did Joe Cheek. 8 positions gained. He's all good. There's a big chunk of damage for that one, and Harvey Roth, helmet off already, being told to go to the weighbridge. He'll put that one in. Lee Whittingham there, and yeah, confirmation he has been stopped. That nose cone had dropped on circuit, so that will be a 5-second post-race time penalty for him. Olivia Jakins comes through in the number 48. All is well for Liv Jakins. And I think for the rest of the field as they make their way in. That NASA panel is not in the correct spot there for that Tim Wilson Motorsport kart as that comes in. That, I would love to tell you who it is, but I can't actually tell. It's the number 25. It's Alvin Chu, whose NASA panel has slightly broken there as it comes into Parc Ferme. Still, an exciting end to TKM Extreme, and it means that their championship gets ever closer going to Roura, the final round. We are going to head down to Parc Ferme and see who we're chatting to. Over to you.
All right, we're here in Parc Ferme with our race winner, Alfie Garford. How was that one? That was an impressive drive, moving up through positions to P1. How does it feel?
Amazing, yeah. It was hard.
Yeah, definitely a hard-fought win. Lots of changes for the lead, lots of battling, but all fair racing, it looked like. How was it?
Tiring, yeah, really tiring. It was a fun race, though. Dad's over here making it all happen for me, so a big thanks to him. But yeah, the racing out there was great. I think we had about 5-6 changes for the lead, but at the end we came out on top, and it's a great feeling.
And you all looked pretty evenly paced out in that front group of 5. How was it constantly jostling for the lead? Was it a little bit nerve-wracking, or did you feel confident that you would come out in P1?
I didn't feel confident that I would come out in P1, but I was definitely confident that whatever happened, it was going to be a good race, and we all had a load of respect for each other. At times it got close, but there's 3 of us in the fight for the championship, and we're all at the front, so it's always going to be a hard one. But yeah, it was an amazing race, and it's nice to have a win this year.
Amazing. And how are you feeling going into the last round of the championship?
Good, great. It's all up to play for, so just got to keep heads down and keep on getting results like we have been doing. Just hope for the best.
Perfect. And is there anyone you would like to thank today?
Big thanks to Wera Tools, helping us out in many ways with Motorbase, the academy, media-wise, helping funding. Also, Next Space dash cams, they give me a load of help, having a look nice few days with them, messing around in some nice cars. All my different sponsors, I've got Resource Engineering paying for a few sets of tyres this year. Miller Oils helping us out. So yeah, there's a load of people back home just putting in a load of effort, and it's nice to bring back a result for them.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
See you later. All right, hopefully we can get our P2. How was that one? Obviously a little bit frustrating, lots of changes for the lead, but are you happy to walk away with your position?
Second. No, it's really good results. Main reason being is because we finished ahead of Harvey, which was the main objective. Couldn't quite catch Alfie at the end. He had so much pace over us. We had a slight tyre issue, like pressures. Towards the end, lost a bit of front end grip, so it was just more waiting for them to battle to be able to actually do anything with it. But no, it was all right.
And how are you feeling heading into the last round of the championships? Feeling confident after that race?
Yeah, definitely confident. We did a bit of testing at Rara towards the beginning of the year. Really quick there. Same with Alfie, he was really quick there. So it'll be a good scrap between me and Alfie. Unaware of the others because I'm not quite sure how much testing they've done, but really confident going into it and hopefully get the championship in the bag.
Amazing. Well done today. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Classic Motorsport, my mum, my dad, Ash and Dave. I'd like to thank just all the teammates as well for helping out, like Lee, Joe, Yihan, Harrison and Jake. I also like to thank Kong as well, Sam Johns, and that's it.
Perfect. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and now I've got our P3 here. Well done today on your podium position. We saw you sticking with that front group, but maybe holding back a little bit and seeing how everything panned out for them. What was your strategy today?
Actually, in the final, I was just probably struggling for grip a little bit. Had too much grip, so I was not getting the exits out of the corner that I was hoping for. So it's just kind of holding on and taking any positions if there were any collisions when they came up.
So you're still struggling with grip, but you're still able to keep up with the pace of the others. How were you managing that throughout the track? Was there any particular points where you were able to pick up speed?
I feel like it was like some laps were good, like better than others, but it was like we were like I was dropping off and closing up and just keeping going no matter what. Just had to keep there and hold on.
Perfect. So you feel like you've maximised the weekend. You're happy to walk away with the P3?
Yeah, definitely. Especially after the qualifying we had this weekend, I ended up in the barriers, so we started last. So it's been a recovery. I wasn't happy after qualifying, but made up for it hopefully.
Amazing. Congratulations. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Rob from Rob Saw Racing, and obviously all my family, all their support they give me. I wouldn't be able to do it without them. So yeah, big thanks to everyone.
Congratulations on the podium.
Thank you.
All right, we will head back up to commentary for our last two races of the afternoon.
Thank you very much. And those two races coming up very, very soon. Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax to round out the day. No more championships to decide, but two E-plates to decide. Before we do that, though, over the course of the lunch break yesterday, we had a challenge for a couple of our drivers. One of them was the driver who finished P2 in that last race. Charlie King and Joe Cheek joined us for tyre curling. Here's how it went. Well, it's British Kart Championships, and it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have a feature, and we have a feature for you today. It's tyre curling here at Wilton Mill. We've got two drivers, we've got two presenters. What could go wrong? We've got Charlie King, we've got Joe Cheek. And the idea, basically, everyone, is we've got 4 tyres there. We each get one, and we've got to launch it from this yellow line that we're standing on, and we've got to finish it perfectly on the finish line over there. Whoever's closest wins. What do you win? No tools. No, that's too much. Maybe an Alpha Life hat. Alpha Life hat? Alpha Life hat. Yeah, we'll take it. Cool. Right, okay. Strategy. How are you going to do this?
Just going to launch it.
Launch it? How are you going to do it?
Whatever doesn't work for him.
Okay, and then Joe?
Can't give away my secrets.
Can't give away your secrets. Excellent, perfect. We're all ready then. Who's going first?
Shotgun knot.
Shotgun knot.
Ladies first.
Ladies first, right, okay. Ailey, you pick your tyre, please. We probably want to get the rest of the tyres out of the way, so they're not in the way. And I know which one I'm going to take. I'm going to take that one.
I don't think that's allowed. I think that defeats the purpose of ladies first. Okay. This is the dodgy one, so... All right. This is optimistic to think that we can make it this far, but
Well,
let's see.
let's see. Go on, you go for it. Don't ball, right? Okay, so Ailey's going to go for the underarm throw attempt. Yeah, no. However you deem it to work. Remember, not too much power. I'm not distracting. There you go. Not little temper. Oh, there we go. Oh, it hit the ground first. It's rolling off to the left. It's looking for like track limits here.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, no.
Well, I'm about as good as what are we calling this? Tire curling as I am. Normal bowling.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Tire curling. Right, Charlie, I saw your hand go up. You're next.
I'm next. Oh,
good lad. Right, okay. Do you want to take this one?
Yeah. All right. Let's see if Charlie can get P1. Let's go.
Power, Charlie. Power.
See.
Too much power.
Oh, okay. He's decided to go up, up camber.
Curling back. It looks good.
Oh, okay. Well, he's slightly closer than me. Slowly. Oh, is he gonna make it to the line?
He's still going.
One. No. Okay. He was only one roll short, but I think that's pretty impressive. Not bad. All right. He's strategizing. He's deciding to start downhill. We've collected a crowd. Okay, very different strategy. Launched it over the line. Backspin on the tire. No, I don't think so. It's not looking promising. I'm gonna say that's dead last for the moment. Right. Lucky last. If Anthony wins, it's only because... Okay. Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. If he wins, it's only because he's been able to watch the Masters.
Okay.
I think that's, yeah, completely... We're not even in the competition.
So who's this then? Charlie?
Charlie.
No, I don't think he is. No. Okay, fine.
Down in that one.
Charlie. Well done then. Round of applause.
Congratulations.
Charlie King. There he is. Well done. Well done. Right, go on then. Get your hat then. Well, that was good fun over the course of the lunch break yesterday. Very much enjoyed that one, but Charlie King taking the win from that as well. So there you go. You won an Alpha Life beanie hand for that. So
I'm sure he appreciates that much more
than the trophy.
Than his P2.
100%, 100%. He much preferred that one. Here we go then. Green flag gets out. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for Junior Rotax. That's about to make their way onto the circuit. I don't think we've got any graphics for it, so I'll quickly run through it myself on this one. Here we have got Ewan Charman and Thomas Mings-Beering starting this one on the front row. Kenzo Craigie and Harry Hannam go from row 2. Aidan Hassan and Joshua Turnbull, they round out row 3 and the top 6. Joshua Graham from Archie Buttle, Devon Nolan from Freddie Ingram, Lizzie Mentier from Morgan Hall, Oliver Sander from Zach Heslop, Alfie Thomas from Zach McDonald, Jack Baker and Mitch and Mulvey, Shane Chandiria and Benjamin Baker go from row 10 and rounding out the top 20. Oliver Smith from Matas Miazanskas from William Archer and Rex Ashley, Jack Killingham and Vlad Tomanchuk on row 13 from Emily Cotty and William Ray, Charlie Neve rounding out the field of 29 drivers. There we go. Anyone would think I've practiced that. I didn't. There we go. Lovely shot there. Busiest grid of this weekend. £500 up for grabs for the winner of this one, for the race winner. £300 for second place and £150 for third place. And you're thinking, Anthony, why is that more than what the other drivers were getting for the other E-plates? And that's because there are more drivers in this one. So, yes, it balances it out a little bit more. So, yes, we look forward to that one. So, big chunk of cash money up available for this one. Who's going to take the win in it? Green flag goes out. Here they go, down and towards turn 1. Great start from Charman. Charman holds on to the lead of this one, and it's a good start. Kenzo Craigie up into second. 3 wide for third place as they make their way up in towards the Christmas corner complex of the circuit, and they all hit the braking zone well. No concertinaing going on as they all make it round. Shane Chandiria, they're just getting squeezed at the exit of Inkermans as he's on the outside line going in towards the Ashby hairpin. Down through they go, and it's a nice clean start there from everyone, but everyone moving up. And again, one of the KR Sports there, I think that's Archie Buttle, making a few positions. He's had a good start, but crucially, look at the breakaway here that Ewan Charman and Kenzo Craigie have had, and there's a couple of karts going off. That looks to me like, is that a JDR? It is a JDR that's going wide there.
potentially, I think that could have been Zach McDonald going wide there. So hopefully he gets it back onto the circuit, but somewhat a little bit further down in the order. Back here, though, at the front, and it is Charman from Craigie leading the way, and a breaker, nice little breakaway they've got, and Harry Hannum, look at that, he's up into P3, good start.
Aiden Hassan was able to hold on to that P5, which is impressive because there was a lot of people jostling for that P3 position there. So he's done well to claim that back on the track.
Has done indeed. So keep a close eye all the way throughout the field, because these early stages, a lot of drivers will want to be sending it down the inside. 12 minutes, these finals. A little bit less than the actual championship finals that we've got this weekend. These are one-off races. Whoever gets this one gets the E Plate for Junior Rotax, and of course goes away with that £500 voucher as well. So looking forward for this one. Charman from Craigie still leading the way. Now it's Thomas Bin-Spearing who's back up into third place now. He's got past Harry Hannum. And Harry Hannum, who, sponsored by the EBC brakes, did very well at Kart Masters. And I think those brakes were working top-notch for him. So the sponsorship working well.
And he's had a solid weekend this weekend as well, picking his way through positions. We've seen a lot of movement from him.
We have indeed. So, yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what he can do in this final. Still plenty of time left in it, though, as a clear breakaway off the track. That is that Aiden Hassan? I think it is. The number 64, Aiden Hassan, off the circuit, and he is out of the race. What a disaster for Aiden Hassan. He was in 5th place, and it's all gone wrong, and he's out of this one. And that looks to me like that's the exit of Auger's that's gone wrong. And, well, that's an absolute disaster. And there's another kart going slowly there. Another kart breaking down up the hill. 2 karts going slowly. Now, what's happened here? Now, okay, so who's going slowly there? It's 83. The number 83 that's going slow. Is that...
Joshua Turnbull.
Okay, it's Joshua Turnbull who's one of them. Did I see Harry Hannum one of them as well? I'd like to confirm that, because I don't want to alarm anyone, because... I want to see where Harry Hannum was, because I thought I saw the 19 there tumbling down the order. So we'll double check that. And actually, the slippery surface flag, I reckon either radiator's gone pop or some oil's gone down. It was Harry Hannum. Yep, Turnbull, Harry Hannum, and Alfie Thomas all dropping down the order. And again, change of condition flag out at turn number 1 as a change there as through further down in the mid-pack of the field. It's all started to kick off. Oliver Sander diving to the inside there in the number 39, the 52 involved in that scrap as well. That's Jack Baker trying to find a piece of track to himself. And look how quickly it all concertina's up. Lizzie Mentier is in the middle of that as well. He's got Freddie Ingram and off the track. And who's that? It's an Argenti that's gone off the track.
50.
And it is number 59 who's gone off the track, the Argenti. That is Oliver Smith, who's off the track, and he's trying to clear the grass that's all collected up around the radiator. You've got to clear that, because if that clogs up the radiator, your engine will overheat. Well, this is all kicking off here again now as back down the inside, further down the order. We've got karts left, right, and centre. Freddie Ingram on Devon Nolan getting the move done, and Devon Nolan trying to fight it back now as well. Not getting it done. Lizzie Mentier under pressure from Sander. Back here at the front, though. And Thompson Smith. Oh, and it's all gone wrong again. All gone wrong at the hairpin. Ashby Hairpin, 2 drivers off the 66 and the 23 going off the track. That William Archer.
Benjamin Baker.
Benjamin Baker, yeah. The 2 were next to each other as well. So it's all gone wrong. A feisty opening few laps here in Junior Rotax. But crucially, like we've seen over the course of this weekend, it's an Argenti 1, 2, 3. Now this time it's an Argenti 1, 2, 3, 4, as you've got Joshua Graham, who's gone up into 4th place, and that is very broken. That radiator completely detached.
Yeah, there's a few key players, Harry Hannum and Aiden Hassan, who are out of the race, which is a shame because they've had a very solid weekend and we're definitely in the mix for the win today. So a shame to see them out, and we've got quite a few retirements from this race. There's a lot of close racing, a lot of battling in this first half.
There certainly is. Well, there again. Oh, and it's all kicking off again in the background there. They've got to be careful here. All still kicking off. And Morgan Hill and Matas Miazanska still battling away. Back here, though, at the front, Devon Nolan trying to defend from Jack Baker. Oliver Sander is latching onto the back, so is Lizzie Mentier. And again, just defensive play in towards the hairpin. And, well, again, I think everyone getting a bit fed up of it. And Jack Baker taking to the inside there and trying to get him past. And Lizzie Mentier has gone through as well now. And it's getting a bit feisty. Shane Jandiria, they go 3 wide. Oliver Sander in the middle of them. The sandwich and off wide into the grass. That's not gone well at all. So, again, that was never going to work 3 wide. And, again, Sander just in that rear bumper of the driver in front. And it's all going wrong. So it was Mitchell Mulvey in front. Who was the driver that went down? I think it was Morgan Hill that went down. Not too sure. But drivers are just going off left, right, and centre, especially in this mid-pack. And they're not even battling for the lead here at the moment. There's so much grass that's been kicked up onto the circuit all over the place. It's going to make the track conditions just that little bit more slippery. Sander, again, just trying to defend here from the pack behind.
Yeah, and the difference it makes when it's such a busy grid.
Yeah.
Lots of big groups fighting for position.
Look at all that
looking
grass.
for a space on track, especially when half of it's covered in grass like that.
Yeah, that's not good at all. As Sander again goes down the inside of Devon Nolan and takes that position, moves up into P10 now. Devon Nolan down into P11. That McDonald is going to start closing in on this battle as well. So he's got to be careful not to get fully involved in this one. Shane Tandiria just in front. And again, they're all just scrapping so closely there. Devon Nolan again back to the inside, trying to find a way through. Not working. Back at the front. And seemingly a much calmer race here at the front, isn't it? Just 1, 2, 3 Argentis. There you go.
They're feeling good.
Yeah, it's like, what's that song that's on TikTok where it's like someone rushing and it's just like, then I'm thinking like a ballerina, and then it's yeah, that one. That's what this race is like at the moment. It's this battle here. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Described it well. This is what's happening in this race right now. It's manic race in the background here that's got nothing to do. Again, look at the grass there at turn 1 as well. Yeah. So much debris all over the circuit that's been kicked up on this race. There is Emily Cotty in the middle of this battle as well. She's certainly having a good race. She's right behind Zach McDonald.
Up 14 places.
Yeah, fabulous run for Emily Cotty at the moment. So keeping that one up, making several positions.
Also for Zach Heslop, who is up 8 positions, and he's got the fastest lap as well. So he's leading that midfield group there, trying to close the gap to Archie Buttle in P5.
Reza Seaworthian joins us on the live chat. Best of luck to everyone from the 2022 E-Plate champion. There we go. Well, that confirms I was wrong with my data about my E-Plates. There was plenty of E-Plates over the previous years.
He's here to set the record straight.
He is. Reza racing in Genettas this year, doing very well. There we go. 3.5 minutes to go. And still, Sander now looking like he's controlling this one. There, Emily Cotty again making the brilliant moves right in the background there. And, well, changes here as Devon Nolan under pressure through goes.
5-second penalty for
Zach McDonald.
William Archer as well down in P22.
Yeah.
Not sure what that was for, but...
probably a multitude of things that we just don't know and we hadn't seen. So,
too much going on in this race.
We don't know. There is Zach McDonald running a little bit wide there, but getting the move done on Devon Nolan. They make his way up into another position. He's still on a good recovery drive here. Still big changes all the way throughout the field, but no changes at the front. It's still Charman, Craigie, and Spearing. 1, 2, 3. Don't get me wrong, they'll start battling fairly soon, I suspect, because again, you want to finish this one on the top spot. You do not want to finish it in second or third, but at the moment, they are looking good right now.
Yeah, such a dominant weekend from these three.
It has
and
been.
from Argenti.
Yeah.
Leading every single session in different variations of these three. So it'll be interesting to see how they sort out amongst themselves in the last lap. I imagine it will be all elbows out.
This is it. I mean, this is something that we've not seen for a while in these bigger division of karts, is like Argenti 1, 2, 3, Argenti 1, 2, 3. As Kenzo Craigie dives it to the inside here on Charman, gets it done, and that's the first sign here. That's the first sign that the battle is underway, and Craigie starts it, now leads the way in this race. Charman down to second, Spearing there in third still. And Archie Buttle now, who's in P4, is going to start to want to close in on this one. They are 2 seconds further down the road. Now, 2 seconds seems like a lot of time, but at this rate, trust me, 2 seconds will disappear quickly. There they are in the background. Archie Buttle and Joshua Graham still battling away. They could still be in this fight. Craigie going defensive once again as down the inside. Charman goes for the move and squeezes, and Thomas Min-Spearing gets both of them. 2 for 1 for Min-Spearing, and he's up into the race lead now. He will be delighted with this one, as he's always been right there. 3rd place, 2nd place, one of those. Now he's got a chance to lead this one, and he's got a chance to win this one. He can save it for the final, but Craigie will retaliate on this one. Craigie will want to go for that race win, but he has got a long way to go. 30 seconds plus that 1 lap, and it's still Min-Spearing from Craigie, from Charman, the 1, 2, 3. Archie Buttle still there, and Graham still there in P5. So keep a close eye on this one, as there's 20 seconds to go in this race, and it's an Argenti 1, 2, 3. But will it stay that by the end of this race as they make their way into the mid-pack section? A little wide there from Spearing, a chink in the armoury, a mistake from the driver leading the way. Craigie might take full advantage of this one as they go down into the boot section for the penultimate time. The timer strikes 0. The last lap board will be out this time for Junior Rotax for the E Plate in 2023. £500 up for grabs for the race winner on this one, but who's going to take it? Through they go, through turn 1, up the hill, and Spearing goes defensive. Craigie sticks to the outside line. He tries to get the dive down the inside, but Spearing hits the brakes and just denies Craigie the chance of going down the inside. Now they've closed up again. Charman's going to have a fight here to try and go around the outside, but he can't do it. Side by side for the race lead as they go through, and Ewan Charman goes through into 2nd. Kenzo Craigie tries to fight back, but he can't do it. Can Ewan Charman from 3rd get to 1st place in 1 lap as he goes into the boot section? Spearing goes into the boot section first, but who's going to come out first as they make their way into the final section? Kenzo Craigie to the inside of his teammate. He gets into 2nd place, but Spearing will take it. Thomas Min-Spearing across the line will be English champion and will take the £500 voucher from Kenzo Craigie and Ewan Charman. It is going to be an Argenti 1, 2, 3, but it will go the way of Thomas Min-Spearing. It was 3rd all the way this weekend, 2nd in the pre-final, but now in the final, Thomas Min-Spearing strikes hard at his teammates, and he takes the race win by 0.03 of a second from Kenzo Craigie and Ewan Charman. Archie Buttle will finish in P4 at the end of that one from Joshua Graham. Freddie Ingram will finish in P6 and will take the fastest lap of the race as well. Zach Heslop finishes in P7 from Lizzie Mentier, an impressive 8th place finish for Lizzie, from Jack Baker finishing in P9. Oliver Sander, who was involved in that huge battle, finishes in P10 from Zach McDonald. Alfie Thomas, Emily Cotty, a fantastic result as well. Emily Cotty get 14 positions gained for Emily Cotty in that one, finishing in P13 from Devon Nolan as well, who unfortunately dropped 5 positions in that one. Mitchell Mulvey finishing in P15 after gaining 3 places as well. Matas Mierzanskas finishing an impressive P16, 6 places gained in that race. Shane Tandiri as well, 2 places gained from Jack Gillingham. William Archer and Vlad Tomanichuk. Charlie Nee finishes in 21st place from Rex Ashley, who finishes in 22nd place. Several retirements in that race. Oliver Smith, Morgan Hill, Benjamin Baker, Harry Hannum, Joshua Turnbull, Aidan Hassan and William Ray. Big names there dropping out of the race. But it is an Argenti 1, 2, 3 lockout on the podium for Junior Rotax. For the E-Plate, it will go to Thomas Min-Spearing. For Argenti Motorsport, from Kenzo Craigie and Ewan Charman. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. Over to you.
So we're in Parc Ferme for after the race of the British E-Plate in the Junior Rotax class, and I've got my winner here, Thomas Min-Spearing, who's going to avoid getting hit in the pit lane. How was that? Congratulations on the win. You've been very dominant in your Argenti teammates all weekend, but I bet it feels good to come away with the P1.
Yeah, we just had a good start, got into 3rd. Knew they would have a fight at the end, and I just picked up the pieces with it.
Amazing. And all weekend we've kind of seen you at the back of those 3 trying to fight for positions, but you waited for when it mattered to really pick up the P1. What did you do to get by your teammates?
Obviously they two tried to overtake, so Ewan tried to overtake Kenzo. They just both ran wide and I got the cut back on them both.
Perfect. And how helpful was it to have your Argenti teammates there with you all weekend? Do you think that made you a lot stronger?
Yeah, amazing. You can trust them more than other drivers out there, so yeah, it's very good.
Perfect. And who would you like to thank this weekend?
My mechanic Sam, Ron Meadows, Danny Sweeney, Argenti Motorsport, Car Republic, and my mum and my dad.
Perfect. Well, congratulations again. See you later. All right, let's see if we can wrangle our P2. I can see Kenzo Craigie here. Congratulations. How was that one? I'm sure you're after the P1, but a very good result for the team. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it was a good race. Had a good start. Gapped the rest of the field with my teammate, and then with 2 minutes to go, we went in, and I made a mistake whilst defending, and then that cost us the win ultimately. But other than that, it's been a really good weekend. We pulled in quali, won one of our heats, second in the pre, second in the final. So really good positives to take away from the weekend.
Amazing. And what do you think it was that made you so strong this weekend? Do you think it was having your teammates around you or the strength at the track?
I think it was a bit of everything, you know. Since Kart Masters, really, we've had a big step up from before. So the team's been a big factor of that. They've helped me a lot. And then also racing your teammates is a bit easier than racing not your teammates, because they're not as aggressive. But yeah, still a great result.
Amazing. And who would you like to thank this weekend?
I'd like to thank the whole of Argenti Motorsports, Ron Meadows, Mercedes AMG F1, my parents, my family, and my mechanic Louis Diamond. Faultless job on the spanners all weekend, so yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Congratulations on your P2. All right, and now for P3, our 3rd and final Argenti driver. How was that? Happy to come away with P3? Feel like you've done everything you could this weekend?
I mean, yeah, it was a good weekend overall. I mean, we started pole, started to stretch away at the start, got a good start. Started to build a little bit of a gap on Kenzo and Tom, and then yeah, with the slipstream and everything, they caught back up. And then when Kenzo went in, it just turned into a little bit of a hack, and yeah, it was fun for the last few laps. It's a shame that to come away P3. Of course, always hoping for the win, but yeah, I mean, I'd like to thank Argenti Motorsport, OH Media Management, my dad for being a great mechanic, and all the support from my family.
Perfect. Well, congratulations on P3, and it was a very good weekend for the whole team.
Yeah, not too bad.
Amazing. See you on the podium. All right, good to hear from all the Argenti drivers. A very dominant performance from them this weekend. And now it's on to our final race of the afternoon with the senior Rotax class for the British E Plate.
Thank you very much down there, Ailey, down there in Parc Ferme, chatting to our winners from that one. We do have a bit of time before our final race. Senior Rotax Race 31 for the E-Plate will be next. Curious to see, can Harry Linden dominate that one as well? We'll take a short ad break, but don't go anywhere because that race is coming up very, very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Final race of the weekend is upon us. Senior Rotax is about to get ready. Looking forward to this one because we have seen drivers moving up the order and making good positions over the course of this weekend. One of so is your man starting on the front row, Spencer Braun, who this weekend qualified second, finished second in the first race, but then finished 7th in his second. And yeah, certainly came back in that one. So I am curious to see what he can do. Certainly a threat in this one. However, Harry Linden, you've got to unmute your microphone. There we go.
Harry Linden has been the constant in this category all weekend. P1 in the quali, P1 in the heats, and P1 in the pre-final. So he definitely has his eyes on that E Plate.
He does.
And he's the favorite, I would say, going into this race. Touchwood.
There we go. Oh, Harry, you've been put in danger now, I'm afraid. There we go.
I didn't say he was my favorite. I just said he's the favorite, a favorite.
That's still
a general consensus.
A general consensus there. There we go. Well, still there are many drivers in this one that a general consensus who could come away with it.
Yeah.
It is an E Plate, however, so it is all down to that one. But the Dan Holland Racing team certainly do have a lot of experience here at the Wilton Mill circuit. The team based here at Wilton Mills, so where they certainly have a lot of intel, a lot of knowledge, a lot of data to back up their drivers to help push them forward through this field. So yes, a lot of drivers here looking forward to seeing what they can do. The same as Spencer Burren, the same as Leo Brown, and the same as Jude Fernahoe as well. Leo Brown has been on point this weekend as well. Keep an eye on Leo Brown. Not had a win just yet, but still eyeing one up as the rest of the grid gets himself primed and ready to go. The grids are ready. Senior Rotax, race 31. The E Plate is coming up next. Final race of the weekend gets ready as the engines fire up. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Harry Linden, can he make it another perfect weekend for the Dan Holland Racing team, the same as they did for Jacob Ashcroft earlier on? Spencer Braun starts alongside. Leo Brown and Jude Fernahoe go from row 2. Alex Duncan and Stefan Kazmarzik round out row number 3.
On row 4, we've got Evie Pulane and Jack Collins. Row 5 is Ollie Ward and Finley Patterson. And on row 6, we've got Brentley Sims and Samuel Cook.
And at the back of the field, Tom Patterson rounds out the field. This is going to be a close race on this one. Looking forward to seeing what happens. We've got support on the live chat. UNTT says, let's go Jack Collins. Get the comeback. And that could possibly be done in this one. Jack Collins starting this one, the number 17, P8 out on circuit. And again, what we've seen drivers come through the field from P8 in these races this weekend. So, yeah, very curious to see what happens. But can Spencer Braun take this to Harry Linden? Can someone finally beat the DHR lockout at the front here? Into the tram lines, lights go green, here we go, down in towards turn 1, Linden again, a perfect start, and Leo Brown follows him soon. Braun cannot get a good getaway, he gets swamped by the pack, he's dropped down into P4, as it looks like Jude Fernahoe maybe has got the move done, as well as are coming together, several karts involved, and karts scattered all over the place. Jack Collins, one of them, who's gone off the circuit there, more involved as well, as they've gone off. It looks like Stefan Kazmarzik was one of them also, and potentially Ollie Ward also off the track.
Sims trying to drag his car back onto the track.
Yeah, the number 66, he's off the circuit also. So drama at the start of that one. And that's what we talk about, the first pinch point here at Wilton Mill, Christmas corner. They all get loaded under braking and they all have to try and fight a piece of track. And sometimes it ends like that.
Yeah, nobody gave an inch there, which ended in them all scattering.
Not what you want to see. So clear breakaway here. Linden and Brown fighting away from the rest of the field, but can Brown match the pace here of the driver in front? At the moment, the answer to that is yes. Can he maintain that? That is the question. After 10 minutes plus 1 lap, we will find out. But Linden, at the moment, is doing everything he needs to do. As into the pit lane there already, our first few retirements, Stefan Kazmarzik, Finley Patterson, and Brentley Sims, unfortunately, all retiring from the final in these early stages.
Yeah, some big gainers from that incident. We've got Evie Pulane up to P6, Ollie Warden up to P7, Tom Patterson up 5 places to P8, and Samuel Cook up 3 places to P9.
Yes, indeed. So big changes all the way throughout this field. So keep a close eye on that one. But eyes on this one. I'm just keeping a close on there. The style that these two drivers have got, slightly different. But right now, for both of them, it seems to be working. I think there's a slight mistake there from Leo Brown. He's now found himself under pressure from Spencer Braun. Now, these two, if they're going to start scrapping, they need to sort it out sooner rather than later. They need to just get it done and try and work together now to close that gap. 'Cause if they don't, they're just going to release Lyndon. They do not want to do that. You don't want to do that in these one-off finals. This is a E-Plate final. Ladies and gents, they are fighting for a seeded plate. And they need to try and work together in these stages to try and close up that gap. You do not want to allow anyone to break away. And right now, Lyndon is doing just that. Yeah. Harry Lyndon, just dominant this weekend.
He's got the fastest lap at the moment. However, Spencer Braun does have the fastest sector in Sector 1. So he's still holding on to the back there. And they've switched.
Yep. So Spencer Braun up to 2nd place now. So he's got the job done on Leo Brown. So now it's Spencer's turn here to have a go. And can he close that gap? So the gap's now 0.8 of a second as Lyndon takes another fastest lap of the race. He's got the clear air now. He's got the rhythm. He's not
outdoing himself.
He's just doing what he needs to do now. This is textbook driving from Harry Lyndon here. Exactly what he needs to be doing. And these two drivers here need to react to that. They need to try and find some form of pace that they can try and close that gap up.
Yeah, he's feeling very comfortable at the front there. Like we said, led every session. So feeling confident. It definitely will feel like a tall task for Braun and Brown to catch up to him. But saying that, they're only 0.65 seconds behind. So still a lot of time, still 8 minutes to go in this race, plus 1 lap.
Certainly is. Now, Spencer Braun has retaliated, 44.12. He is starting to break away now from Leo Brown, and he is bringing the fight to Lyndon. Now, Jack Collins, who is at the back of the grid after his spin, now takes the fastest lap of the race. So it just shows that the pace is all the way around, and the pace is on there for Jack Collins. 44.0 compared to the 44.1, a full 10th faster from Jack Collins there, but he is at the back of the grid. So he's got a few positions to gain from that one, but that doesn't take away he's got the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, but even being at the back of the grid, he's not even 11 seconds behind the leader. So
no.
we've got this compacted race here.
Yes.
Top 10, all very close together.
Spencer Braun again now retaliates, a new fastest lap of the race, 44.0 as well. So he is starting to reel in Harry Lyndon. And again, over the course of this weekend, I'm pretty sure these drivers only get allocated the one set of tyres that they use over the course of the weekend. So again, it brings down to that factor. Who has looked after their tyres the most here? Has Lyndon, who's been at the front and not had to fight too hard, you know, has he been able to maintain those tyres well enough? Or has he been pushing it so hard to open up these gaps and win these races that he's used those tyres more? Granted, he's not had to defend, he's not had to overuse them in that aspect, but, you know, it brings those asking questions there.
Yeah.
Who's got the better set of boots?
One of the luxuries that Harry Lyndon has had being at the front that he's allowed himself is that he's been able to think about things like tyres and tyre management over the weekend.
Yes.
So that'll definitely do him in good stead for this race.
It certainly will. But right now, he just... keeping a close eye on this one. The gap goes down to 0.3 of a second. Alex Duncan's moved up into 3rd place now. Leo Brown down into 4th, and Leo actually running a little bit wide there out of Inkermans as they go down in towards the Ashby hairpin. Gap still 0.6 of a second, now 0.7 of a second. I think they've hit the wall now at the front, and I think either there's been some messages for Harry Lyndon from his mechanics at the side of the track. Oh dear, and off the circuit, that's a retirement. And the 36, Ollie Ward, race is done. And that just shows how sticky and hot those tyres are.
Yeah.
Look at them caked in grass.
Yeah.
You'd never clear those quickly. So that
a lot of the drivers actually in Park Farming have been mentioning how hard the heat has been on them throughout the races, even though it's only short races, 12, 15 minutes, really struggling with the heat.
Well, we spoke to Stefan Kazmarzik, didn't we, in the Paddock show, and he was actually saying that I've actually found it quite difficult this weekend, purely because the track's so grippy.
Yeah.
So, you know, it is a challenge, and a lot of drivers actually prefer like a loose driving style where they chuck it into a corner, back steps out a little bit, you know, they can feel it moving around behind them. But when the track is saturated in rubber and it's super sticky out there, you'll find that, yeah, they turn and it's just like, boom, it will do exactly what you want it to do. And for some of them, they're not ready for that. So they're turning in early to think that it's going to scrub and understeer just that little bit while they go into the corner. And it doesn't happen and it grips. And then they find themselves having to correct it. And then all of a sudden, yeah, it goes wrong. So, yeah, it's understandable that, you know, some drivers can find it a little bit challenging when the track is too grippy. But some drivers absolutely loving it when you've got it nailed and it's just driving on rails, isn't it? And there's nothing better when you get like that perfect lap, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's impressive that they've had so many different conditions this weekend, especially for these one-off competitions. Different competitors and a different setup potentially don't have their team around them that they're used to having. So all of these changing conditions they're having to deal with themselves and with their mechanics and really working through that. So it's an opportunity for a lot of these drivers to focus on the little details of their driving.
Yeah, exactly that. So, and again, we'll see that. The gap again starting to come down just that little bit more again. Spencer Braun is reeling in Linden once more. The gap's gone down below 0.7 of a second. So again, it's just fluctuating right now. It's just going to be a case of who cracks first under pressure, really, isn't it? And for Linden, he's not cracked under pressure at all this weekend. No. So I don't think that if that's what Braun's waiting for, I don't think it's going to happen, even though now the gap's come down to now half a second. Yeah. So it's come down even more now at the front.
It's definitely not as big a gap as we've seen in other sessions this weekend
100%.
From Harry Linden. So
100%.
Braun's done a good job to keep on the back of him there.
Yes, indeed. So Harry Linden leads the way from Spencer Braun, from Alex Duncan, who's there in third place. Leo Brown from Jude Fernahoe.
Bless you.
Thank you. You know when I did that hand gesture, that was, you Phil, I'm going to sneeze.
But you can still hear the sneeze through
my
microphone.
Thank you. There we go. Like, we tried to play this off subtly. You know, it's supposed to be a professional broadcast here, and then
with the camera rolling as well.
With the camera rolling as well. Luckily, the camera wasn't on. 2.5 minutes to go. There we go. Oh, blimey! And still, Linden and Braun. That gap now down to less than half a second. Spencer Braun has pulled something out of the bag here. That CRG looking very, very strong in these later stages on these used tyres. The Lando Norris chassis not at full potential right now, I don't think. Both rad covers are up, engines being cooled as much as possible. Temperature high here, still 24 degrees as the sun still beats down here at Wilton Mill. Alex Brown breaking away in third place. Jude Fernahoe still there in fifth place as well, right behind. Evie Poulain just driving around in sixth place, is around 5.4 seconds off the race lead at the moment. Sam Cook's there in seventh place from Jack Collins and Tom Patterson. They're having a good scrap. Sam Cook's just gone up into seventh place, past Jack Collins and Tom Patterson, and into the pit lane actually comes Tom Patterson. So a retirement from his pre-final, and now he sees himself retire from the final as well. It's not been his weekend, has it?
No. I think you could say that for a lot of drivers, considering almost half the grid is retired.
Yeah, Ollie Ward retiring, Stefan Kazmarzik, Finney Patterson, Brentley Sims, all retirements from this race. And, you know, that due down to that big coming together at lap one at Christmas Corner. So you can be forgiven for that one, but still not what you want to see in this one. So it's all been down to really what happens at the front. And again, it's just opened up again. Braun got closed that gap so much, he got it down to less than half a second. Now it's opened up to 0.7 of a second once again. So it's just ping-ponging right now between the two of them, up and down as they just try and maintain the pace. It's just going to be down to, like I said it earlier, it's just going to be down to who cracks first, and I just don't think either of them are going to crack. So, yeah, I think it's just going to be a stalemate, really, to the end of this one.
It's the same for that battle for P3. They're very close to each other, but the gap is not really changing. Alex Duncan holding on to P3 and Leo Brown in P4. Less than 0.7 of a second.
I thought you were going to start singing then.
I was doing quick maths in my head.
Quick
around 0.7 of a second between them.
So quick maths in your head results in singing.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, copy that. Right then, 30 seconds left to go, plus 1 lap. Braun once again is closing in. Spencer Braun, what do you want to do? Do you want to close in or do you want to drop back? What do you want to do here? Because right now it is just ping-ponging between the two of you here. Harry Linden has been a dominant force all the way over this weekend and has certainly done what he's needed to do. With 14 seconds left on the board, they're still going to have a couple of laps left in this race as they cross the line with 8 seconds to go. The last lap board will come out this time, and Linden and Braun, once again, fastest lap. He's holding on to it, 44.04. That last lap, though, Harry Linden was 0.2 a lap faster. And Braun again, the gap's opened up to 0.7 of a second between these two. Absolute fighting. DHR versus the Privateer. The Lando Norris chassis versus a CRG chassis. Just right to the end of this race, these two battling away. But there can only be one English champion, and right now it's looking like it's going to go the way of Harry Linden. One more lap to go in this race as the last lap board comes out now, and Linden just needs to maintain this pace now. Braun needs to pull a miracle out of the bag if he wants to try and close up on this one. Alex Duncan's still there in 3rd place. He's not having a drama at all, but he checks over the shoulder just in case anyway. Leo Brown is still there, but he's not fully close enough for an attack. Back at the front here, and Linden just looks comfortable as ever as he's opened up the gap to nearly 0.9 of a second now. He's only got a half a lap to go for this one, and once again for Dan Holland Racing, it's going to be an absolutely dominant performance like it was for your driver earlier on, and it was just an absolutely brilliant one for all of them. But for Jacob Ashcroft and for Harry Linden, it's a perfect weekend, and it's 2 E-plates here for Dan Holland Racing. And for Harry Linden, the Welshman takes the E-plates, and he'll be delighted with that one across the line. Linden takes it from Spencer Braun. Duncan finishes in 3rd from Leo Brown. Jude Fernahoe from Edie Poulain. Jack Collins finishes in P7 after going off the track and involved in that incident at Christmas corner on the opening lap. He finishes in P7 from Samuel Cook, who finishes in P8. Tom Patterson, after gaining 4 positions, retires in 9th place from Ollie Ward, Stefan Kazmarzik, Finley Patterson, and Brentley Sims, all retiring from the race. But for Harry Linden, for Dan Holland Racing, after 18 laps, he is your English champion and will take the £300 voucher as well. He'll be delighted with that one. Spencer Braun finishes in 2nd place. He takes the £150 voucher. The nose cone check happens. Looks like Linden's gone through already. It's good for Spencer. It's okay there for Leo Brown. High in the mouth moment there, and it's all good for Alex Duncan. So it looks like your top 3 have gone through, and for the rest of the field as well, it is all good. A nice, clean, calm race for the field that finished it. A dramatic start, though, with the 4 retirements at the early stages of that one. But what a way to end the weekend, and a congratulations to all of the E-Plate winners here, and of course the Honda O-Plate winner, and of course the drivers who are competing in the championship for event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at Wilton Mill. We'll be heading down to Parc Fermé in just a moment's time to chat to our winners in that race, but I'm sure Harry Linden will be delighted. We'll head down to Parc Fermé. Over to Ailey, over to you.
We're in Parc Fermé for the final race of the afternoon, which was the senior Rotax class for the British E-Plate, and I've got my winner here. Harry, how was that? You were so dominant all weekend, P1 quali, P1 in your heats, P1 P-final, and a win. What do you think it was that gave you the performance this weekend?
I just think the grit and determination on and off tracks really helped us pushing forwards. Obviously, from the get-go, it was really fast, which is a really big bonus. I'm just happy to come away with the win, first one in a while, so let's keep it going forward.
And in a day like today, where it's really hot, it's really demanding on the driver, and Wilton Mill as a track as well is quite tough, do you think off-track really makes that big difference?
Yeah, just making sure you're coming off track, drinking lots of fluids, just keeping cold, and yeah, just make sure you stay and concentrate on the racing.
And have you felt confident that whole race that you're going to come away with P1, or were you looking behind you at all?
Yeah, all I knew was I just needed to stay confident, just keep my head forward, and then we'd hopefully get the win from there.
Perfect. Well, congratulations on such a good weekend. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank the Dan Holland Racing, my mechanic Scott, and my dad.
Perfect. Well, congratulations again. We'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
All right, lots of hugs. Well deserved on this weekend. All right, we've got P2 here with Spencer Braun. How was that? Are you happy to come away with P2? Feel like you've maximised everything?
Oh yeah, really difficult race. Dropped to 4th at the start, back to 3rd, and then made a race 2nd, and then it was just about trying to chase him down. So difficult, but to compete against those boys out the back of the van especially, it's you can't knock it.
And was there anything you were doing specifically to try and catch Harry at the front, or did you feel like you were doing a good job just trying to keep on the back of him?
Yeah, it was so close. I mean, lap after lap, it was I catch, he pulls, I catch, he pulls. It was just about consistency, I believe. But at the end of the day, he won, and I couldn't quite catch him.
Still did a good job to come away with P2. Yeah. I'm sure you're happy with that. Who would you like to thank this weekend?
Oh, my mum, my dad, my sister, Peter, CRG England, Ogden Racing Engines, and everyone who supported me.
Amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if we've got our P3, and we do. How was that? Really demanding race. Can see it took it all out of you, really physical, but are you happy to come away with P3?
I am beyond ecstatic to come away with P3. But yeah, it's first podium in British, and especially the E Plate, which is a great race, so I'm happy to walk away with that.
And what do you think got you that P3? Was there any parts of the track that you're particularly focusing on?
I think just like a pre-meditation strategy. I mean, my dad normally comes up with stuff like that, help me get in the mood for the race, and my mechanic Johnna, normally helps me and talks me on the grid. So yeah.
And how was the track feeling today? Did the heat affect you at all, or was it feeling good?
Not at first. So the first half of the race was fine. I felt physically fine, and the last half of the race, I felt like my arms were about to fall off.
Not ideal, but you still managed to come away with P3, so congratulations.
Yeah, it's good to go drive all the way 6 hours back to Scotland.
All right, well, good luck with that. Who would you like to thank this weekend?
I'd probably like to thank most of my granddad for supporting me, for watching all the bad races to begin with, before he gets to watch the good ones. I'm saying hi to him in France, who's on holiday. My dad for driving me 6 hours every weekend, and my mechanic Johnno for putting up with me.
Perfect. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
See you later. All right.
Well,
what a day.
What a day indeed.
Now you can experience how warm I've been standing in the sun.
It's not too bad out here, is it? It's lovely. It's lovely in the sunshine. We've been tucked away in the commentary box all day. Well, Rotax E Plate, the O Plate for Honda, and Event 8 for TKM and Bambino, done and dusted. Your first time here at Wilton Mill.
Yeah.
Round out, what did you think?
Very impressed. Good mixture of championships, but also opens. We've got the E Plate and the O Plate, so it was really interesting to see the different styles of racing between those and the different kind of driving styles that was brought out by the drivers in those ones. Some really exciting racing this afternoon. Overall, very good weekend, very exciting track.
Yes, indeed. And there's plenty more action to come over the course of the rest of the year, so make sure you stay up to date with it all. The next round's coming up, but just want to say huge thank you to everyone here this weekend, to all the Alpha Live camera crew who are doing a good job, even the cameraman who's holding this very camera here as well. He's been out here in the sun, he's got a lovely hat on as well. Yeah. But to all the marshals as well, the medical teams who are out there as well, and to the spectators and the viewers at home as well. Without you, this racing would not be exciting. Thank you so much for all of your comments over the course of the day as well, and from myself, Anthony, and Ailey here. It's been
thank you as well for having me.
No, you
had a good time.
Good. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. And yeah, are you going to be at the next one?
I hope so.
I hope so. There we go. I don't know if I'm at the next one. I hope so too. But from us here at Wilton Mill, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.